In the Dao fruit garden of the Tianlan sect, a gloomy night enveloped the sturdy defensive structures. Amidst a desolate land covered by dark tree roots, Ye Xuan lay unconscious on the ground. Ye Xuan shot up, his blue eyes glowing, his mind reeling. What the hell is going on? I should have ascended by now, shouldn't I? Could this be the immortal realm? He recalled his extraordinary journey, transmigrating from Earth, cultivating for 1,270 years in the cultivation world, overcoming countless heavenly tribulations to reach the great ascension realm, and finally ascending. But now, his entire body, devoid of power, returned to being immortal, made Ye Xuan suspect he had failed his ascension and reincarnated. Yet he realized this was his original body. Ye Xuan noticed that the air here contained no spiritual energy. Instead, there was a strange energy that had an enlightening and strengthening effect. Without hesitation, he immediately circulated his cultivation technique, realizing this energy could be used for cultivation. Elsewhere in the forest, a purple-haired girl was worried, because Shiao Tian's group had been gone for too long and hadn't returned. Feeling uneasy, the purple-haired girl immediately rushed off to search for them. Suddenly, she witnessed a shocking sight. Ye Xuan was floating in midair, his entire body erupting with an extremely powerful white-blue energy. Ye Xuan floated in midair, blue energy exploding around him. He was deeply shocked that merely breathing had allowed him to break through to the first level of the qi condensation stage. His cultivation technique ran smoother than the real thing. He analyzed the energy flow, realizing it was fake, impure, conscious, and malicious, definitely artificial. Mortals who came into contact with it would surely perish. The purple-haired girl approached and familiarly patted Ye Xuan's head, comforting him not to worry, as Shiao Tian's group had gone to find food. Slap! Ye Xuan unexpectedly blocked the girl's hand, his gaze as sharp as a knife, completely devoid of any madness. Ye Xuan's glowing blue eyes stared directly at the girl, coldly asking a critical question. "Who are you?" The purple-haired girl froze, her face flushed with shock, stammering to herself if she was dreaming as the crazy guy suddenly became completely lucid. Vague memories flashed in Ye Xuan's mind. Images of him in a state of madness, relying on this girl to feed him every bite, making him wonder what the hell had happened to him. Suddenly, a glint flashed in Ye Xuan's eyes, as if he had just discovered a shocking secret. Under the gaze of the Grand Elder, the girl's true nature was seen through. This was the legendary Yin origin sacred body, a cultivation physique that the entire cultivation world would fight tooth and nail for. Meanwhile, in a dark forest, Shiao Tian's group struggled onward, encouraging themselves that this was a trial for those chosen to become immortals. The leader of Shiao Tian's group reassured his teammates, "Stop scaring yourselves. This is Tianlan sect territory. How could such a thing appear here?" One disciple's eyes lit up when he spotted a bush of berries, overjoyed as if he'd found gold. "There are berries!" The entire group, starving since yesterday, immediately rushed over, delighted to finally have something to eat. The leader tasted it, found it sweet, and decided to pick some to bring back for his senior sister. A chubby disciple was eating heartily when a shadow swooped down from above, startling him and making him scream. The chubby guy turned pale with fear, muttering that the trees along the path looked too grotesque and blocked the entire way. A ghostly voice whispered from the shadows of the bushes, "Eat up." The demonic tree revealed its true form with a grotesque face, enticing the youngsters. "Eat. You are the lucky ones chosen by the gods." The group broke into chaos. The chubby guy pointed, screaming, "The tree is alive." The demonic tree unleashed itself, countless dark branches reaching out as if to devour everything, roaring and inviting them to join, sending the low-level disciples scrambling for their lives. Shen Xiaoling rejoiced at seeing the crazy guy regain his senses, but was immediately doused with cold water when Ye Xuan declared his name was Zhang Yuan and interrogated her about their current location like a boss. The girl hesitantly explained that this was Clam Country, within the territory of the Tianlan sect, but as for outside, she had no idea. Ye Xuan frowned, confirming this was not his familiar Nanyuan realm, and began to inquire about the name Tianlan Sect, a cultivation sect. Shen Xiaoling confirmed that Tianlan Sect was an immortal cultivation sect, and her village survived thanks to the protection of immortals from demonic entities. Ye Xuan pressed her about the demonic entities, but Shen Xiaoling confessed that she had never left the protected area since childhood, so she had never seen them. She further explained that each year, a high immortal would come to the village to recruit people, and this year, it was her group's turn to leave the village for the first time. When asked about the high immortal, Shen Xiaoling immediately switched to fangirl mode, asserting that it was a deity worshipped by all immortals in the Tianlan sect. Hearing the word deity, Ye Xuan's blue eyes flashed with disdain. Just then, a frantic cry of "Senior Sister" rang out from behind them. A group of disheveled disciples ran frantically towards them, screaming in panic that the trees here could talk and that they were demonic entities. The leader of the disciples was pale as a sheet, while another member had been seized from behind by something and was beginning to perish. One of the disciples shrieked miserably as his body was devoured by root-like demonic energy, completely deforming. The entire area erupted in chaos as other disciples were also seized by the monstrous root tendrils, crying out for help in despair. The leader of the youngsters was no better, his face contorted in pain, weeping and desperately calling for help. Shen Xiaoling was utterly terrified as she witnessed her fellow disciples being captured by the demonic tree roots, only able to utter their names. Amidst the panicked crowd, Ye Xuan coldly touched the transforming body of a disciple, stating bluntly, "This place is full of demonic energy. Stay too long, and you'll be assimilated." Shen Xiaoling's face turned ashen, asking Ye Xuan if he could save them, while the leader pointed at him, his voice trembling as he called him the crazy guy. Ye Xuan calmly explained that they were beyond saving because their flesh and blood had turned to wood, then turned to ask the surviving leader if he had touched anything else. The leader frantically pulled open his shirt, revealing purple nodes growing on his chest, and confessed that they had all eaten some strange berries. A calm hand picked up a purple berry from the ground. Ye Xuan held the berry up for examination, his blue eyes flashing, concluding that this demonic energy-absorbing fruit was the reason the low-level disciples were turning into trees. The leader of the low-level disciples suddenly understood, screaming in panic as he realized the talking trees were actually people, and his faith in the supreme immortal collapsed. Ye Xuan remained unfazed, toying with a small flame in his hand, disdainfully remarking, "Immortals? With such dirty tricks, they're just a bunch of low-class scum." He turned to Shen Xiaoling, making a straightforward offer. "You have something I need. In return, I will get you out of here, and you can also ask for one additional thing." Shen Xiaoling's face flushed, and she hesitantly asked about the request again, looking both surprised and with a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, she immediately sealed the deal with a bold request. "Then protect me for the rest of my life." Ye Xuan frowned, secretly calculating that while this request was a bit troublesome, it was worth it for the Yin Origin's sacred body. He immediately sealed the deal. "All right, the exchange is successful." Shen Xiaoling joyfully confirmed the promise, while Ye Xuan had already calculated his next step, admitting that this energy source was problematic, but he had no other choice now. Ye Xuan's eyes gleamed as he set his ultimate goal. He must quickly gain enough power to defend himself and find out why his ascension had failed. 5 days later, 2 evil Sect disciples walked through the deadly forest, discussing how the Immortal Lord would descend tomorrow, and most of the Dao fruits would be offered. The burly guy worried the Sect would be short on Dao fruits, but the disciple walking ahead smirked, revealing they had secretly brought back some seeds a few days ago, and they must have grown into trees by now. Amidst the dark forest, Shiao Tian, faint from hunger and thirst, still tried to reassure Shen Xiaoling that he would get her out of there. Ghostly voices echoed from the shadows, luring them with illusions of an immortal who would bestow everything upon them. Shen Xiaoling looked at Shiao Tian, who was almost unconscious, advising him to ignore those words and just sleep. 2 evil Sect disciples appeared, annoyed to find that there were still 2 stubborn seeds who refused to eat the poisonous fruit and sprout. The burly disciple suggested killing the 2 of them to finish the matter, preventing exposure before the important sacrificial ceremony. Suddenly, Shen Xiaoling darted towards the 2 evil cultivators, astonishing them, while Shiao Tian could only gape and exclaim, "Immortal?" But another figure was even faster. Ye Xuan descended from the sky like a bomb, landing directly on the ground with an earth-shattering crash. "I'm here too." The evil Sect disciple was startled, spinning around as he felt the terrifying killing intent and pressure right behind him. Ye Xuan's blue eyes glowed brightly. He looked straight at the 2 enemies and challenged them back. "You are immortals?" The disciple, who was still arrogantly claiming to be an immortal, was grabbed by the neck by an invisible force and lifted into the air, his face turning pale with terror. Ye Xuan's gaze was icy cold as he disdainfully watched the evil Sect disciple struggling to transform into a grotesque mess. "You fools who don't know your place." The other evil Sect disciple seized the opportunity, unleashing a flame palm strike aimed directly at Ye Xuan's back. Unexpectedly, the flame was caught in Ye Xuan's hand. He controlled it like a toy, utterly terrifying the demonic cultivator. "He can control fire? Who exactly are you?" Meanwhile, the burly disciple had finished transforming. He let out a roar and charged straight towards Ye Xuan with a grotesque appearance. Ye Xuan merely curled his lip. He formed a hand seal with 2 fingers, and a cold glint flashed in his blue eyes. Speed. A series of gigantic earth spikes emerged from the ground, forming a solid wall that blocked the demonic cultivator's attack. The demonic cultivator hadn't even recovered his wits from Ye Xuan's control over earth and stone when a sharp sword chi formed, severing his monstrous arm. Splat! The arm flew off, and the demonic cultivator let out a tragic scream. The sight made both Shen Xiaoling and Shiao Tian freeze in terror. Shen Xiaoling's eyes were wide and her mouth agape, only one thought remaining in her mind. That was an immortal, and he was dealt with so easily, so strong, so cool. Ye Xuan muttered about the new energy called pure qi. Thanks to his cultivation experience from his previous life, he had reached the 12th layer of qi refinement in just a few days, but now he needed a foundation establishment pill to break through further. While Shiao Tian was naggingly demanding Ye Xuan teach him that powerful move, Shen Xiaoling hurriedly urged them all to leave before trouble arose. The scene shifted to the lair of the evil sect, the Tian Wu sect in Jiangxi, a gloomy place filled with killing intent. Inside, Jiangxi reported that everything for the grand ceremony was ready, with 500,000 Dao fruits already placed on the altar. A voice from the shadows reminded them that tomorrow, the immortal lord would descend to harvest the Dao fruits and inquire about the condition of this year's Dao fruit trees. Jiangxi's face was tense as she reported bad news. The birth rate of newborns in nearby villages had sharply decreased, and this year's harvest was only 1/3 of what it used to be. The shadowy sect leader roared in anger, ordering them to replenish the population immediately, whether by buying or plundering. Then, he suddenly had a seizure. Elder Shui suddenly clutched his chest, his entire body trembling in extreme pain as a surge of dark energy erupted from within him. Seeing Elder Shui about to perish, Jiangxi hurriedly ordered her subordinates. "Quickly, bring the Dao fruit here." Jiangxi ordered someone to arrange the cultivation subjects. Just then, a subordinate ran in with a report. The 2 guards at plantation number 9 were dead. Hearing that one guard was burned to ashes, one was cut down, and the cultivation subjects had been brought into the sect, Jiangxi began to suspect an internal spy was trying to cause trouble, but decided to put everything aside for now, as tomorrow's grand ceremony was the most important. Jiangxi ordered the subordinate to keep silent and not to spread the news. Everything would be dealt with after tomorrow's grand ceremony. Outside, the atmosphere in the Tian Wu sect was gloomy, with only a few patrols moving about laxly. From inside the room, Shiao Tian secretly observed and sneered, realizing that the patrols were extremely negligent. This was truly a golden opportunity to escape. Shiao Tian was wolfing down food and mocking those self-proclaimed immortals outside, while Shen Xiaoling reminded him to be careful and not go near the window. He continued to praise his crazy big brother for defeating 2 guards with just one move, determined to become his disciple and learn his skills to protect his sister. Shiao Tian wondered what Ye Xuan was doing alone upstairs. Shen Xiaoling simply replied that he had brought things up and told them not to disturb him. Meanwhile, upstairs, Ye Xuan was cultivating in seclusion, circulating extremely powerful fire energy to envelop the 5 colored spirit stones. Under the astonishing heat, the spirit stones began to melt, transforming into streams of pure elemental energy. Ye Xuan's blue eyes flashed with killing intent. He formed a hand seal with both hands and commanded in a low voice, "Condense." Immediately, the streams of 5 elemental energy swirled together, beginning the fusion process to form an entirely new entity of power. Whoosh! Ye Xuan completed the refinement process. Dozens of dazzling golden formation flags, emitting astonishing energy, hovered around him. Ye Xuan calculated mentally that these low-grade flags achieved 90% of the original's effectiveness, which was more than enough. He decided to stock up on some before escaping from here. No sooner said than done. Ye Xuan took out a brand new set of clothes that looked much more impressive, preparing to change to facilitate his actions. Downstairs, Shiao Tian was full to the brim and bragging about his crazy big brother when a streak of azure sword chi flashed right before their eyes, startling both of them. Ye Xuan was completely transformed in his new outfit, exuding an extraordinary aura. He instructed the 2 kids, "Wait here, I'll go and be right back." At the same time, he demonstrated his object manipulation art, controlling the hovering sword. Not bothering with the main door, Ye Xuan used his bare hands to remotely shatter the window with a powerful surge of energy. Whoosh! Ye Xuan darted out like a ghost, the sword in his hand emitting a cold blue light. He had officially begun his operation. Shen Xiaoling blushed and was stunned by Ye Xuan's domineering appearance, while Shiao Tian gaped in silence. Indeed, fine clothes make the man. Ye Xuan had left the building complex and began setting up a formation. He used his object manipulation art to plant a flag on the hilltop and muttered that 72 points were done, with only the formation core remaining. Standing on a high rooftop, Ye Xuan let out a breath, his sharp gaze surveying the entire terrain, preparing for the next step. From above, Ye Xuan observed the entire central plaza, the tip of his sword emitting sword chi, seemingly locked onto the target. In the center of the plaza was a gigantic, grotesque flesh mound, formed from countless writhing human bodies, their mouths incessantly screaming, "Grand pure immortal lord." Thousands of distorted mouths were still moaning in pain, continuously calling out the name of their immortal lord. Ye Xuan frowned in disdain as he realized those fruits were cultivated on living human bodies. This sect is truly a bunch of disgusting creatures. Back in the room, Shen Xiaoling anxiously looked outside, trying to reassure herself that that crazy big brother was strong enough to handle everything, while Shiao Tian had fallen asleep on the table. Suddenly, someone pounded loudly on the door from outside, yelling the names Han Ming, Han Gong. Shen Xiaoling and Shiao Tian, who had been quiet, were instantly startled, their faces drained of all color. The sect enforcer continued to yell, "Hurry up, you two. I have an urgent matter and need a few things." Shiao Tian was utterly panicked, turning to Shen Xiaoling for help. Suddenly, the noise outside ceased. Both held their breath, cold sweat breaking out, nervously hoping the person had left. Crash! The wooden door was shattered. Shadowy tentacles surged in from nowhere, tightly wrapped around Shen Xiaoling and Shiao Tian, and dragged them out amidst terrified screams. A ringleader-like man with glowing eyes, the sect enforcer, stepped in, dark threads still lingering on his hand. He sneered. "I knew you two wouldn't dare open the door, so, which plantation did you two cultivation subjects escape from?" The sect enforcer used dark magic to capture the two kids, laughing gleefully. "Today is my lucky day. You're mine now." Meanwhile, Shiao Tian only managed to scream for his sister. Suddenly, a fireball flew out of nowhere and slammed directly into the sect enforcer's face, catching him by surprise and leaving him no time to react. The terrifying heat from the attack caused the floor to crack open, sending debris flying everywhere. The sect enforcer roared furiously. "Who's there?" One of his arms had mutated into a grotesque purple weapon. From the shadows, Ye Xuan darted out, forming a hand seal with his bare hands. He unleashed his object manipulation art, controlling a sword that shot straight towards the enemy like a bolt of lightning. The sect enforcer roared disdainfully. "You want to die?" Then he swung his grotesque arm, intending to smash the flying sword. Swish! Ye Xuan's sword, enveloped in golden light, easily pierced through the dark defense, embedding itself directly into the sect enforcer's arm. The sect enforcer was in pain but still tried to act tough. "If that's all you've got, then you." But then his face changed color as he realized something was wrong. Ye Xuan coldly activated the talisman in his hand. A blazing red fire formation called the Heart-Devouring Flame Formation erupted, incinerating the sect enforcer amidst tragic screams. Protected within a sphere of pure chi by Ye Xuan, Shen Xiaoling watched in horror as the sect enforcer was burned alive, thinking to herself, "This crazy big brother." After dealing with the sect enforcer, Ye Xuan pulled out a gourd and coldly declared, "We'll talk later." Ye Xuan unleashed his object manipulation art, jumped onto the sword, and shot away like a bolt of lightning, carrying Shen Xiaoling and Shiao Tian and leaving the chaotic scene behind. Meanwhile, in the evil sect's main hall, Jiang Shi was surrounded by her fellow disciples, questioned and criticized for allowing a stranger to infiltrate the sect without her knowledge. A senior brother Wei, his face filled with murderous intent, roared, blaming Jiang Shi for his brother's death, and warning her that she wouldn't be able to bear the consequences if anything went wrong during tomorrow's grand ceremony. Jiang Shi glared sharply at the crowd, ordering all sect disciples to search every corner tonight to capture the intruder. Jiang Shi's golden eyes flashed. She swore that no matter if the enemy was a cultivator or some other abomination, she would capture it alive. Ye Xuan's group found a secluded cave on the cliff face to temporarily hide. Inside the cave, Shen Xiaoling anxiously checked on Ye Xuan, while Shiao Tian was still throwing up after the roller coaster ride on the flying sword. Ye Xuan panted, admitting that his current chi refinement stage was still too weak. Just setting up a basic formation had completely drained his spiritual energy. He pondered. Even though his mind held thousands of years of experience with countless formidable cultivation techniques, the most powerful moves required the Foundation Establishment realm to be unleashed. Ye Xuan pulled out his spoils of war, deciding he needed to craft some magic treasures to immediately upgrade his strength. Shiao Tian, pinching his nose, grumbled about the terrifying flight, then realized the smelly item belonged to that big guy from earlier. Shen Xiaoling was horrified to see the shriveled item, and Ye Xuan calmly confirmed it was a human stomach and arm, almost making Shiao Tian faint. Ye Xuan analyzed the loot. The stomach had storage capabilities, and the arm could absorb objects. Both were excellent spatial abilities. He decided to fuse the arm into his sword to create a semi-finished product. Shen Xiaoling worriedly asked why they didn't run further after escaping, while Shiao Tian was still lamenting the chicken leg he had thrown up. Without another word, Ye Xuan immediately ignited his fire magic to begin the forging process, fusing the demonic arm into his sword. He explained that there was still unfinished business. With the sect's strict defenses, the best approach was to wait until tomorrow's grand ceremony before acting. Ye Xuan reassured them both, promising that once his task was complete, he would lead them out of this cursed place. Night passed, and the next day, the entire evil sect was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere, ready for the grand ceremony. A disciple reported to Jiangxi that the elders and 3,500 disciples had withdrawn, leaving only 700 guards, then asked if they should also retreat. Jiangxi growled, ignoring the disciples' worries, asserting that the grand ceremony was of utmost importance and declaring that she would personally capture the intruder. From above, Ye Xuan observed the dense defense system, realizing they had erected numerous watchtowers overnight, and decided to wait for the grand ceremony to begin. Whoosh! Ye Xuan lightly landed on a rooftop, leaving only a flash of golden light that quickly faded. After clearing out the petty guards nearby, Ye Xuan accelerated, shooting straight towards the center like an arrow. His figure glided through the night, moving so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow. Ye Xuan smirked. Everything was still under the control of a grand expert. Suddenly, Ye Xuan's blue eyes paused. He had just discovered something was amiss. Skk! Ye Xuan abruptly stopped, landing on the ground in a defensive stance. An invisible energy thread had just been triggered by him. Immediately, Jiangxi in the central watchtower detected it. Found him. An alarm blared about the stranger who had stepped on sensor line 174 inches the western district. Without a second's hesitation, Jiangxi ordered the guards to surround the area, then personally swooped down like a hawk, dark energy erupting around her. The petty disciples shouted, "Catch him! That guy can fly!" But Ye Xuan merely glided past, swatting away their pathetic arrows like flies. Ye Xuan clicked his tongue, admitting he had been careless not to use his divine sense, and thus fell into the trap. He immediately activated his cultivation to unleash the repulsion technique and clear a path. Boom! A surge of blue energy erupted, shattering the ground and all obstacles in its path. The recoil force sent Ye Xuan flying into the air, but he maintained his offensive stance, ready for the next engagement. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above, warning Ye Xuan for daring to cause trouble in the Heavenly Mist sect. Jiangxi appeared, standing on a dark energy bird, summoning a barrage of wooden crossbows from the void using her supreme purity immortal art. Kamazovsi, void construction. Swish, swish. Ye Xuan spun his sword at dizzying speed, creating a dense shield of sword chi that blocked the incoming rain of arrows. Ye Xuan realized the attack wasn't teleportation but materialization from the void, while Jiangxi smirked, seeing her prey exposed in midair with nowhere to hide. Jiangxi's golden eyes flashed with killing intent, her hands clenched tightly as she growled, unleashing her finishing move. Void constriction. Immediately, the space around Ye Xuan distorted, dark shadows tightening around him like a vice, surprising even the grand expert. The space violently warped, compressing Ye Xuan into a pitch-black, airtight cube. The petty disciples watched from afar, one marveling, "Senior Sister Jiang's void constriction is too powerful." The other sneered, "Only Senior Sister and the elders are granted this ability by the immortal lord. Others don't stand a chance." Crack! The spatial prison shattered, Ye Xuan bursting out with blazing fire magic and sword chi, his hand gripping the countercurrent spring sword. Jiangxi froze for 5 seconds, her face clearly showing disbelief. What? The cube exploded into a fiery blast. Jiangxi was pushed back but still managed to acknowledge. Impressive. Annoyed that her signature move was broken, Jiangxi growled, extending her hand to gather dark energy. Then try this move. She continued to unleash void constriction. This time it wasn't a small box. An entire area of sky above the sect began to distort, and a gigantic, jagged dark shadow appeared. Contrary to the panic of others, Ye Xuan's blue eyes remained calm, observing and analyzing the situation. A colossal, pitch-black wall of thorns descended from the void, obscuring the entire sky, ready to crush everything beneath it. Ye Xuan didn't flinch, holding a steady defensive stance, gathering his strength to unleash a supreme sword chi attack to directly confront the wall of death. Jiangxi smirked sinisterly, growling, "Now you're out of options, aren't you?" The colossal black wall of thorns crashed down from the void, and even Ye Xuan had to admit this move was too illusory. Creating such a massive object from nothingness was truly formidable. But instead of being crushed, Ye Xuan was enveloped by a strange purple energy, and the sword in his hand also began to resonate. Ye Xuan was stunned when his opponent's move suddenly self-destructed, while Jiangxi was hovering on a dark bird in the distance. Jiangxi let out a tragic scream, blood gushing from her face and one of her horns broken. It seemed the spell had backfired. A mysterious voice echoed, whispering in horror, "Damn it, the immortal lord has." Jiangxi lost control, plummeting from the sky as darkness suddenly enveloped everything. The Heavenly Mist Sect disciples were in utter panic, screaming about the immortal lord's descent and trying to maintain their sanity. Hiding in a corner, Shiao Tian and Shen Xiaoling were also terrified, not understanding what the hell was happening. A colossal shadow, obscuring even the 9 heavens, appeared above the sect, turning Ye Xuan into a tiny speck below. Ye Xuan looked up, his blue eyes flashing as darkness suddenly enveloped them. Why is it suddenly so dark? The colossal dark shadow of a mighty entity enveloped the entire sect. The disciples below couldn't withstand the pressure, screaming until their voices gave out. Ye Xuan snapped his head up, his gaze sharp and cold as he confronted the terrifying pressure. So this is what they call the immortal lord? An eerie sound suddenly echoed, startling even Ye Xuan, his voice faltering. What kind of monstrous sound is that? That sound was like a mental virus, activating malice and attempting to erode Ye Xuan's mind, making him realize this was the reason those disciples were writhing in agony. But Ye Xuan was the real deal, he roared, the iron will of a 1,000-year cultivation grand expert erupting. Who do you think you are? Daring to invade my will? Amidst the distorted space, Ye Xuan was just a tiny speck standing against the colossal shadow of the immortal lord, surrounded by eerie purple characters. Despite being overwhelmed in size, Ye Xuan's gaze remained unwavering, terrifyingly resolute. Inside his blue pupils, the hideous figure of the immortal lord clearly appeared, a direct confrontation of wills. And the so-called immortal lord finally revealed its true form, a grotesque, chaotic mass, swirling like dark clouds and covered in countless terrifying crimson eyes. With the discerning eyes of a 1,000-year-old grand elder, Ye Xuan scornfully saw through the opponent's true nature. A piece of trash evil creature dares to call itself an immortal lord? It's just a fake projected shadow. While the sect enforcer was screaming frantically, clutching his head, due to being brainwashed, he still tried to shout to reassure his companions that once the immortal lord finished consuming the Dao fruit, it would disappear. A purple soul of the sacrificed was sucked directly towards the crimson eye of the so-called immortal lord. Without any power to resist, that soul was dragged away like a moth flying into a destructive flame. The soul entered a Dao fruit, and at the same time, the frenzied cheers of the fanatics rang out, hailing the descent of their twisted deity. A series of souls and other grotesque creatures also flew up one after another, deluding themselves that they were about to ascend to heaven, escaping the mortal world. Ye Xuan observed coldly, realizing that the immortal lord was engrossed in its soul buffet and completely let down its guard. Seizing this golden opportunity, Ye Xuan roared, deciding this was the time to activate the array to escape this slaughterhouse. He circulated his cultivation, and a burst of energy immediately erupted, pushing away everything around him to clear a path for his escape. Standing tall amidst a dazzling golden array, Ye Xuan formed hand seals, and the surrounding ground froze into sharp spikes, ready for a swift disappearance. Whoosh! The golden array began to spin rapidly. Ancient characters lit up brightly, signaling that a performance was about to begin. Ye Xuan activated a formidable item, the 9 Origins Spirit Gathering Array, a gigantic golden disc encompassing the entire area, ready to drain all energy. Below, Jiangxi could only look up in astonishment as the entire sky was enveloped by the array, a power far beyond her comprehension. An evil sect elder screamed in panic as he felt all the pure qi within the sect being drained towards a single point. Ye Xuan focused his entire mind, circulated his cultivation to gather a massive purple energy sphere, preparing to absorb everything, just as planned. He was confident that the spirit gathering array was working, determined to seize all the pure qi from this demonic lair. But the immortal lord had caught a scent, and its crimson eye immediately locked onto the target. Damn it! Instead of absorbing pure qi, Ye Xuan's energy sphere was pulled back by a terrifying suction force towards the grotesque eye. Ye Xuan's face changed drastically. Sweat poured down him like rain. His seemingly perfect plan had now failed. The immortal lord's eye widened. The suction force grew stronger and stronger, determined not to give Ye Xuan a way out. All the energy Ye Xuan had painstakingly gathered was being sucked back by the immortal lord's crimson eye, like a river flowing back to its source. Ye Xuan was stunned. Cold sweat poured down him, unable to believe his eyes. What? He was violently dragged away by an invisible dark force, screaming in panic as he realized a terrifying truth. It found me? Darkness swallowed Ye Xuan. He could only reach out his hand in vain, not understanding what the hell was happening. Elsewhere, the evil sect disciples also felt the immortal lord's will going berserk. One of them ordered those still conscious to quickly bring the Tao fruit. A disciple exclaimed in horror as he sensed their master's emotion. It's fear, while Ye Xuan, at the center of the storm, was being choked by dark tentacles. Ye Xuan gritted his teeth and endured, realizing this sound was activating his physical body. The pure qi had been absorbed sufficiently, and he roared in his mind. I must escape immediately. Without hesitation, Ye Xuan compressed all his energy into a dazzling point of light on his fingertip, even as the dark energy corroded his arm. Boom! The energy sphere condensed to its limit, then shattered into countless sharp crystal fragments, breaking the confinement. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Xuan transformed into a black streak, let out a roar, and shot away with terrifying speed. Let's go! Shen Xiaoling and Shiao Tian were hiding in a cave, worried sick because the crazy guy hadn't returned. Suddenly, a pitch-black streak shot towards them, and Shiao Tian screamed in panic. Ah! What the hell is that? Crash! The black streak slammed directly into the ground. Dark energy erupted, blowing away both terrified kids. Shen Xiaoling recognized the newcomer and quickly asked, while Shiao Tian was still processing, "It's the crazy guy. Are you all right?" Ye Xuan materialized, his entire body still enveloped in dark energy, his blue eyes blazing, and he confirmed in a low growl, "It's me." Without a word of explanation, Ye Xuan used dark energy to grab both of them. "No time, follow me and run." A gigantic energy vortex formed, sucking everything into its center, signaling an escape at breakneck speed. Ye Xuan, dragging his two companions, shot up into the sky. Below, the Immortal Lord's crimson eye was still watching without blinking. The Immortal Lord's eye flashed, releasing a sky-filling rain of purple ancient characters, clearly casting an extremely sinister spell. Ye Xuan and his companions had vanished, leaving only a streak of light in the gloomy sky of the evil sect's lair. The group landed in a secluded place called Apricot Blossom Village. The atmosphere was gloomy, filled with death qi. A woman brought food, calling hesitantly, "Husband? You haven't eaten anything for 5 days, come out and have something." Slam! The door slammed shut, and a growl came from inside. "Get out, stay away from me, or I'll kill you." The villagers whispered amongst themselves, pitying Madame Shu, who had just married such a cruel husband, advising him to come out and live decently. The enraged husband roared again, threatening to kill everyone if they didn't leave, making the crowd fall silent, then mutter, "Forget him, let him starve to death in there." Madame Shu looked through the crack in the window, only to see a dark shadow and a bloodshot crimson eye staring out. That eye was blazing red, filled with blood vessels, looking no different from the eye of a trapped demon. It turned out the group had escaped to a secluded valley, where only a flickering light shone amidst the gloomy forest. By the stream, someone was wringing out a wet cloth. The surrounding water emitted a strange blue light. Shen Xiaoling worriedly asked Ye Xuan, now called Brother Ye, "Brother Ye, are you all right?" Revealing his arm had mutated into a grotesque purple mass of flesh, but he simply replied, "I'm fine." Ye Xuan meditated. Purple evil energy still lingered around him, but he muttered that he was slowly recovering after escaping that demonic place. Shen Xiaoling tended to Ye Xuan's grotesque arm, while Shiao Tian's face was pale, demanding to immediately flee back to the village to report, because the Heavenly Mist sect was truly a hell. Ye Xuan turned to ask the group if they had seen the gigantic black shadow in the sky yesterday, but Shen Xiaoling only looked bewildered, not understanding what he was saying. He realized only he could see that strange phenomenon, because he had absorbed the evil energy hidden within the pure qi, which had now condensed into a purple spirit stone in his hand. Ye Xuan revealed that he had compressed about 30% of the Heavenly Mist sect's pure qi into these stones as a foundation for cultivation, regardless of the malicious demonic face hidden within. Suddenly, Ye Xuan threw out a grotesque talking mass of flesh, scaring Shen Xiaoling and Shiao Tian out of their wits, making them shriek. He explained that this was a Tao fruit stolen from those tree people, and this cursed thing was screaming to return to the embrace of the Immortal Lord. Shen Xiaoling showed pity because it used to be human, but the Tao fruit immediately cursed back, calling her a worm abandoned by the Immortal Lord, while it was the chosen one. When Ye Xuan asked about the supreme pure Immortal Lord, the Tao fruit went into a fanatic frenzy, screaming that the Immortal Lord was not a thing but an immortal entity, and tried to entice them to also transform into Dao fruits. While rambling, "Then the immortal lord will take you away." The Dao fruit was crushed by Ye Xuan in his palm. Pop, gone. Ye Xuan calmly concluded that this Dao fruit was just spouting nonsense and yielded no information, then turned to reassure Shen Xiaoling, while Shiao Tian was pale with fear because his hands were covered in purple goo. Ye Xuan secretly calculated, "This world is so strange, I must find spirit herbs for foundation establishment pills," ignoring his junior brother Shiao Tian, who was nauseous and demanding to wash his hands. The scene shifted to the Heavenly Mist Sect, a gloomy, suffocating city under a night sky filled with death chi. In a dark room, an evil sect disciple who had transformed into a Dao fruit was being drained of energy, screaming curses at the worms and begging the immortal lord not to abandon it. A shadowy sect leader, his face shrouded in darkness, coldly asked the newly transformed Dao fruit, "How does it feel after consuming 50 top-grade Dao fruits?" He received the desperate reply, "Abandoned." Within the sect, the colossal immortal lord, dark as an abyss, manifested, roaring, Jiangxi's name, while she was enveloped by a hideous purple flesh mound. From within the flesh mound, Jiangxi stammered her thanks to the sect elders for helping her escape the immortal lord's mind control. The sect elders confirmed Jiangxi was fine, then listened as she reported that the mysterious intruder was the one who caused the immortal lord's disturbance and absorbed a large amount of pure qi. The shadowy sect leader sought the opinion of another sect elder, who analyzed that despite the loss of pure qi, the immortal lord had revealed itself, and the aura within the sect was even denser, not significantly affecting the cultivation of Dao fruits. But that sect elder emphasized a critical detail. However, the immortal lord showed fear. "This is the first time in countless years. It must be related to that fellow." The shadowy sect leader of the Heavenly Mist Sect, his face disfigured like a mass of tentacles, concluded that this anomaly could be a golden opportunity to turn the tables and escape the immortal lord's dominion. The shadowy sect leader ordered, "The intruder must be captured alive at all costs. Jiangxi, after recovering, must immediately draw his portrait so the entire sect can hunt him down." Meanwhile, Ye Xuan was carrying Shiao Tian as they fled, calmly declaring that he was almost recovered and could walk on his own, despite his disciple panting exhaustedly behind him. Ye Xuan let Shiao Tian fall sprawling, causing him to complain about getting lost. Shen Xiaoling quickly suggested finding a proper place for senior brother Ye to rest. Ignored by Ye Xuan, Shiao Tian grumbled in frustration, Senior brother Ye, you always ignore me, huh?" Suddenly, Shiao Tian spotted faint lights from a distant settlement and quickly pointed them out to the group. The group found a village with sturdy wooden fences, and the sign clearly read, Apricot Blossom Village. The scene shifted to a house, where a woman brought a tray of food to the door. Ye Xuan's icy voice echoed from inside the room. "Say it again. Stay away from me." The woman, known as Madame Shu, could only sigh helplessly and sadly at her husband's cold attitude. Lost in thought, Madame Shu jumped, dropping the tray of food, when a young man with glasses suddenly appeared and called out loudly, "Young lady!" Shiao Tian, shout startled Madame Shu, who questioned who the group was. Shen Xiaoling grumbled at her troublesome friend, while Shiao Tian could only give an awkward laugh, too excited. Shen Xiaoling quickly covered up, claiming they were from the nearby Shen family village, had encountered trouble, and requested to stay the night. Madame Shu seemed half convinced. Ye Xuan silently observed from behind, his cold demeanor momentarily making Madame Shu blush and feel flustered. Seeing that the group didn't seem like bad people, Madame Shu finally agreed. Shiao Tian and Shen Xiaoling were overjoyed, profusely thanking her for not having to sleep on the streets. Madame Shu enthusiastically invited the group to eat some leftover porridge. Shiao Tian's eyes lit up, and he immediately accepted, as he hadn't eaten all day. While cheerful, Shiao Tian suddenly froze when he glimpsed a bloodshot eye filled with evil energy staring through a crack in the door. Shiao Tian was scared out of his wits, yelling and pointing at the door, accusing someone of watching them. Madame Shu calmly explained, "That's my husband. Has been ill lately and is a bit paranoid." Embarrassed, Shiao Tian quickly apologized. Madame Shu didn't mind, informing them of the actual situation. "There's only one empty room and a stable for the three of you." Without a second's hesitation, Ye Xuan declared, "Ill sleep in the stable." Shen Xiaoling worried about senior brother Ye's injuries, but he coldly brushed her off, asserting that he preferred peace and quiet. With that, Ye Xuan turned his back to the house, his sharp gaze hidden behind his long hair, completely detached from the crowd. Sitting alone in the stable under the moonlight, Ye Xuan smirked. The evil energy had been almost completely suppressed, and his strength had recovered by 80%. He told himself that as long as this evil energy wasn't thoroughly resolved, he shouldn't even think about returning to the Heavenly Mist sect. Luckily, he had the demonic sword forged from the monster's arm. Otherwise, he would have been trapped in that iron block. It truly was the real deal. This item also integrated a 100 cubic meter storage space and the ability to absorb items within a 10 meter radius. Truly a treasure from a hideous mass of flesh and bone. For now, with no better options, Ye Xuan decided to carve 2 more enhancement runes to upgrade the sword. Just as he was about to act, his blue eyes flashed with vigilance, and his voice turned icy. "Who's there?" A fiery figure in red unexpectedly emerged from the shadows, her voice cooing, "Young master." Meanwhile, inside the house, Shiao Tian was ecstatic, stretching out on the soft bed after days of sleeping rough. Seeing Shen Xiaoling carrying a blanket, about to go somewhere, Shiao Tian asked and learned she intended to bring it to senior brother Ye. He immediately teased, "That's right, it wouldn't be good if our future brother-in-law got sick." At Shen Xiaoling's embarrassment, Shiao Tian merely gave her a knowing look, as if to say, "It's obvious, why deny it?" Ye Xuan questioned the intruder, but the flirtatious woman calmly replied that ever since she met him, she couldn't forget him. With an inviting expression, she confessed that Ye Xuan, his image continued to haunt her mind. She moved closer, whispering sweet nothings. "Young master, you wouldn't mind if I'm a married woman, would you?" But just then, the door burst open. Shen Xiaoling froze on the spot, catching sight of the strange woman sitting on Gajie. Too shocked, Shen Xiaoling stammered an apology, her face pale for having ruined their good thing. While Shen Xiaoling was flustered, the demoness didn't let go, continuing to embrace Ye Xuan and looking at the young girl with a challenging gaze. She whispered into Ye Xuan's ear, enticing him to stay in Apricot Blossom Village forever. Suddenly, her beautiful mouth split open, revealing a jagged set of monster-like teeth. She roared, demanding, "Ye Xuan, stay here forever," while her arm transformed into a hideous, dark claw. Outside, Shen Xiaoling stood frozen before the door, unsure what to do after the horrifying event that had just unfolded. Shen Xiaoling's eyes welled up with tears, and she asked in disappointment, "Senior brother Ye, how could you become like this?" But Ye Xuan stopped playing along. A surge of earth energy erupted from the ground, countless sharp spikes piercing through, instantly obliterating the demoness. Shen Xiaoling stood stunned, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. Ye Xuan dusted his hands, coldly declaring that he had seen through her abnormality long ago. A living being without breath, he merely wanted to see how far her act would go. Hearing the commotion, Shiao Tian and Shen Xiaoling rushed out, screaming in alarm at the scene of devastation and questioning the true identity of that woman. Suddenly, a ragged, crazed-looking man crawled out from a nearby house, muttering, "Immortal. Immortal being." Shiao Tian and Shen Xiaoling were scared out of their wits by the stranger, but Ye Xuan calmly reassured them. "Don't worry, he's still breathing." The crazed man clasped his hands, begging Ye Xuan, as if he had found a lifeline. "Immortal. You are an immortal, aren't you? Please, take me away from here." Both Shiao Tian and Shen Xiaoling froze, completely bewildered by the new development. The man began to recount his story. He was from Liu family village and had gotten lost in this eerie apricot blossom village 7 days ago while going to pick up his fiancée, Xu Niang. Liu San recounted in horror that the villagers had lured his fiancée, Xu Niang, out and devoured her alive that very night, while he remained trapped in this demonic village. He continued, terrified, that the next day, a demonic impostor of Xu Niang appeared at his door, trying to lure him out, even though he had personally witnessed the real one being torn apart. As he finished speaking, a ghostly shadow glided forward, an eerie voice echoing, "Husband," causing Liu San to scream in terror. Ye Xuan didn't bother with words. His eyes were icy. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and dazzling golden light erupted, ready to purify. Whoosh! A brilliant golden palm strike shot forth, slamming directly into the demonic impostor, sending it flying into a nearby fence. Scorched by the sacred flame, she revealed her grotesque demonic form, wailing seductively. "Husband, let me eat you, and you will become immortal and live happily with me." Immortal? Yi Xuan scoffed openly, while Liu San was scared out of his wits, clinging tightly to him and pleading, "Immortal, run quickly, save me." Looking down from above, the entire village was surrounded by countless ghostly figures. A reproachful voice echoed, "Xuniang, new guests again? Why didn't you inform us?" The villagers revealed their true forms as a horde of hideous, hungry demons, sticking out their tongues and laughing maniacally. "The more people, the stronger our village becomes. Why don't you just stay in Apricot Blossom Village forever?" Without another word, Ye Xuan yelled, "Hold on tight," grabbing Xiao Tian with one hand and pulling Shen Xiaoling with the other, breaking through the encirclement with terrifying speed, leaving Liu San scrambling to follow behind. Even though Ye Xuan grabbed him, Liu San couldn't escape his fate. He screamed, "Immortal!" while the demonic impostor beckoned. "Husband, stay here." Left as prey for the demons, Liu San cursed bitterly. "Bastard, what kind of immortal are you? Even in death, I won't forgive you." As the demonic villagers burst into laughter, witnessing Liu San being torn apart, Shiao Tian was sick with fear, while Shen Xiaoling trembled and clung to Ye Xuan, stammering if these were the legendary evil creatures. Ye Xuan's gaze remained unchanged as he coldly stated a harsh truth. "I can't save all three of you. I couldn't save him." Decisively abandoning the useless man, Ye Xuan burst forth with speed, soaring out of the deathly village like a shooting star. Ye Xuan officially displayed his skill, flying on his sword, carrying Shiao Tian with one hand and holding Shen Xiaoling with the other as they shot into the sky. Mid-air, Ye Xuan suddenly stopped, his sharp eyes, those of a grand cultivator, realizing something was terribly wrong. Whoosh! All three suddenly halted in mid-air, making Shen Xiaoling and Shiao Tian panic, not understanding what was happening. The group was thrown straight to the ground, stunned to realize they had returned to the very village they had just escaped, causing the two youngsters to cry out, "Why are we back here?" Ye Xuan frowned, muttering, "Troublesome." In his mind, Liu San's desperate image appeared. "I tried to escape, but it's useless." This was clearly a distorted space. The next morning, the demonic villagers still lingered outside, constantly shouting invitations for Ye Xuan's group to join them. Inside, Shiao Tian yawned repeatedly, annoyed that the noisy crowd outside had kept him from sleeping. Shiao Tian grumbled that the villagers had been screaming all night without rest, while Shen Xiaoling confirmed they still hadn't stopped. Shen Xiaoling peered through the crack in the door, whispering with trust, just as Brother Feng said, "They don't dare to come inside." The villagers used psychological tactics, employing an illusion of Liu San, happily inviting them, but Ye Xuan merely analyzed coldly. That man also hid in his house for many days without being attacked. These creatures are restricted. He continued to deduce with the experience of a grand cultivator. They cannot freely enter other people's homes, nor can they destroy structures. Ye Xuan's blue eyes flashed as he concluded, "If we can't leave, I'm afraid the true evil isn't the villagers, but this very village itself." Shiao Tian's face went pale as he stammered, asking how to escape, but received a blunt answer from Ye Xuan. "I don't know." Ye Xuan explained, "These creatures aren't strong, but their abilities are illogical, like the power of laws, something even high-level cultivators might not have touched." Just then, someone in the group frantically reported that someone was entering the village. Ye Xuan merely smirked with interest. Oh, a group of strangers had just entered the village. The smug leader looked at the demonic villagers with disdain, assessing them as merely Class C demonic entities. The purple-haired smug leader and the white-haired subordinate appeared with overwhelming presence, confidently announcing their arrival at Apricot Blossom Village. The smug leader sneered, grumbling that such an unremarkable place was causing him trouble, while the white-haired enforcer warned that, if left alone, this place would become a real menace. The demonic villagers immediately revealed their true forms, baring their jagged teeth as they invited, "Welcome to Apricot Blossom Village. Since you're here, stay and play. Trust me, you'll love it here." Inside the house, Xiao Tian frantically asked Ye Xuan if they should save the new group of people, but received a cold reply. "No need. They are not human." The demonic villagers furiously charged to attack, screaming to tear apart the stranger's organs. "The heart is mine. I want the lungs." Annoyed by the noisy weaklings, the white-haired enforcer roared, "Shut up." His hand mutated into a set of sharp claws. Without any wasted movement, The white-haired enforcer swung his hand, creating a red energy net that swept away all the charging demonic villagers in a single blow. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Shiao Tian trembled, pointing outside. His hand, they're monsters too. He then turned to Ye Xuan, pleading for help in despair. Ye Xuan narrowed his eyes in analysis. He couldn't sense any spiritual energy fluctuations from the two newcomers, concluding that they were neither cultivators nor the same type of demonic creatures as the villagers, but an entirely different species. Amidst the pile of demon corpses, the smug leader smirked, pointing at two survivors and taunting his white-haired subordinate. "Hey, Ghost, you missed too." Hearing the name Ghost, the two remaining demonic villagers suddenly went berserk, their eyes blazing red as they roared. "You think you can kill us?" But instead of charging, they shrieked miserably, and then melted into a gooey pile of flesh and blood. The two demons' eyes widened in horror, not understanding what was happening to their bodies. One of them began to disintegrate, flesh and blood oozing from its face, witnessed by its horrified companion. That entire mass of flesh and blood flew straight towards the smug leader, and was absorbed by him, leaving the remaining demon frozen in shock. The white-haired enforcer questioned, "Did you do that on purpose?" But the smug leader casually replied, "They're not dead, so why worry? Though being bitten by them really does hurt." The smug leader sneered, declaring that Apricot Blossom Village was his perfect nemesis because those absorbed by him would never return. "Playtime's over," the smug leader growled, his eyes bloodshot. He then tore open his robe, revealing a dark, empty chest cavity. "Come, obediently merge with me." A terrifying suction force erupted from the smug leader's body, sweeping all the demonic villagers and even the stunned white-haired enforcer into the darkness. The terrifying suction tore apart the house. Shiao Tian shrieked as he saw their shelter disintegrate, while Ye Xuan remained calm. Amidst the rubble, Ye Xuan pulled Shiao Tian with one hand and held Shen Xiaoling tightly with the other, bracing himself against the increasingly powerful suction. While the weaklings panicked, Ye Xuan's eyes gleamed, realizing that within this disaster lay a golden opportunity. The smug leader grinned sinisterly, delightedly watching the entire village being crushed and sucked into his energy vortex. Suddenly, a streak of azure sword light tore through the night, shooting out of the vortex and catching the smug leader's attention. The smug leader ordered Ghost, "It must be a trapped cultivator, deal with it." But the white-haired enforcer curtly replied, "No." Ghost casually walked away, deeming it just a low-level cultivator and suggesting to let the vortex absorb him to end the matter, leaving the smug leader dumbfounded. The smug leader was annoyed and about to let them go when the streak of sword light flashed right before his eyes, moving too fast for him to react. Suddenly, the smug leader's eyes widened in horror as he recognized a strange object. "Yuquan? Why is it here?" "Ghost, catch it." In response to his boss' panic, Ghost merely lay lazily on the ground, coolly remarking, "It's just a low-level anomaly. Ignore it." Whoosh! A streak of brilliant golden sword light tore through space, carrying the entire group out of the encirclement at terrifying speed. The group landed safely. Shen Xiaoling couldn't believe she was still alive, while Shiao Tian lay sprawled on the ground, complaining about motion sickness. Ye Xuan explained his evasive strategy and decided the group would proceed on foot to ensure absolute safety. Suddenly, Ye Xuan's blue eyes flashed. He had sensed that something was amiss. From the shadows, a bizarre, gooey slime creature with a giant eye emerged, scaring Shiao Tian out of his wits. Ye Xuan frowned, realizing this was yet another anomaly, and wondered how ordinary people could survive in a world with so many monsters. Judging that the monster had no immediate intention to attack, Ye Xuan signaled the group to quickly slip away in silence. The slime creature's giant eye remained fixed on the group's retreating backs as they left. As night fell, the three gathered around a campfire. Shiao Tian praised the wild chicken meat, while Shen Xiaoling had mended Ye Xuan's cloak. From afar in the dense forest, the slime creature still hadn't given up. It peeked from behind a tree, continuing to stalk its prey. Shiao Tian frantically cried out that the slime creature was still following them, while Shen Xiaoling found it somewhat pitiful, but the timid man immediately dismissed the thought. Ye Xuan coldly stated, "Just ignore it as long as it doesn't attack first." Meanwhile, Shiao Tian, gnawing on chicken, flattered him by offering a drumstick to his senior brother. Seeing that Ye Xuan didn't seem to dislike him, Shiao Tian mustered all his courage and grinned, asking to become his disciple and learn the Tao. Ye Xuan glanced at him, assessing, and admitted that Shiao Tian possessed a spiritual root, and his aptitude wasn't bad, making the boy overjoyed. But the hope that had just sparked was mercilessly extinguished by Ye Xuan. "No, my strength isn't enough, and I lack resources. I don't have time to teach others." Harshly rejected, Shiao Tian was on the verge of tears when Shen Xiaoling comforted him, but Ye Xuan suddenly sensed killing intent. Swish! Ye Xuan immediately took a stance, swung his hand, unleashing a brilliant green sword qi, and growled. Who's there? Get out here. The sharp sword qi tore through the air, shot straight into the darkness where the enemy was hiding. Clang! A withered hand with dark claws, wrapped in bandages, gently pinched the sword blade, stopping the attack. An old Taoist, his body like a dried corpse, his mouth stitched shut, slowly emerged and said in an even tone, I'm just an old Taoist passing by, no ill intentions. The old Taoist muttered from the shadows, staring at Ye Xuan's group, and realized there was an anomaly. He loosened his grip, clarifying that Ye Xuan was not an anomaly, but a disciple of an orthodox sect with pure qi, guessing he was from the Heavenly Mist sect or the Upper Purity sect. Ye Xuan maintained his stance, his sword qi still flaring, and coldly retorted, This doesn't concern you. If you're just passing by, then leave. The old Taoist suddenly burst into laughter, making Ye Xuan frown in annoyance. What's so funny? The old man explained that he was laughing because Ye Xuan didn't recognize him, proving he was just a newcomer, and introduced himself as Taoist Song Bao, a name any Heavenly Mist sect disciple would be overjoyed to hear. Ye Xuan secretly assessed the old man's strength, finding it no less than that woman's, deciding to avoid conflict, and pressed. Taoist Song Bao? What kind of treasure? The old Taoist sneered, saying it was a blood qi magical treasure, then pulled out a bloody, flesh-and-bone weapon from his robe that looked utterly disgusting. Shiao Tian turned pale with fear, quickly tugged at Ye Xuan's sleeve and whispered, Brother Feng, this blind old man is definitely no good. Don't take anything from him. Make him leave quickly. The old Taoist extended the treasure and chuckled faintly. Don't want it? Fine. This old man won't force you. As soon as he finished speaking, the old Taoist's arm suddenly deformed, stretching out like a bone whip, and with a whoosh, lashed straight at Ye Xuan. Whoosh! Ye Xuan blocked the old Taoist's surprise attack with one hand, and smirked, thinking to himself that this old man's killing intent had been leaking for a long time. His attack blocked. The old Taoist sneered, pretending to leave because he wasn't welcome, but the boy Shiao Tian frantically called him back. Seeing Brother Feng accept the gift, Shiao Tian mistakenly thought, and quickly ran after the old Taoist, flattering him for an item. Taoist master, give me one too. The old Taoist cast a sidelong glance, his voice full of disdain. You're just a mortal. What do you need a blood qi magical treasure for? Shen Xiaoling couldn't stand her brother's naivety, and immediately grabbed Shiao Tian's ear, pulling him back. Shiao Tian, what are you doing? Scolded, Shiao Tian resentfully explained that he wanted to become strong to protect his sister, because he couldn't rely on Brother Feng forever. The old Taoist burst into laughter, throwing out a fatal bait. Interesting. Little one, do you want to become a cultivator? This old man can teach you. Shen Xiaoling turned pale and shouted to stop him. Despite Shen Xiaoling's plea, Ye Xuan merely turned away coldly, declaring that everyone has their own choices and he had no right or obligation to interfere. Shiao Tian still hesitated, unable to leave his sister, but the old Taoist then played his final card, enticing him by saying his upper purity sect had no rules anyone could cultivate. Shen Xiaoling broke out in a cold sweat, helplessly watching her brother about to fall into the trap, while Ye Xuan stood still like an emotionless statue. Ye Xuan silently observed, a drop of cold sweat indicating the situation was not as simple as it seemed. Suddenly, the old Taoist grabbed Shiao Tian, whispering into the panicked boy's ear. The old Taoist growled, Well? Have you memorized the incantation and the entry method? Making Xiao Tian so scared, he stammered incoherently. He chuckled, enticing him by saying his cultivation method was much simpler than the Heavenly Mist sects, then disappeared with a promise that next time they met, they would be fellow cultivators. As soon as the old man left, Shen Xiaoling quickly ran to check on her brother, while Ye Xuan still stood like a stone statue, silent. Ye Xuan finally spoke, directly asking if the cultivation conditions were difficult, and delivered a fatal remark. Of course, shortcuts in this world are usually not the righteous path. Despite his sister's dissuasion, Shiao Tian firmly declared he would not walk the evil path, his eyes filled with determination. Seeing the boy's resolve, Ye Xuan stood up and declared he would personally teach him so he wouldn't go astray, making Shiao Tian overjoyed. Really, Brother Feng? Ye Xuan set a condition. He would only help the boy reach the qi refinement stage and teach a few basic self-defense moves. The rest he'd have to manage himself, then urged the group to leave in case the old Taoist returned. The three quickly found a secluded cliff, preparing for the first enlightenment session. Shen Xiaoling let out a long yawn, seemingly having gotten no sleep last night. Ye Xuan looked at Shiao Tian, who was meditating surrounded by a purple aura, nodded, praising the boy's talent. Having circulated a full cycle of qi all night, he was about to break through to the first level of qi refinement. Here's the real deal. Ye Xuan pulled out a verdant spirit stone, revealing it was the pure qi from the heavenly mist sect that he had condensed. Shen Xiaoling turned pale, fearing her brother would turn into a tree if he absorbed this, but Ye Xuan reassured her that with a guiding cultivation method, it would be fine. Whoa. Just as he absorbed it, Shiao Tian's eyes widened, blood vessels bulging on his face, and he screamed the immortal lord's name in agony. The boy collapsed to the ground, his entire body engulfed by purple evil qi, while Ye Xuan and Shen Xiaoling froze in shock. No time for shock, Ye Xuan rushed forward, pressing one hand directly onto Shiao Tian's head, channeling his energy to draw out the rampaging evil qi. Ye Xuan stood up, holding a sphere of evil energy he had just extracted. Calmly said it was fine, leaving Shen Xiaoling to rush over and support her unconscious brother. Staring at the mass of evil qi in his hand, Ye Xuan frowned, wondering, something's wrong. Why was the qi condensation method useless? And why could I suppress and control the evil thoughts within the pure qi? Xiao Tian woke up, his face still deathly pale, stammered, Brother Feng, just now I heard strange voices in my head, all saying the immortal lord's name. I almost lost my mind. Ye Xuan admitted his mistake, telling Xiao Tian to temporarily stop cultivating until he found the problem, while Shen Xiaoling quickly comforted her brother. Shen Xiaoling anxiously urged them to return to the village for Xiao Tian to rest, but then fell silent, realizing she didn't know the way back either. Suddenly, a blue water slime creature appeared before the three of them, letting out a cry of yi yi. Without a word, Ye Xuan immediately took a defensive stance, his eyes blazing, shielding Shen Xiaoling and growling, "Get behind me." But she quickly stopped him. It turned out the slime had no ill intentions. It transformed into an arrow pointing the way and led the group safely back to the village. As soon as they arrived, Shen Xiaoling hugged the slime, naming it Yi Yi. Despite Xiao Tian helplessly shouting that it was an anomaly and they should be careful, the slime Yi Yi seemed to really like Ye Xuan and kept trying to get close, but was met only with the Grand Elder's cold, indifferent gaze. Yi Xuan bluntly pushed Xiao Tian behind him, then harshly shooed Yi Yi away. Scram! Shen Xiaoling immediately picked up Yi Yi, scolding Ye Xuan for being so harsh to such a pitiful creature, leaving Xiao Tian speechless as he watched his sister. Finally back home, Xiao Tian happily slung an arm around Ye Xuan's shoulder, excitedly boasting that his grandma would make him scallion pancakes, then teased that his current sober appearance would scare the whole village away. While still cheerful, Ye Xuan suddenly froze. The Grand Elder's eye flashed with vigilance. Wait. He spun around, his face grim as steel, warning the siblings. There's pure qi leaking from the village. The three rushed back to the village, and what greeted them was a desolate, deathly scene, with withered trees emitting dark evil qi. Shen Xiaoling and Xiao Tian froze in silence, realizing these mutated trees were the heavenly mist sect's human trees. An old man, his body mutating, staggered out, overjoyed to see Xiao Tian and Shen Xiaoling still safe. Grandpa Shen, his face gradually turning to wood, urgently urged them. Run quickly before those two immortals return. It turned out that after they left, two Sect disciples had returned, standing amidst the terrified villagers. One reported that there were no young people left in the village to be Dao seeds, asking if they should kill all the elders as senior brother Wei commanded. The other suggested keeping them as bait. After hearing the story, Xiao Tian frantically screamed, asking about his grandma's whereabouts. Shen Xiaoling beside him was so scared she had to cover her mouth. In response to his question, Grandpa Shen only laughed maniacally, his eyes vacant, muttering, "Hey hey hey, the immortal lord is coming to take me away." Before the two children's eyes, Grandpa Shen completely transformed into a grotesque, black demonic tree, with a withered face clearly visible on its trunk. Xiao Tian screamed for his grandma in despair, while Shen Xiaoling froze in silence, tears welling up at the horrifying sight. Yi Xuan kept a cool head, analyzing that the villagers had lost all consciousness, and comforted the two children not to blame themselves. But immediately after, true wrath erupted. Ye Xuan gnashed his teeth, growling curses at the demons disguised as immortals, swearing to personally send them to their demise. In utter despair, Xiao Tian bit his finger raw, beginning the blood sacrifice ritual. Supreme purity. Immortal Lord, your disciple offers this body as a sacrifice, humbly begging for your favor. Whoosh! Ye Xuan struck like lightning, a precise chop to the back of the neck instantly severing the evil ritual. causing Shiao Tian to cry out in pain. Seeing the boy clutching his bloody hand, Ye Xuan coldly questioned, "Supreme Purity, Immortal Lord? Is that what that old man taught you?" In Ye Xuan's mind, the pieces began to connect. The grand purity of the Heavenly Mist Sect, and now Supreme Purity? So there isn't just one of them. Shen Xiaoling cried while shaking Shiao Tian. "Didn't you promise not to practice that ridiculous evil art?" He sobbed in reply. But they took Grandma away." Just then, two figures landed, looking at them with amusement. "Oh, what a pleasant surprise. The returned enforcers have returned." The two returned enforcers grumbled that the old folks were useless. Nearly 10 days and not a single Dao fruit produced. But luckily they found some quality test subjects. Shiao Tian furiously roared, "It's you!" grabbing a stick and charging straight at the enemies to get his grandma back, while Shen Xiaoling helplessly tried to stop him. Shiao Tian's strike was like a tickle. An evil sect disciples sneered. "You beasts, you dare lay a hand on us?" he growled, determined to teach the boy a lesson, his arm transforming into a giant dark blade that swung down. With a savage grin, the evil sect disciples intended to chop off Shiao Tian's arm, thinking that losing an arm wouldn't affect the outcome. The blade was suddenly stopped right in front of Shiao Tian, blood splattering, leaving the evil sect disciples stunned. It turned out his accomplice was the one who took the hit, sent flying backward by an invisible force and screaming miserably. Ye Xuan had appeared at some point, silently emerging amidst the deadly space, his gaze as cold as ice. Ye Xuan's blue eyes stared directly at the evil sect disciples, devoid of emotion, yet radiating immense pressure. The evil sect disciples' eyes widened in horror as he realized Ye Xuan was the one on Jiangxi's wanted list. Blood had been shed, but it wasn't enough. Shiao Tian roared frantically, stabbing his sword repeatedly into the corpse of the fallen evil sect disciples. Shen Xiaoling frantically hugged Shiao Tian, trying to pull him away from his murderous frenzy while he still panted, demanding to kill all the beasts. The remaining evil sect disciples turned pale, muttering that this enemy was as strong as senior sister Jiangxi, and perhaps even senior brother Wei would be helpless against him. No sooner had he finished speaking than an icy voice rang out. "What if I came?" causing the evil sect disciples to nearly wet himself, turning and fleeing for his life. He realized in horror that the voice belonged to senior brother Wei, the important figure he had just invoked. Slash. A flash of sword energy tore through the air, fresh blood splattering as the fleeing evil sect disciples was cleanly dispatched from behind by his own superior. Shiao Tian and Shen Xiaoling froze at the brutal sight. Only Ye Xuan stood there with a terrifyingly calm gaze. The lifeless corpse of the would-be escapee collapsed to the ground, paying the price for his cowardice. Senior brother Wei stepped out, still holding the sword he had just swung, casting a disdainful glance at the corpse. Useless trash. Running at the first sign of trouble. Why bother living and taking up space? He turned to face Ye Xuan's group, coldly questioning who dared to trespass on Heavenly Mist Sect territory. But then his gaze suddenly froze, as if he had recognized something. Ye Xuan's face was expressionless, his sharp gaze meeting the newly appeared enemy. Senior brother Wei laughed maniacally, pointing directly at Ye Xuan. "Ha ha! I saw you on Jiangxi's wanted list. You're the one who killed my younger brother." Realizing his opponent was no small fry, Ye Xuan ordered Yi Yi. "This guy is full of pure qi, not easy to deal with. Yi Yi, take those two kids and go quickly." Yi Yi immediately wrapped its slime body around Shiao Tian and Shen Xiaoling, pulling them away, despite Shiao Tian's shouts to stay. Standing on a stone pillar, senior brother Wei sneered, "Even Jiangxi couldn't catch you, letting you escape." He roared, his hands gathering dense purple dark qi. "All of them are just a bunch of good-for-nothings." Senior brother Wei unleashed the supreme purity immortal art, divine idol, the ground cracking open as countless sharp, black-purple stone pillars erupted like a deadly forest. Ye Xuan gracefully dodged, his mind rapidly analyzing. These Heavenly Mist Sect disciples seem specialized in material and body transformation. That woman last time even had rare spatial abilities. While senior brother Wei recounted his and his brother's impoverished past, Ye Xuan had already seen through the technique's weakness. This material transformation art is powerful, but its flaws are too obvious. Senior brother Wei furiously roared, "But you killed him," simultaneously channeling all his hatred into a dark energy strike aimed directly at Ye Xuan. Senior brother Wei's face contorted with hatred, screaming that his younger brother's good life, which had just begun to blossom, was shattered, all because of Ye Xuan. Suddenly, his eyes widened in terror at an unforeseen development. A sudden explosion occurred right beneath senior brother Wei's feet, forcing him to leap backward to dodge the attack. Ye Xuan appeared like a ghost, charging forward at dizzying speed and cutting off the monologue. Enough with the nonsense. Without a second to spare, Yeshuan unleashed a sharp sword chi strike, causing senior brother Wei to let out a startled cry. Whoosh! The sword chi tore through the air, but it struck one of the giant stone pillars instead of the main target. Standing on his hovering sword, Yeshuan coldly questioned. Worshipping evil demons, devouring mortals, and calling that cultivation. Do you think you deserve a good life? Yeshuan landed, lightly kicking another stone pillar to dust as if it were made of mud. From atop a distant stone pillar, senior brother Wei sneered in response. Ha! So eating people means you don't deserve a good life? Do you know that in this world, there are those who don't eat people yet are far worse than us? Yeshuan frowned, a clear look of confusion and bewilderment on his face. The sword chi clearly hit. Why? Senior brother Wei scoffed, showing off his trump card, the impenetrable body, and boasted that this was just a minor trick. At higher realms, there were far more formidable abilities. My impenetrable body is invincible. Nothing in this world can harm me. Senior brother Wei roared as he charged, beginning to recount his unbreakable bond with his brother. He furiously roared, his hands glowing with dark chi. You show no remorse. I will tear you apart to avenge my brother. Elsewhere, Shiao Tian was yelling, demanding to go back and fight that bastard to the death. But Yi had transformed into a water ball, blocking his path. It was him who destroyed our village. Let me go! Shiao Tian frantically screamed at Yi, while Shen Xiaoling grabbed him and yelled, Stop causing trouble. Shen Xiaoling's face was filled with sorrow, explaining that with their current cultivation level, going back would only be a burden to Brother Feng. I don't want to lose you too. We're the only two siblings left. Don't be reckless, she pleaded. But Shiao Tian still looked resentful. But I can't accept this. Shen Xiaoling tried to reassure him, believing that Brother Feng would surely avenge them. But Shiao Tian still gnashed his teeth. I really want to kill that dog myself. Returning to the battlefield, Yeshuan used his lightness skill to dodge a barrage of giant stone spears erupting from the ground like a storm. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Yeshuan unleashed an earth-shattering palm strike from above. A brilliant golden light aimed directly at senior brother Wei. Yeshuan launched a stream of sword chi straight at senior brother Wei's chest, but the man merely scoffed, treating it as a joke. Useless effort. He caught the sword chi with his bare hands, his face smug as he boasted. It's not even enough to scratch an itch. Senior brother Wei used the divine idol art, summoning sharp stones from the ground to lock Yeshuan in place, sneering. Without your sword, how will you fly around now? Pinned down, Yeshuan gnashed his teeth in frustration, thinking to himself that his plan to slip away quietly after the two siblings were far enough was ruined. But an old master's power wasn't just for show. Yeshuan mustered his strength, smashing the rock, pinning him with his bare hands. That breakout move also caused Yeshuan to sustain injuries, making him cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. Senior brother Wei laughed maniacally, mocking Yeshuan as a fly finally caught, and also taunting Jiangxi for her false report, exaggerating the opponent's strength. Yeshuan muttered, admitting that his opponent's impenetrable body was indeed genuine, and his chi refining stage techniques were truly insufficient to break through it. But the Grandmaster always has a plan B. Yeshuan pulled out a short sword already engraved with an explosive talisman, its power equal to an attack from the Foundation establishment stage. He decided to go all out, even if he would suffer the consequences himself. Senior brother Wei brandished his great saber, his voice filled with killing intent. The sect ordered me to capture you alive, but it's your bad luck to run into me. Seemingly suicidal, Yeshuan unexpectedly growled, activating his trump card right in front of senior brother Wei, leaving him stunned for a moment. The short sword containing the explosive talisman detonated at close range, its blinding light engulfing both of them. Caught in the full force of the explosion, senior brother Wei could only let out a cry of astonishment, not understanding what had just happened. But that was just the prelude. Yeshuan, with dark energy seeping from his eyes, muttered as he activated the Supreme Clarity Immortal Art. Before senior brother Wei could even regain his senses, he was attacked by his own stone pillars from the Divine Elephant technique, mercilessly crushed. Beaten to a pulp, senior brother Wei screamed in panic as he realized his opponent was using both the impenetrable body and the Divine Elephant. Yeshuan floated in midair, dark energy pouring from his eyes like two streams of black tears, his aura completely overwhelming. Senior brother Wei looked up, stammering in disbelief. You're not from the sect. How can you use these techniques? Is it a fake? Yeshuan simply raised two fingers in silence, a confident and challenging posture, as if controlling everything. Trying to regain his composure, senior brother Wei gritted his teeth and boasted loudly. Copying others' moves is decent, but your divine elephant trick is just a fake. Not even a fraction of mine. Ye Xuan responded to Senior Brother Wei's boast with a devastating strike, a colossal stone pillar rising from the void, making the man only able to utter a surprised, "Huh." Senior Brother Wei's eyes widened and his mouth hung open, sweat pouring down him as he stammered, speechless, realizing he had just been given a taste of his own ultimate technique. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaoling, Shiao Tian, and Yi Yi were running frantically through the devastated forest, where the lingering echoes of the earth-shattering battle still remained. Shiao Tian was out of breath, calling out to his sister running ahead. "Sister, sister, wait for me." Shen Xiaoling advised her little brother to stay behind, because it was too dangerous ahead. But Shiao Tian stubbornly refused, even turning to blame Yi Yi for not taking them back. As they were bickering, Shen Xiaoling suddenly froze, her gaze fixed on a lone figure standing tall amidst the distant battlefield. The two siblings and Yi Yi finally arrived, astonished to see Ye Xuan standing, panting, a stream of black tears still lingering on his cheek. Ye Xuan questioned himself, realizing his body had lost control, automatically copying and using the enemy's abilities. He suspected that cultivating pure qi had caused a malfunction. Shen Xiaoling anxiously pressed him with questions about the explosion and the whereabouts of the attacker, her face pale with fear. Ye Xuan coldly glanced towards a colossal deformed rock, calmly announcing, "That guy is crushed under the rock. I don't have enough strength to break the rock and confirm if he's dead yet." Shiao Tian and Shen Xiaoling were still trembling uncontrollably, fearing that the enemy was still alive and would return for revenge. Ye Xuan reassured them both, asserting that the man was definitely severely injured or unconscious, then offered to lead them to a safe place. The two siblings were still skeptical. Shiao Tian hesitantly asked Big Brother where they were going. Ye Xuan, exhausted, knelt down, admitting his spiritual energy was depleted and he needed to find the nearest town to buy medicinal herbs, while Yi Yi and Shen Xiaoling worriedly tended to him. He gritted his teeth and told himself that the top priority now was to quickly break through to Foundation establishment to find out the cause of his body's malfunction. The group finally reached the city gates of Lujo, a temporary refuge. In an alley of Lujo City, a seemingly harmless white cat was basking in the sun. Suddenly, a shadowy figure with a sinister smile stealthily approached from behind, raising a stick, intending to strike the cat. Whoosh! The white cat flipped its demeanor faster than a pancake, transforming into a furry beast, blocking the attack and letting out a powerful meow. The transformed cat escaped like a flash of lightning, leaving behind a group of thugs cursing loudly for letting their prey get away. The thug leader growled, ordering his underlings, "Chase it. I'll smash its head in. Don't kill it yet. Let me have some fun first." Elsewhere, Official Chen, a stern-faced official, showed disdain as County Magistrate Liu reported on the situation in the city. "The so-called chaos you speak of is just children abusing cats?" County Magistrate Liu's face turned pale as he hastily explained that, over the past month, there had been many incidents of children suddenly going mad, attacking others for no apparent reason, causing countless casualties. He continued to recount in fear, the situation worsening daily, from animal cruelty to attacking passers-by, causing the populace to panic, fearing their own children might be possessed by demons. County Magistrate Liu confirmed he had reported it due to suspected abnormal occurrences and pleaded urgently, his voice trembling, "Your Excellency, please save the children of Lujo City." Official Chen remained silent, his sharp gaze showing that he had realized this was no trivial matter. His initial disdain had vanished. Scene change. Ye Xuan stood on a hill, pointing towards the distant city, while Shen Xiaoling helped an exhausted Shiao Tian sit on the ground. Ye Xuan confirmed with Yi Yi, who was clinging to his shoulder. Lujo City, the nearest county within a 100-mile radius. A glimmer of hope flashed in Ye Xuan's eyes. He thought to himself that this city looked quite prosperous, and he would surely be able to find the ingredients to refine a Foundation establishment pill. The group of three, along with Yi Yi, officially entered the bustling streets of Lujo City, beginning a new journey. As soon as they entered the city, Shiao Tian looked disappointed, complaining that this place was unimpressive, full of commonplace things. Ye Xuan scanned the area, noticing that the city seemed desolate and its people poor. He secretly worried whether the pharmacies here would have enough stock for him to refine pills. The group entered an apothecary, and their first question was directed straight at century-old medicinal herbs. Ye Xuan ordered bluntly, "Bring out all the intact century-old spirit herbs here." He then dismissed the shopkeeper's request for a prescription, confidently declaring he would appraise them himself. Seeing the shopkeeper's skeptical expression, Shiao Tian immediately bristled defensively. "Hey, don't judge a book by its cover. My big brother has money. Just do as he says. The plump shopkeeper sneered inwardly, dismissing the group as country bumpkins boasting, intending to teach them a lesson if they only looked without buying. A variety of rare medicinal herbs, from ginseng to reishi mushrooms, were laid out before the group. Ye Xuan picked up a spirit herb, gently sniffing it to check its quality. Indeed, genuine goods. Ye Xuan nodded inwardly. He hadn't expected such a small pharmacy to have so many quality century-old medicinal herbs, perfectly usable as substitutes to refined foundation establishment pills. The shopkeeper fawningly smiled, asking the customer what they would choose. Ye Xuan coldly gave his final answer. Take them all. Wrap up all the medicinal herbs on the table for me. The shopkeeper sneered, asking Ye Xuan if he was sure, as the pile of goods would cost nearly 200 taels. This made Shiao Tian fly into a rage, cursing the old man as a swindler. Just as the old shopkeeper was about to lose his temper and call for help, Ye Xuan coldly tossed a stack of gold ingots onto the table, concluding, "No need to call anyone." The group left while the shopkeeper did a complete 180, bowing deeply to see them off, and Shiao Tian still didn't forget to mutter curses at the man, calling him a deceiver. Ye Xuan thought to himself that this world must look down on the art of pill refining for such a bargain price, and the gold he had seized from his previous enemies was more than enough to buy all the ingredients for a foundation establishment pill. While Shiao Tian was still grumbling about the plump shopkeeper, a squad of fully armed soldiers suddenly appeared and blocked the group's path. Ye Xuan immediately narrowed his eyes. The Grandmaster's premonition told him trouble was brewing. The leading soldier with the scar on his face spoke, his voice full of sarcasm. "Whether they're medicinal herbs or not, they're not worth that much." Suddenly, his gray-haired subordinate, who was with him, widened his eyes, looking utterly shocked as he saw something. He stared intently at Ye Xuan's group, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief, as if he had just seen a ghost. The leading official noticed his subordinate acting strangely and asked, "Shu Qiu, what's wrong?" The gray-haired man replied with sharp eyes, saying he smelled pure qi on that young man just now. The leading official reminded Shu Qiu that even if he hated Tai Ching sect cultivators, he shouldn't cause a disturbance in the city. Shu Qiu had no choice but to suppress his anger, gritting his teeth and cursing under his breath. Consider him lucky. From afar, Ye Xuan sensed two streams of pure qi from the official guards, muttering about the government colluding with cultivators. He decided to put all other plans aside and prioritize finding a foundation establishment pill first. Meanwhile, the plump shopkeeper scurried after him, trying to entice him. "Young master, please wait. We also have other rare medicinal ingredients. My 1,000-year bloodroot grass is unique to Liuzhou." Ye Xuan had gathered enough auxiliary medicinal ingredients, but he was still missing the main ingredient, 1,000-year bloodroot grass. He had searched all the pharmacies in the county, but the best quality he found was only over 40 years old. Ye Xuan secretly thought he would have to go to a larger city to find it, when suddenly an old voice rang out from behind him. "Young man, are you looking for 1,000-year bloodroot grass?" A disheveled old beggar suddenly appeared before the group, chuckling meaningfully, causing Ye Xuan to immediately narrow his eyes in caution. The old beggar began to boast about the rarity of bloodroot grass. Ye Xuan cut him off impatiently. "I need a type that's over 100 years old." The old beggar then grinned widely. "What a coincidence. This old man happens to have exactly 100-year-old root." Shiao Tian couldn't hold back any longer, pointing directly at the old beggar and yelling, "You old beggar, if you want to live long, don't spout nonsense. A 40-year-old root costs 30 taels. And you, looking so ragged, claim to have a 100-year-old one. Who are you trying to fool?" Provoked by the brat, the old beggar growled. "Very well, this old man will open your eyes." He then decisively reached into his robes, preparing to pull out his goods. The old beggar smirked, pulling out a vibrant red bloodroot grass that emitted a rich spiritual energy, leaving Shiao Tian gaping in astonishment. Ye Xuan only needed a glance to recognize it as genuine, over 100 years old, while the old beggar smugly challenged, "Brat, anything else to say?" Shiao Tian, meanwhile, was still resentfully suspecting the old beggar had stolen it from somewhere. Accused of theft, the old beggar furiously strained his neck, arguing that he was a professional herbalist, but Ye Xuan didn't care, coldly declaring, "I'll take it. Name your price." The old beggar spread 3 fingers, slyly grinning as he shouted an exorbitant price. Hey, 300 taels. A sum that made Shiao Tian shriek, as it was enough to buy an entire village. Thinking he had scored a huge profit, the old beggar was stunned when Ye Xuan didn't bother to haggle, throwing out several gold ingots and quickly closing the deal, leaving the old beggar only able to stammer his thanks in bewilderment. The old beggar hugged the pile of gold, grinning from ear to ear. After seeing Ye Xuan's group off, he muttered to himself about how lucky he was not to have sold it to that shopkeeper who only offered 50 taels. Shiao Tian was still annoyed, believing Ye Xuan had been badly swindled, while Shen Xiaoling merely observed silently, thinking that as long as he was happy, it was fine. Ye Xuan smiled smugly, secretly thinking that this world was truly a treasure trove of spiritual medicine. Now he just needed to find a secluded spot to refine the Foundation Establishment pill perfectly. At another mansion, a voice reported that Official Chen, Immortal Master Li, and another cultivator were already waiting. Official Chen, the scarred official, was led into the room by a subordinate, where two mysterious cultivators, a purple-haired man and a blindfolded man, were already waiting. Official Chen led Shu Chu into the room, where two high-ranking individuals were waiting. A purple-haired man who introduced himself as Li Changshou, the Blade Ghost, and an awe-inspiring female Taoist priestess named Qin Shengnan of the Azure Jade Sect. Suddenly Li Changshou sniffed. He smelled pure qi and immediately turned to question Official Chen why he had brought an evil cultivator of the Tai Ching sect here. Called a sick bastard, Shu Chu furiously roared back insults, but Official Chen quickly stopped him before things escalated. Official Chen hastily explained that Shu Chu was his subordinate. His entire village had been tricked by the Tai Ching sect into becoming seeds, and Shu Chu, due to his talent, was forced to consume a Dao fruit. Li Changshou remained unconvinced, retorting that a Tai Ching sect cultivator couldn't possibly survive without continuously consuming Dao fruits to suppress the sect's will. Official Chen revealed a bitter truth. Shu Qiu had to rely on swallowing soul annihilation pills to endure, a medicine that caused extreme pain and eroded his lifespan. Upon hearing this, Li Changshou realized his blunder and lowered his voice, inviting everyone to sit down. But Shu Qiu still looked resentful, merely letting out a cold snort. Getting straight to the point, Li Changshou stated that the situation with the children in Lujo City was worsening, their personalities changing abnormally, and he needed assistance. Official Chen confirmed that he had patrolled and seen children behaving maliciously everywhere. Although it wasn't certain to be the work of evil cultivators, he had a hypothesis and needed the Yaman's cooperation to investigate. Li Changshou concluded, proposing that Official Chen, a former inspector, lead the investigation, while he and Taoist Qin would provide support from behind. Qin Shengnan crossed her legs, clearly displaying a bossy attitude. The plan is your business. I just need to get the job done. Below, Official Chen was asked to present his hypothesis. The next morning, one of Big Brother Feng's group members screamed outside a pottery kiln, wondering what Big Brother Feng had been doing in there all night. The whole group was still standing guard. One of them complained, having thought they'd get to sleep in soft beds once they entered the city, but was immediately cut off. Stop grumbling. Big Brother's task is the top priority. Inside the pitch-dark pottery kiln, the atmosphere was eerily silent, signaling that something extraordinary was taking place. It turned out Ye Xuan was cultivating and refining pills, flames erupting to engulf the entire kiln as he roared. Condense! All the medicinal power was compressed within the raging flames, converging into the purest essence. And boom, 10 golden pills, exuding dense spiritual energy, were officially released from the kiln. Ye Xuan looked at the results with satisfaction, affirming that with his level 6 pill refining skills, even using substitute ingredients, he still produced Foundation Establishment pills with 99% efficacy. This was the real deal. Seeing that this pottery kiln had excellent sound insulation, Ye Xuan decided to go big, utilizing this very place to break through to the next realm. Ye Xuan began to meditate, countless top-tier cultivation techniques from his previous life appearing in his mind. He was sifting through them to choose the one most suitable for his current metal, earth, and wood spiritual roots. After sifting through the entire repository of cultivation techniques in his mind, Ye Xuan finally settled on the most suitable set, preparing to swallow the pills to break through. Meanwhile, outside, Shiao Tian was annoyed and bored, grumbling when Shen Xiaoling told him to take the money Big Brother Feng gave him and go out to relax. Shen Xiaoling gently advised him, knowing Shiao Tian was only trying to use anger to hide his sadness. She reminded him of their orphaned past and how his grandma had also passed away. Admitting that she, too, was having a very difficult time, she continued, saying that having Shiao Tian and Big Brother Feng was her motivation to keep going, because in this messed-up world, having family left was a great blessing. Shen Xiaoling stated firmly, "Grandma is gone, but you still have me. As long as I'm here, you'll never be alone." Bang! Shiao Tian slammed the table, cutting off Shen Xiaoling's comforting words. "It's not about that." He stood up abruptly, his head bowed, not saying a word, leaving Shen Xiaoling bewildered. Shiao Tian coldly walked away, only leaving a single sentence, I'm going out for a walk. I'll be back when it gets dark, ignoring Shen Xiaoling's worried calls. Walking alone on the street, Shiao Tian kicked away an obstacle, his face filled with murderous intent. Damn it! Horrifying images flashed through his mind. Fatty and Erhu, the villagers, and even his grandma all died senselessly, without a single warning. A feeling of helplessness gnawed at Shiao Tian, driving him mad as he wandered the empty street. In his indignation, Shiao Tian wished he had power like Big Brother Feng, imagining himself swinging a hammer to smash his enemies with a savage grin. In another corner, a group of bully kids was attacking an old beggar, their leader swinging a stick directly at the old man's back. The old beggar froze, realizing these kids weren't just playing around but genuinely trying to kill him. The children also panicked when they saw their victim was an adult. The bully kids tucked tail and ran, their leader even looking back to curse the old beggar for ruining their fun, even as one of them tripped and fell flat. The old beggar clutched his aching shoulder, muttering that these brats hadn't held back at all. Suddenly, the old beggar heard a groan and discovered Shiao Tian lying slumped on the ground. The old beggar approached to inquire, then paused when he recognized Shiao Tian's familiar face. Scene change. Official Chen led an investigation team, with Xu Qiu standing beside him, asking if they truly only needed to search the academies in the city as planned. Xu Qiu questioned, arguing that Official Chen's decision to limit the investigation to schools and private academies was too narrow, potentially missing clues elsewhere. Official Chen calmly analyzed, the children in the city are all poor, and academies are the only places they gather. All the victims are also in their formative years, so academies are the most suspicious source. Xu Qiu could only sigh after hearing this, hoping that this wasn't caused by humans. Xu Qiu then turned to mockingly ask about Official Chen's two colleagues from yesterday, criticizing one cultivator for looking as weak as a snail, and the other woman for being arrogant and unapproachable. Official Chen immediately corrected him. You've misunderstood Madam Chen. She is a cultivator of the Azure Jade Sect. Being aloof is normal. Xu Qiu was startled and retorted, asking if it had anything to do with the Tai Ching sect. Official Chen explained about the three pure ones, exposing the Tai Ching sect as a bunch of trashy, evil cultivators who specialize in cultivating people into Dao fruits for sacrifice. Their skill is pathetic, but they're as numerous as locusts, impossible to eradicate, he continued, asserting that Madam Qin's Azure Jade sect was legitimate, recognized by the kingdom, and cultivated by abandoning the 7 emotions and 6 desires, which is why Qin Shengnan had such an emotionless expression. Xu Qiu seemed to understand, and was about to ask more about the Supreme Purity sect, when a subordinate from the investigation team interrupted, reporting that they had arrived. A member of the investigation team pointed forward, announcing that this was the Bai Family Academy. The sign for Bai Family Academy appeared, looking ordinary, yet exuding a gloomy aura. Official Chen dismissed Xu Qiu's question, ordering them to focus on the task at hand, his sharp gaze ready for action. Official Chen's investigation team aggressively stormed into the Bai Family Academy, ready to turn the place upside down to find the person. The entire team encountered the academy's head, Mr. Bai, who was resting and looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Official Chen didn't bother with lengthy explanations, bluntly stating that a suspect was hiding here and demanded Mr. Bai's cooperation. Hearing the word suspect, Mr. Bai's face drained of color and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The entire academy was sealed off, the atmosphere tense, signaling an impending large-scale search. Scene change. Shiao Tian slowly regained consciousness after passing out, his head still spinning. He looked around blankly, finding himself in an unfamiliar place with an ancient old beggar sitting by a fire. Shiao Tian shrieked when he recognized the old beggar, who then berated him for being disrespectful to his savior. A flashback flashed in Shiao Tian's mind. He remembered this old beggar being bullied by a bunch of kids. Feigning concern and asking about the old man's injuries, Shiao Tian was again harshly scolded by the old beggar, lectured for his lack of respect for elders. Chased away by the old beggar, Shiao Tian asked back, bewildered and bitter. Home? The boy bitterly admitted he had nowhere left to go, leaving the old beggar to silently watch him. The old beggar spoke plainly. How many people in this world still have a home? He then reminded Shiao Tian that at least he still had his brothers, so he should be content. After healing his wounds, the old beggar unceremoniously chased Shiao Tian away, saying it was his mealtime, but the boy smelled something very strange. Shiao Tian was horrified to realize it was just a bowl of spoiled leftover soup, and immediately questioned the old beggar how he could eat such a thing after just receiving 300 taels of silver. The old beggar nonchalantly replied, "It's all spent," leaving Shiao Tian utterly shocked, pressing him on whether he had squandered all 300 taels on feasting, gambling, or women. Struck where it hurt, the old beggar flew into a rage and slapped Shiao Tian, sending him flying out the door, snarling, "Get back to your own home." Kicked out onto the street, Shiao Tian rubbed his shoulder, muttering resentfully that the stingy old man was afraid he'd steal his food, then decided to leave his sight. After walking a few steps, Shiao Tian suddenly realized he was in a completely unfamiliar place, bewildered and not knowing where he was. Meanwhile, at the academy, Official Chen was feigning praise for Mr. Bai's teaching of his students, but his eyes were as sharp as knives, clearly scrutinizing him. Official Chen began his interrogation, his sharp gaze questioning Mr. Bai. "I hear you're not a native of Liuzhou?" Mr. Bai bowed his head, feigning honesty, as he declared he was from distant Yuzhou, steadfastly playing the role of a poor scholar teaching lessons. Official Chen continued to press, wondering how a mere scholar could afford to rent such a large academy. But Mr. Bai quickly replied that he had to sell all his ancestral property. Seeing his opponent answer smoothly, Official Chen delivered a cunning blow, twisting the question to ask why he didn't stay at Yuzhou's Enlightenment Hall, but instead traveled all the way here. Mr. Bai broke out in a cold sweat, stammering a denial that Yuzhou had ever had such a place, officially falling into Official Chen's trap. Turning to his subordinate, Official Chen asked Xu Qiu about the search results, and was reported that the academy temporarily showed nothing suspicious. Suddenly, Official Chen's eyes widened, as if he had discovered some critical detail. Without a word of warning, Official Chen's demeanor changed. He lunged forward, grabbed Mr. Bai, and roared, "You are definitely hiding something." The official gripped Mr. Bai's head tightly. The man who had just been obsequious now only shrieked desperately for mercy. Pinned to the ground, Mr. Bai's mouth screamed innocence, but his face bore a sinister smile. While Official Chen continued his cold interrogation, Official Chen extended his hand, his tone conciliatory. "Mr. Bai, my apologies. It was just a precautionary test." Believing he was safe, Mr. Bai tearfully reached out his hand, fully convinced the charade was over. Official Chen ordered the entire team to withdraw to the next location, while Mr. Bai remained prostrate, thanking them for delivering justice. Seeing his prey about to leave, Mr. Bai hastily tried to hold them back, but Official Chen had already turned his back, the atmosphere tense. Without another word, Official Chen's hand rested on his sword hilt, his voice cold and guttural. Scram. Whoosh. Quick as lightning, Official Chen spun around and slammed his sword sheath directly into Mr. Bai's face, a devastating blow that gave his opponent no time to react. The impact was so strong that Mr. Bai's human mask distorted, peeling away like a layer of paper, revealing his grotesque true nature within as he muttered about reading too few books. Mr. Bai collapsed on the spot, leaving Xu Qiu and his teammates frozen, not understanding what had just happened. Official Chen roared a warning that this was an anomaly, and from the ground, Mr. Bai slowly sat up with a sinister smile, admitting he had been discovered. Completely shedding his disguise, Mr. Bai revealed his hideous true face with bloodshot eyes, declaring he would send them all to meet their maker. Old Demon Bai tore off his mask, sneered, and lunged straight at a subordinate. "I'll start with you." Official Chen roared orders to the entire team, his nerves taut. "Dodge. Do not retaliate." The subordinate had no time to react, only managing a desperate scream as a blur tore through him. A sword slash swept through the air, and the demon vanished as if it had never existed. The entire investigation team froze, staring at Mr. Bai's tattered clothes on the ground, their minds unable to process it. A soldier broke into a sweat, his voice filled with confusion. What was that? Was it weak? Official Chen immediately reformed the team, growling, "Everyone, stay alert. Maintain absolute distance." With his vast experience, Official Chen muttered his analysis. This old demon deliberately took the blow. It won't die, but will regenerate by possessing a living body. Official Chen declared directly to his confused subordinates, "Do not attack it, or we will kill each other. The next time it appears, I'll handle it alone." The entire team took up defensive positions, the air in the courtyard thick with tension, ready to await the demon's reappearance. Xu Qiu looked worried, reporting to Official Chen, "Your Excellency, it's been so long, and it still hasn't revived." Official Chen immediately realized he had been tricked, growling, "Damn it, we've been played, it escaped." Without a second's hesitation, Official Chen roared orders. "Immediately report to Lord Li and Lord Qin. Seal off the entire city, turn over every stone to find the human-shaped demon, Mr. Bai." Meanwhile, in another location, Ye Xuan was meditating, purple spiritual energy swirling around him like a storm. He smirked smugly, thinking, everything went too smoothly. "The medicinal power of the Foundation Establishment pill has already cleared all my meridians. The pure clear chi of the foundation establishment cultivation method flowed throughout his body, completing a grand cycle instantly. For a 1,000-year-old cultivation grandmaster, foundation establishment was a trivial matter, as easy as turning a hand, without the slightest difficulty. Ye Xuan calmly concluded his breakthrough process. And so, foundation establishment is complete. But immediately after, a surge of dark demonic energy unexpectedly erupted from his chest, startling Ye Xuan and making his face change color. His blue eyes widened in astonishment, recognizing what had just invaded his body. The will of Tai King? Ye Xuan smirked, his sharp gaze confronting the strange will. Feeling like you're out of options now that I've broken through, so you're resorting to desperate measures, you piece of trash? But Ye Xuan laid his cards on the table. A massive array called the Heavenly Soul Annihilation Array erupted, and he roared. Struggling is useless. It turned out this was the trap Ye Xuan had prepared, declaring that even though this formation was only at the early foundation establishment stage, it specialized in divine sense, more than enough to crush the opponent's will. The terrifying suction force of the formation immediately seized the dark will of Tai Ching, dragging it into the center for purification. Ye Xuan admitted this was a critical moment. If he used all his strength to annihilate this will, his breakthrough would fail, and he would suffer a severe backlash. He only hoped his subordinates outside wouldn't let anyone interfere. Meanwhile, outside, as Shen Xiaoling stood guard, a strange man approached and asked, "Little girl, is your brother still in there?" Shen Xiaoling recognized this man as the kiln manager, and she asked in surprise what was happening. The manager claimed there was an urgent order, requiring a new batch to be fired immediately, so he couldn't rent it out anymore, demanding she quickly call the person inside out. Shen Xiaoling immediately protested, her voice filled with panic, as they had agreed to rent the kiln for 10 days yesterday. But the manager went back on his word, saying there was a big order now, so they had to leave immediately. Losing patience, the manager ignored her words and intended to rush inside to talk, causing Shen Xiaoling to turn pale and shout, "What? No!" The manager ordered his two subordinates, "Open the kiln." But Shen Xiaoling immediately rushed forward to block them, asserting that her brother had instructed not to open it early. The manager lost patience, shoved Shen Xiaoling aside, and growled for her not to cause trouble, because this order was urgent, and the money would be fully refunded. Pushed to the ground, Shen Xiaoling could only brace herself, while the others discussed the weird kid who had locked himself in the kiln. Without another word, a subordinate swung his leg and smashed several ceramic jars used to seal the kiln door. Shen Xiaoling risked her life, rushing forward and shouting once more, "Don't open it." The manager was furious, yelling at his subordinates, "How dare you? If she doesn't listen, cripple her hands for me." Shen Xiaoling didn't back down. She braced herself, facing the two thugs, and warned, "My brother Feng is an immortal. If you ruin his work, can you bear the consequences?" Shen Xiaoling's eyes blazed with determination, without a trace of fear. The manager sneered, thinking she was talking nonsense, claiming he'd never seen an immortal in his life, then ordered his subordinates, "Beat her." The two subordinates started to get cold feet. One whispered to the manager, "But what if she's telling the truth? You also said the kid who locked himself in the kiln looked weird, didn't you?" Hearing immortal, the kiln manager also started to sweat, his face clearly frowning. Though hesitant inside, he still tried to save face, pointing a warning finger. "Fine. I won't argue with a child. One more day, but tomorrow, get out of this kiln." Having said that, the manager and his subordinates quietly retreated, leaving Shen Xiaoling alone in the empty kiln yard. Seeing the thugs had left, Shen Xiaoling finally sighed in relief, sweat pouring down like rain. Immediately after, she burst into tears from fear, muttering, "Phew, I was scared to death. Brother Feng, please come out soon." At the same time, on another street, Shiao Tian was walking alone under the gloomy night, unaware that Shen Xiaoling was also longing for his return. Shiao Tian suddenly noticed something unusual. Soldiers were patrolling everywhere. He wondered, what's going on? Why are there so many soldiers tonight? Suddenly, a hand from behind grabbed Shiao Tian's shoulder, startling him. Official Chen, with a stern expression, seized Shiao Tian and shouted, "A curfew has been declared. The entire city is sealed off for inspection. Why are you still loitering out here? Go home immediately." As Shiao Tian was held tightly, Li Changshou, an expressionless cultivator, appeared and reported, "Official Chen, I've had the northern district searched. There are no discoveries yet." Official Chen concluded that the eastern district was done, and Mr. Bai had probably fled. He muttered that demonic cultivators were easy to deal with, but these demons were incredibly unpredictable. Li Changsho was bewildered when Official Chen said that even if they didn't find it, the demon would reveal itself sooner or later. Official Chen analyzed. The demon could have resurrected far away and quietly slipped away, but it chose to appear right in front of them, publicly reveal its identity, and then die again. This behavior is extremely suspicious and definitely has another purpose. Li Changsho thought his boss was overthinking it, saying that even if demons had brains, they wouldn't be that cunning, and admitted this was his first time seeing a human-shaped demon. Official Chen also admitted this was his first encounter, and there were no records even in the Demon Suppression Bureau, causing Li Changsho to try and comfort him, saying that if it ran away, then so be it. It would save them effort. Official Chen looked into the distance, his heart filled with unease, muttering, "I hope I really am overthinking it." The scene shifted to a desolate hill. Mr. Bai stood with the old Taoist, a giant monster with bulging muscles, looking like an evil god. Mr. Bai smirked cunningly, declaring, "Let's begin." At the pottery workshop, the kiln manager hurriedly led the cold-faced silver-haired man to the spot, pointing, "Sir, this is it." That guy locked himself in the kiln, and his female accomplice even dared to claim to be an immortal to threaten us. Shen Xiaoling froze when she saw the kiln manager return. Her face turned ashen. "Master? Didn't you say we had one more day?" The silver-haired man arrogantly declared that he was the true immortal, challenging the person inside to impersonate gods and ghosts in front of him. No sooner had he finished speaking than the silver-haired man froze, stunned by Shen Xiaoling's beauty, his face suddenly flushing red. The kiln manager saw his boss was dazed and asked about it. The silver-haired man, startled, vehemently denied it, quickly changing the subject to the person hiding in the kiln. Suddenly, the silver-haired man's eyes widened in horror. A surge of pure purple spiritual energy suddenly erupted from inside the kiln, making him realize something was amiss. "It's pure qi. There's definitely an evil cultivator hiding inside." The silver-haired man roared, ordering his subordinates to smash the kiln immediately. Shen Xiaoling immediately spread her arms to block their way, begging them to stop because her brother was doing something important inside and wasn't a bad person. The silver-haired man brushed her aside, believing she had been deceived and that the person inside was a demonic cultivator. He grabbed her arm to pull her away. Meanwhile, Shiao Tian, tired from navigating through the alleys, happily returned and called out to his sister. As soon as he arrived, Shiao Tian saw the subordinates futilely smashing the kiln door with sledgehammers. He shouted to stop them, while the silver-haired man was stunned by how sturdy the door was. As soon as he arrived, Shiao Tian roared in anger, "What are you bastards doing?" Seeing his sister being held, he lunged forward, swinging a punch straight at the silver-haired man's face, shouting, "Let go of my sister." The silver-haired man easily blocked the insignificant brat's punch, scowling. Where did this insolent kid come from? With just a light flick of his hand, the silver-haired man sent Shiao Tian flying into the wall, to Shen Xiaoling's horror. Scrambling to his feet, his face bruised and battered, Shiao Tian recognized his opponents from their attack. "You're the dogs of the Tianlan sect?" Despite the power disparity, Shiao Tian still gritted his teeth, determined to fight to the death against his enemies. Elsewhere, Li Changsho was receiving a report from his subordinates. After hearing there was no activity in the North Street, he ordered his soldiers to retreat. Suddenly, Li Changsho stopped short, his sharp gaze as if sensing something amiss. He looked up into the distance, where a surge of purple energy was swirling in the night sky. Li Changsho's eyes widened. He immediately recognized that pure energy, spiritual qi. Inside the kiln, Ye Xuan floated in mid-air, an overbearing aura surging as he prepared for a breakthrough. His expression became extremely serious, focusing all his mind to condense his power for this life-or-death turning point. Outside, despite being overwhelmed, Shiao Tian still shouted, determined not to let them achieve their goal. The silver-haired man extended his arm and grabbed Shiao Tian tightly, yelling at him for daring to obstruct official business and protect a pure qi evil cultivator, while Shen Xiaoling could only scream helplessly. The kiln manager hid behind the door, sweat pouring down as he sensed the activity inside. Could it be that there really is an immortal inside? Suddenly, a figure appeared behind the manager, clearing his throat a few times, startling him. The silver-haired man spun around, and before he could compose himself, heard a cold voice warn, "You'd best not." Recognizing the newcomer, the silver-haired man turned pale. "Lord Li?" Li Changsho stood there, his aura completely overwhelming. Li Changsho's face darkened, dark evil energy seeped from between his fingers. "Another dog from the Heavenly Orchid Sect? How dare you trespass on my Willow Prefecture?" Ignoring the warning, the silver-haired man still swung his hand, intending to attack Shen Xiaoling, making her scream in despair. Shen Xiaoling hastily defended Ye Xuan, firmly stating that he was not an Azure Chi evil cultivator, and promised that everything would become clear once he came out. Li Changsho sneered. With such dense spiritual energy, what more was there to prove? He asserted that once one embarked on the path of Azure Chi, they would only be slaves to the Tao fruit, even more terrifying than addicts. Despite Li Changsho's attitude, Shen Xiaoling still cried out, begging him to wait, because Ye Xuan was at a critical breakthrough moment inside. Slap! Without a word of warning, Li Changsha reached out and choked Shen Xiaoling, leaving the silver-haired man and Shiao Tian frozen in shock. It seems there's another deluded fool who refuses to awaken, Li Changsho growled, his eyes sharp as knives. Let my sister go, you scum! Shiao Tian frantically screamed, threatening that Ye Xuan would settle the score, but was immediately held back by a subordinate. The silver-haired man frantically tried to intervene, begging Li Changsho to spare her life because she was just an ordinary person, but received a cold reply. Ordinary person? No. She is a seed nurtured by an Azure Chi evil cultivator. Li Changsho explained that these seeds had been brainwashed. They helped the Heavenly Orchid Sect deceive the people of Willow Prefecture into believing they were assisting immortals, saving the world. That's why I always kill stubborn seeds without hesitation, Li Changsho declared. The silver-haired man turned pale and protested, arguing that she was only temporarily deceived. True to his word, Li Changsho unleashed a terrifying surge of dark energy, blowing away the silver-haired man who dared to obstruct him. A mere novice dares to speak up. The silver-haired man was engulfed by Li Changsho's dark energy, his face pale, not understanding what the hell was happening. Li Changsho coldly issued an ultimatum to Shen Xiaoling. Last chance, do you still dare to stop me from breaking down the kiln wall? Choked until her eyes were red, Shen Xiaoling could only gasp in despair. No, don't. Meanwhile, inside the kiln, Ye Xuan was absorbing spiritual energy, a purple spiral formation furiously circulating on his chest. Seeing his prey remain stubborn, Li Changsho concluded with a chilling remark. Good. It seems you're beyond saving. Pinned down, Shiao Tian cried out in helplessness, trying to use Ye Xuan as a threat. Stop, you'll regret this. The formation on Ye Xuan's body spun rapidly, energy points glowing brightly, signaling an impending transformation. Shen Xiaoling was on the verge of suffocating, tears streaming down her face as Li Changsho's hand tightened further. At the naive threat, Li Changsho merely sneered. Oh? How terrifying. Then I'm even more eager to see. The energy in the kiln converged to a single point, the spiral on Ye Xuan's chest emitting a dazzling light, ready to erupt. Li Changsho's purple eyes narrowed, determined to personally verify how stubborn these small fries truly were. Seeing he was about to be wiped out, Shiao Tian was scared out of his wits, frantically begging, I was wrong, I won't say anything else, stop. Ignoring him, Li Changshao's hand tightened around Shen Xiaoling's throat, preparing to deliver the killing blow amidst her desperate cries. Suddenly, a dazzling purple light erupted from inside the kiln. Boom! A colossal green sword energy shattered the wall, shooting straight out at terrifying speed. Li Changsho was stunned, unable to react to the unexpected attack from a direction he never anticipated. The sword energy swept past, flinging both Li Changsho and Shen Xiaoling away like two ragged dolls. Whoosh! Ye Xuan landed with immense presence, his red eyes filled with killing intent, the ground beneath his feet cracking from his terrifying aura. Li Changsho struggled to his feet, his hand bleeding, his eyes filled with both anger and disbelief at what had just happened. Facing Ye Xuan directly, Li Changsho broke out in a cold sweat, realizing his opponent's level with horror. This power, the divine ability realm? Ye Xuan scornfully looked at Shen Xiaoling, who was coughing up blood in his hand, muttering about the stubbornness of those who believed in evil arts. He scooped Shen Xiaoling up, his sharp blue eyes sweeping over the small fries lying scattered on the ground, wondering, I am an Azure Chi cultivator? On the ground, Shiao Tian looked up with extreme horror, stammering Ye Xuan's name. Ye Xuan coldly gazed at the girl gasping for breath in his arms, ignoring the surrounding panic. Shen Xiaoling regained consciousness, weakly asking if she had ruined his plan, but Ye Xuan calmly replied, No, thanks to you two, I successfully established my foundation. Shiao Tian rushed over, anxiously calling out to his sister, and was ordered by Ye Xuan to take her to rest because her throat was injured, leaving the battlefield to him. Amidst the ruined kiln yard with a dark sword energy trail on the wall, Ye Xuan stood facing Li Changsho while Shiao Tian helped his sister leave. Li Changsha's face was grim, he growled, questioning, Still dare to argue? Your body reeks of Azure Chi. If you're not an Azure Chi cultivator, then what the hell are you? Ye Xuan turned his back, appearing too bored to explain, knowing that even if he spoke, the opponent wouldn't listen. Yi Xuan's blue eyes flashed with a chilling battle intent. He decided that some truths could only be proven with fists. Further words were useless. Yi Xuan directly unleashed the raindrop sword, countless azure flying swords hovering, filling the sky with killing intent. Li Changshou was stunned, not expecting this brat to possess such a level of skill. Not to be outdone, Li Changshou roared, summoning city god remnant souls, dark specters that rushed out to block each wave of sword energy. Tearing through the sword rain, Li Changshou closed in and delivered a devastating punch straight to Ye Xuan's face. But the target vanished right before his eyes. Li Changshou's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Thwack! Yi Xuan was a step faster, dodging the blow and delivering a palm strike to Li Changshou's nape, making him cough up blood. A stray sword from Ye Xuan's first move embedded itself directly into the kiln wall, exploding a large section, its power terrifying. Not stopping there, Ye Xuan summoned a colossal jade greatsword, hovering in the air using the grand jade sword art, its aura completely overwhelming. Ye Xuan looked down from above, coldly lecturing. How does it feel to be crushed by another's power, fellow cultivator? The price of humility, though bitter, will help you awaken. With that, the colossal sword slashed straight down, leaving Li Changshou no path to survival. Amidst the earth-shattering battle, the kiln manager could only stand frozen, watching his establishment turn to dust. The manager wailed miserably as he watched the two cultivators turn his pottery workshop into a battlefield. Amidst the ruins, Ye Xuan hovered in the air, coldly calling down, "Not dead yet? Crawl out here." Suddenly, all the surrounding debris was pulled back by an invisible force, forming a colossal dark wall. Li Changshou unleashed his trump card. City God Soul Prison. A bizarre purple space that completely swallowed Ye Xuan. Inside the dark space, Ye Xuan realized his divine sense was completely isolated. He calmly analyzed, "Is this pitch-black substance a fusion of souls?" Li Changshou emerged from the shadows, bruised but still triumphant, secretly thinking that Ye Xuan's sword art was truly unique and unprecedented. Coughing up blood, Li Changshou muttered, "I've seen all three types of azure qi, but could this kind of sword art be from the divine realm? Interesting. You truly surprised me." But his confidence quickly returned. Li Changshou growled, "But before me, it's completely useless." The soul space began to tighten around Ye Xuan. In another corner, Shiao Tian frantically supported Shen Xiaoling, who was coughing up blood, hastily telling her not to speak and to rest. From afar, Shiao Tian anxiously looked towards the dark energy dome, muttering, "Ye Xuan is fighting that bastard." He turned to Shen Xiaoling, asserting that Ye Xuan would definitely teach that guy a lesson for what he did to her. Shen Xiaoling's neck bore purple bruises, a testament to the life-and-death battle she had just endured. Shiao Tian gritted his teeth, his face covered in dirt, tormenting himself. "Damn it, my sister almost. I'm so useless. If only I were stronger." He helped Shen Xiaoling up, deciding to heed the instructions. "Let's go, sister. Brother Feng told us to find an inn to rest. Hell come find us when he's done." Li Changshou's soul prison appeared like a dark mountain, engulfing the entire area with a deadly purple energy. Inside the anomalous space, Ye Xuan remained unfazed. He summoned a storm of emerald sword qi, sweeping away everything around him. He glided amidst countless swords, his movement technique as swift as lightning, completely dominating the situation, even in the enemy's home turf. Ye Xuan quickly realized the problem. These soul entities are immune to fire and physical slashes, but the mind of the 1270-year-old Grand Elder had already solved the puzzle. He ignored the small fry and charged straight ahead, growling. But their true body isn't. Inside the anomalous space, Li Changshou smirked confidently, darting through his own domain. In response, a flying sword made of clear qi from Ye Xuan tore through the darkness, heading straight for his true body. Li Changshou boasted loudly, "It's useless. In this cage, I can move with a single thought. You can't touch me." But Ye Xuan calmly retorted, "True, but these demons can't do anything to me either." He continued to act superior, explaining, "Demons? Haha. Those are the city god's remnant souls. No attack can harm them." Li Changshou revealed his trump card, stating that he could summon an infinite number of these remnant souls within the prison, declaring that Ye Xuan had no escape. "Then I won't run." Ye Xuan decided to confront a remnant soul directly, even as Li Changshou mocked his foolishness. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Xuan extended his hand, preparing to touch the deadly mass of soul energy. Upon contact, the remnant soul immediately latched on and began to corrode Ye Xuan's body, making Li Changshou gloat. How audacious! The soul of a deity, even a fragment, will turn you into nourishment for the city god. Contrary to expectations, Ye Xuan didn't vanish, but merely grimaced in endurance, causing Li Changshu to exclaim in shock. What? Nevertheless, Li Changshu tried to maintain his superior demeanor, lecturing, "Hundreds of clear qi cultivators have died by my hand. Your skill is decent, but in this game of life and death, strength alone isn't enough." Li Changshu boasted grandly, declaring this the fate of those who dared to cause trouble in Liuzhou, and told Ye Xuan to regret it in hell. But Ye Xuan, despite being covered in demonic qi, merely curled his lip in disdain. "Got you." Before Li Changshu could comprehend what was happening, Ye Xuan, with glowing red eyes, turned the tables, appearing right behind him like a ghost. Without a second to spare, Ye Xuan delivered a devastating kick straight to Li Changshu's face, leaving him no time to block. Whoosh! The powerful kick sent Li Changshu flying backward like a bullet through the chaotic soul space. He scrambled to his feet after the fierce impact, but Ye Xuan's cold voice rang out, commanding, "Don't move." Ye Xuan held a sword condensed from clear qi to Li Changshu's throat, warning him directly, "Dare to release another city god's remnant soul, and I'll send you off immediately. Your remnant souls might be immortal, but your true body is as thin as paper." Li Changshu broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes, stammering, "What the hell? Weren't you corroded by the remnant soul?" Ye Xuan merely stared at him in silence, while in the distance, an emerald spirit body in Ye Xuan's exact likeness hovered, revealing that the one attacked earlier was just a decoy. Ye Xuan's spirit body radiated a brilliant aura, his eyes glowing pure white with immense pressure, proving this was the true power of a grand cultivation elder. Li Changshu's eyes widened in horror, realizing he had been painfully tricked. A fake body? Ye Xuan held the clear qi sword to his opponent's throat, his voice full of sarcasm. "Do you still think I'm just a mere clear qi cultivator now?" Ye Xuan's gaze was icy, exuding the aura of a superior being, completely in control of the battle. Suddenly, Ye Xuan tensed, the sword in his hand pushed back by an invisible force, making him grit his teeth. But instead of flinching, Ye Xuan smirked, his blue eyes glowing brightly with challenge. On the rooftop, a female figure suddenly appeared, the aura of the jade-clear immortal art enveloping the space, making both of them look up. Li Changshu recognized the familiar face, his expression changing as he cried out in alarm. "Fellow Taoist Qin?" The beautiful female Taoist, Qin Shengnan, coldly formed a hand seal, unleashing a powerful soul technique, soul dispersion. Qin Shengnan gestured for silence, her gaze sharp, declaring ominously, "Souls and spirits scattered." Whoosh! The entire soul space trembled. Ye Xuan was enveloped by a surge of dark energy, becoming the target of the surprise attack. Caught by the spell, Ye Xuan's eyes sank into a mental space, where a familiar voice echoed, "Long time no see." An illusion appeared. A bewitching purple-haired woman, whom Ye Xuan called Master, spoke his true name, Zhang Yuan. Yi Xuan, or rather, the soul of Zhang Yuan, from the past, was stunned, sweat pouring down as he recognized the figure before him. It's you?" His master's illusion hovered in the air, looking down with a condescending air, completely overwhelming him in terms of presence. The master's illusion flashed a sinister smile, her eyes swirling deep into his mind, her voice full of sarcasm. "Do you remember your master?" Back in reality, Li Changshu breathed a sigh of relief, thanking Qin Shengnan for her timely intervention, boasting that Ye Xuan had been hit by soul dispersion and fallen into a terrifying illusion. Li Changshu anxiously asked how long the illusion would last. Qin Shengnan explained that the technique would force the enemy to relive their most terrifying memories. Ordinary people would be submerged in fear for hours. Qin Shengnan confidently declared that even cultivators couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. But then she paused. Qin Shengnan's pupils constricted in horror. She had just realized something unbelievable. Whoosh! A colossal emerald great jade sword tore through space, hurtling straight towards the two complacent figures, proving that Ye Xuan had shattered the illusion in less than an instant. The great jade sword erupted from the ground, tearing apart the illusion. Qin Shengnan and Li Changshu gasped in astonishment, narrowly dodging the attack. Ye Xuan's blue eyes blazed in the darkness, his voice growling with killing intent. "You've reminded me of some unpleasant things. Break it. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Qin Shengnan couldn't believe it. Her soul dispersion technique had only touched him for a moment. She hastily cast the soul-guiding and spirit-condensing art, but Ye Xuan's soul erupted in a colossal blue flame, fiercely resisting. Ye Xuan's soul power completely overwhelmed her, sending Qin Shengnan flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Qin Shengnan clutched her chest, realizing the soul-guiding art had failed instantly. She frantically wondered if his fear was so immense that even the illusion couldn't contain it. Ye Xuan stood amidst a forest of sword light, coldly declaring, "I originally only intended to teach you a lesson, but since both of you are so stubborn," Ye Xuan's eyes blazed, enunciating each word, "then I will send you on your way." Whoosh! Dozens of energy swords rained down, pulverizing the ground and surrounding buildings into flat ruins. Amidst the rubble, the kiln manager clutched his head, wailing miserably. "Oh my god, my pottery workshop is completely ruined." Qin Shengnan struggled to dodge the rain of swords, her mind still reeling. He was hit by soul dispersion, yet he still maintains such a furious offensive? How strong is this man's will? Qin Shengnan was sent flying by Ye Xuan's soul power, her face paling with extreme terror. Before she could compose herself, a glowing green energy sword was already pressed against Qin Shengnan's throat, leaving her only able to stammer pleas for mercy. Just as the situation hung by a thread, a new group of people appeared, their leader shouting for Ye Xuan to calm down. Ye Xuan looked annoyed, sweat pouring down from exhaustion after breaking the spell, and coldly asked, "Another one? Who are you?" The man introduced himself as Chen Tianxiao of the Ghost Suppression Division, cupping his hands and asserting that this was merely a misunderstanding, hoping Ye Xuan would stop. Chen Tianxiao turned to order Qin Shengnan to immediately dispel her spell, while she, with the sword still at her throat, looked resentful but dared not speak. He continued to placate Ye Xuan, admitting that the man only intended to teach a lesson, not to kill, and apologized on behalf of his comrades. Ye Xuan let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that finally, someone sensible had appeared to resolve this mess. As things temporarily settled, night fell upon a quiet wooden house. Inside, Shen Xiaoling was fast asleep, completely unaware of the earth-shattering battle that had just taken place. Ye Xuan calmly explained that only external medicine was needed to heal Shen Xiaoling in 2 days, making Shiao Tian overjoyed that his sister could finally breathe easier. Shiao Tian excitedly asked if Ye Xuan had taught those guys a lesson, but he coldly replied, "I'm leaving now. Take good care of the girl," then turned his back. Having just returned, Ye Xuan was already preparing to leave again, leaving Shiao Tian bewildered and unsure of what was happening. With a whoosh, Ye Xuan vanished into the night, soaring gracefully over the rooftops. In a flashback to their confrontation, Li Changshou still resentfully grumbled to his superior that Ye Xuan's body was full of clear qi, but he maintained a cold expression. Official Chen explained to his subordinates that Ye Xuan was not a demonic cultivator because he had not dealt any fatal blows from beginning to end, and he had only acted because Li Changshou was injured. Official Chen cupped his hands, admitting that today's incident was their fault, and invited Ye Xuan to the Wine Peak Pavilion tomorrow so he could formally apologize and resolve the matter peacefully. Ye Xuan thought to himself, "Finally, I have the first clue about the cultivation world in this realm." He was determined to learn more tomorrow. Ye Xuan landed in a secluded forest, beginning his journey in the silent night. He called out loudly, demanding the water spirit reveal itself, and from within the bushes, Yi Yi immediately appeared as ordered. Yi Yi visibly rejoiced, looking like a genuine pet that had just found its owner. The slime kept getting closer, annoying Ye Xuan slightly, but he still ordered, "That's enough. Keep your distance and follow me out of here." Ye Xuan got straight to the point, asking Yi Yi if it could locate any heaven and earth spiritual objects nearby, but the pet seemed to have a goldfish brain and understood nothing. Having no other choice, Ye Xuan sat down and gave an impromptu lecture on the essence of cultivation, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, from spiritual herbs and spiritual ores to energy. The old master continued to explain in more detail that cultivators must borrow heaven and earth origin to conceal their aura, and heaven and earth spiritual objects were precisely the items containing that origin. After a moment of processing, Yi Yi finally understood, a light bulb seemingly appearing above its head. Ye Xuan asked again to confirm, "Understood?" Immediately, Yi Yi projected an image of Lujo City gate. Next was an image of a building with a sign that read, "Ghost Suppression Department." Ye Xuan immediately recognized it. The Ghost Suppression Department in Bianzhou, exactly where he intended to inquire tomorrow. He also mused to himself, the speed of clear qi cultivation is incredibly fast. In my previous life, it took 2 years. Now, it only takes 1 month to reach the peak of foundation establishment. Wasting no time, Ye Xuan sat down and began cultivating right inside the cave, tasking Yi Yi with guarding the entrance, not allowing any unwanted creatures to approach. Ye Xuan closed his eyes, deciding it was time to deal with some important matters. He began his closed-door cultivation, pure azure, clear qi erupting and enveloping his entire body. Outside the cave, Yi hovered, perfectly fulfilling its duty of guarding its master. After cultivating, Ye Xuan used his divine sense to scan his entire body and concluded, aside from a trace of the will of Tai Ching, my body has no problems. But then he recalled the illusion of the demonic master illusion, realizing the problem wasn't in his physical body but in his soul. Ye Xuan listed 3 advanced cultivation arts for soul probing. One required demonic energy, one required sacrificing a pure soul, and the last one was incredibly complex. The choice was clear. He aimed for the primordial true demon golden scripture, but wondered if this world contained such natural evil energy, planning to ask Yi later. Without further thought, Ye Xuan formed a hand seal, and a stream of verdant spiritual power gathered between his 2 fingers. A stream of jade-green sword qi shot out from his fingertip, activating a new cultivation art. The Great Jade Unification art had broken through to the 2nd layer, granting him 2 new skills, Great Jade Sword Skill and Jade Clone, a trump card to save his life when needed. Ye Xuan told himself that choosing this cultivation path was the right decision, as this world's system was too bizarre and full of traps, so he decided he must immediately practice an aura concealment technique to hide his clear qi. Thinking this, he immediately pulled out 3 trinkets the old Taoist had given him, a segment of spine, a withered arm, and a rib bone. That old man called them blood artifacts, which functioned similarly to a stomach pouch, but each had unique abilities and emitted an eerie aura. Ye Xuan knew full well that the old Taoist had given him these items with ulterior motives, and he initially intended to discard them for safety. But after a thorough inspection, he confirmed they contained no hidden traps. He assessed his current strength as still weak. The Heavenly Origin Divine Sword Art required at least 16 flying swords to establish even a basic sword formation. Lacking high-quality materials, Ye Xuan decided to use ordinary iron bought in the city to forge 3 temporary magic artifacts, immediately setting to work. Wind swept through a small town nestled in a valley, as 2 figures, one large and one small, slowly approached it. Suddenly, a surge of dark purple demonic energy violently swirled up, carrying a sense of death and unease. A capped cultivator with a sinister smile appeared, clearly the one behind that terrifying demonic energy. He lightly touched his chest, and another wisp of eerie purple smoke poured out, proving that the source of the evil power came from his own body. A remnant of something hideous was being connected, preparing to merge into a complete entity. Under the capped cultivator's control, the mass of demonic energy floated in mid-air, preparing to enter a giant tree. The capped cultivator sneered, his red eyes filled with evil intent. "You want to revive this thing?" Ghost, the white-haired enforcer, perched on a tree branch, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh? I thought you didn't care about anything. Its remnants are scattered everywhere, yet you're going to all this trouble to collect them just to revive it?" Ghost warned sternly that if this thing were fully revived, even they wouldn't be able to control it, and it had nothing to do with their group's objective. The capped cultivator looked up at the sky, smiling mysteriously. "It's intimately related. All of this is to summon a heavenly immortal." The purple demonic energy swirled into a hideous orb, signaling a terrifying existence about to descend. At the same time, at the county magistrate's office, night fell heavily, portending ill. Inside the magistrate's office, Shu Chu tremblingly brought a pill to his mouth, seemingly enduring some kind of pain. He swallowed the pill, his face contorting, either from the bitter taste or some terrible reason tormenting his body. Inside the magistrate's office, Shu Qiu's eyes widened as he let out a tragic scream, veins bulging on his face as the pain surged. Unable to bear it, he collapsed onto the floor in extreme agony. His painful screams echoed out of the magistrate's office into the silent depths of the night. Another man, Official Chen, was quietly holding 3 incense sticks, preparing for a ritual. After bowing before an altar, Official Chen turned to address the situation. The official placed a hand on Shu Chu's shoulder, inquired about his condition, and explained that the soul-extinguishing pill worked by eroding the soul to maintain mental clarity. Official Chen helped Shu Chu to his feet, warning that if he continued to use the medicine to resist the desires of the Dao fruit, he would go mad in less than a year, while also promising to find another solution when they returned to the ghost suppression department. After settling Shu Chu in bed to rest, Official Chen concluded that the Tai Ching cultivator was probably not a bad person, even if his identity remained unclear. Lying in bed, Shu Chu was still resentful, gritting his teeth and claiming his actions were forced by that bastard Li. Official Chen denied it, believing Shu Chu had misunderstood, but Shu Chu quickly retorted that Li Changshou had even tried to kill an ordinary girl, proving he was not a good person. Official Chen sternly told Shu Chu that Li Changshou was a city god cultivator, and everything he did was for the people of the city, not something an insignificant person could judge. Xu Chu gaped, unable to understand why his superior was defending that blade ghost. Official Chen explained bluntly, the prerequisite to becoming a city god cultivator is to be selfless and fearless. The background of these individuals was also extraordinary. They were chosen by the kingdom from a young age to inherit the power of the city god when necessary. For them, protecting the people came first. They themselves were merely sacrifices, and their actions could not be judged by ordinary logic. Official Chen got straight to the point, asking Xu Chu, in the past few months you've been following me. Have you seen any place as peaceful as this impoverished Liuzhou County? All of this is thanks to Li Changshou risking his life to protect it. Xu Chu broke out in a cold sweat, deeply shocked to hear the words sacrifice and use one's life to protect, as Official Chen coldly confirmed. With sharp eyes, Official Chen affirmed that its meaning was as dark as the words themselves. The stark truth was revealed. Cheng Huang. Cultivators receive power, but at the same time they must use their own bodies to nourish a fragment of the Cheng Huang deity, soul, just as Li Changshou was being gnawed at by evil energy from within. The price was extremely steep. They had to endure ceaseless physical torment, and none lived for more than 10 years. Official Chen estimated that after 5 years of protecting Liuzhou, Li Changshou's body must have been more than half eroded. Official Chen concluded, advising Xu Chu not to be prejudiced against Li Changshou for his impulsive actions, because what he had sacrificed was more than enough. Xu Chu was completely speechless, sweat pouring down his face, finally understanding and accepting the harsh truth. In another room, Li Changshou quietly put his robe back on, preparing for his next missions. His blazing purple eyes shone with iron determination, unwavering despite his body being eroded. He stood up, exuding a cold aura, ready to face whatever awaited him outside. The next morning at the Drunken Wind Pavilion, Official Chen proactively offered Ye Xuan wine. Apologizing for yesterday's incident and beginning to inquire about his background, Ye Xuan introduced himself as Zhang Yuan, a cultivator from the Profound Gate Longevity Sect, which stunned Official Chen, as he had never heard of that name. Official Chen explained that his subordinates in the Ghost Suppression Department had acted rashly upon hearing the words Tai Ching because the Tai Ching, demonic cultivators, were causing chaos throughout the imperial nation and were their sworn enemies. Ye Xuan appeared surprised, asking again about the existence of the Tai Ching sect, which made Official Chen even more suspicious, directly asking if he was from another nation. Official Chen dismissed it, stating that as long as he wasn't a demonic cultivator, it was fine. He then pointed to a map, revealing that one of their dozen or so sects, the Tianlan sect, was located right near Lujo City. Yi Xuan asked directly, so, how does this land distinguish between righteous and evil? Official Chen nonchalantly replied, simple. Anyone who harms ordinary citizens is a demonic cultivator. It's a royal decree, no arguments. Ye Xuan frowned, his 1,270 years of experience as a Grand Elder telling him something was amiss. For cultivators to protect mortals, there must be an ulterior motive. He retorted, if it's so simple, why don't you just eliminate those Tai Ching demonic cultivators? Official Chen sighed, replying dejectedly, easier said than done. The Ghost Suppression Department is short-staffed, and those Tai Ching demonic cultivators are like weeds. If you don't pull them out by the roots, they'll just grow back. Yi Xuan continued to probe. So, is the Ghost Suppression Department the only force of the Imperial Court? Where's the royal family? Just sitting around doing nothing? Official Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled, immediately seeing through him. Brother Zhang, you ask a lot of questions. It seems you're not familiar with the Imperial nation. In that case, I have a proposal. I wonder if Brother Zhang is interested. Ye Xuan remained silent, his sharp blue eyes evaluating the cunning official's invitation. Scene change. Shiao Tian was walking on the street, muttering to himself, the food in this county is quite good. Too bad my little sister can only eat porridge. Suddenly, an old beggar was kicked, flying past Shiao Tian's face and crashing to the ground with a tragic scream, startling the young man and making his face go blank. Shiao Tian eyes widened as he recognized the familiar face. Huh? The old beggar? In a tavern, 3 thugs were swaggering. One sneered, the old man doesn't know his place, daring to ask for money here? In Lujo City, Even the county magistrate has to show respect to our Black Dragon boss. The Black Dragon boss, with the tattooed dragon head, sneered, considering the money the old beggar had collected as a ransom for his life, and then told him to get lost. The old beggar unexpectedly held on, shouting that he didn't need money, only for the man to keep his promise to help, which stunned Shiao Tian, who was standing nearby. The Black Dragon boss's face darkened, and he growled with murderous intent. Didn't I make myself clear enough? Enraged, he swung a devastating punch straight at the old man's face, yelling, "Or are you deaf?" The punch was about to flatten the old beggar's face. He could only close his eyes, waiting for death and helplessness. Whoosh! Suddenly, tables, chairs, cups, and dishes flew from nowhere, blocking the Black Dragon boss, punch to his astonishment. At the same time, another hand had already firmly grasped the Black Dragon boss's wrist, neatly neutralizing his attack. It was Shiao Tian. The young man seized the opportunity, pulling the old beggar to flee, shouting, "Run!" leaving the bewildered thugs behind. The Black Dragon boss's face was contorted with rage, and he roared orders to his subordinates. "Catch them! Kill them all!" Scene change. Ye Xuan was sipping tea, quietly pondering the recent offer. Join the Ghost Suppression Department? Official Chen laid his cards on the table, enticing Ye Xuan to join the Ghost Suppression Department. Join the team, and you can ask anything you want. No secrets will be kept. Ye Xuan frowned, his mind full of questions. Such a good deal, but is it really that easy? Official Chen quickly waved his hand, saying he was just the referrer, and Ye Xuan would still have to pass an information and cultivation technique check to ensure he wasn't practicing evil arts. With 1,270 years of experience, Ye Xuan immediately saw through it. Still too simple. Good positions never go to nobodies. The Ghost Suppression Department recruiting so urgently can only mean they're short on cannon fodder. Hit where it hurt, Official Chen broke into a sweat, admitting that the job was indeed stressful. You must complete at least one mission to deal with evil spirits each month. He emphasized, missions from superiors are mandatory orders, not to be refused. Ye Xuan sensed trouble and was about to leave, but Official Chen quickly stopped him. Official Chen began to bait him. There are indeed restrictions, but the benefits are also incredible. Completing missions earns ranking points, which can be exchanged for unimaginable rewards. The hottest items were revealed: longevity pills that increase lifespan, and even methods for resurrection and regrowing limbs. Official Chen concluded. In short, as long as you have enough points, the Ghost Suppression Department can give you anything. He spread his hands, confidently asking Ye Xuan if he thought this deal was good. Ye Xuan kept a cool head, his mind beginning to analyze. Resurrection can be ignored, but longevity pills? Even in the cultivation world, these are rare, yet they're given to new recruits here? And in this backwater place, where would they get century-old spirit herbs to refine them? Ye Xuan finally agreed. All right, I accept. But he didn't forget to add sarcastically, the Ghost Suppression Department must be really short-staffed, huh? Referring new recruits probably comes with a commission, right? Official Chen gave a wry smile, admitting that recruiting new people indeed came with reward points. But more importantly, he sharply changed the subject, praising Ye Xuan to the skies, asserting that a talent like him joining was a great blessing for the entire kingdom. Official Chen continued his diplomacy, telling Ye Xuan there was no need to formally address him as fellow Taoist. He feigned humility, claiming to be just a mortal fortunate enough to possess a spectral blade, thanks to which he was able to join the Ghost Suppression Department, and the blade in his hand began to emit a purple aura. Ye Xuan showed surprise for the first time, his mind racing. A blade-shaped spirit entity? What exactly are these spirit entities? Their forms and abilities are so diverse. While chatting, Official Chen suddenly paused as a desperate scream of help echoed from below. Looking down, a chaotic scene unfolded. A rebellious youth was yelling at his rebellious youth's mother who told you to lock me up. Mother, I'm just afraid you'll cause trouble outside. The rebellious youth's mother was mercilessly thrown aside by the rebellious youth, falling face down onto the ground with a tragic scream. The rebellious youth, with the top knot, growled, threatening his mother who lay on the ground. Run. Don't think I won't kill you just because you're my mother. The rebellious youth furiously yelled, Shut up, old woman, I've had enough. He swung a small axe, intending to attack his own mother. Wham! Just as the axe blade was about to descend, a hand as hard as steel stopped it mid-air. The rebellious youth was stunned, unable to believe his eyes as he saw Official Chen had appeared out of nowhere, easily neutralizing his attack. Meanwhile, in another alley, an irritated voice rang out. "Have you caught them yet?" The Black Dragon boss led his thugs, searching everywhere. One subordinate quickly reported, "Boss, I saw them run in here with my own eyes." But the bald man roared, "Then where are they?" Another subordinate, pale as a ghost, pointed to the end of the alley, stammering that there was another exit and the prey might have escaped, which made the Black Dragon boss furiously yell for everyone to chase immediately. It turned out that Shiao Tian and the old beggar were safely hidden behind a door, sighing in relief when they saw the thugs had left. Shiao Tian then asked, "Old man, how did you get involved with those people?" The old beggar tearfully recounted, "They tricked me out of 400 taels of silver," which deeply shocked Shiao Tian, who whispered back, asking what had happened. The old beggar began to recall the tragedy 5 years ago. His entire village was attacked by a spirit entity, and he was the only survivor because he had been out gathering herbs at the time. He continued, "After the government sealed off the area, he sought out the Black Dragon gang. They promised to help if he paid 400 taels of silver, forcing him to return to his old profession to earn money." The old beggar reminisced about 5 years of risking his life gathering herbs on treacherous cliffs, contributing every penny to the Black Dragon gang. But in the end, he only managed to save 100 taels of silver. He continued, "Thanks to Shiao Tian's help yesterday, he finally gathered the 400 taels, but the Black Dragon gang went back on their word, leaving him to bitterly accept being swindled, as an old man had nothing left to lose." After hearing the story, Shiao Tian fumed, growling, "Those bastards, I can't let this go." But the old beggar could only helplessly ask him what he intended to do. Before he could react, 2 possessed goons with sinister smiles suddenly appeared behind Shiao Tian, exclaiming, "Well, we finally found you." The scene shifts to a forest, where a robed man stands as a colossal, purplish-black mass of shadow slowly extends, approaching him. The robed man held out a red card, and the dark arm of the many-eyed horror was immediately drawn towards it. The red card touched the dark mass, and a piercing sound rang out as it began to absorb and transform the many-eyed horror. The dark energy was drawn into the card, while a horrifying stream of fresh red energy began to surge back out. From within the shadowy mass, countless bloodshot eyes began to open, staring with malevolent resentment. The entire dark entity coalesced into a hideous sphere, covered in countless glowing red eyes, suspended in mid-air. In the street, Official Chen was tightly restraining a rebellious youth who was screaming wildly, demanding to kill people, while the crowd was ordered to disperse. The rebellious youth's mother, with tears in her eyes, pleaded with Official Chen to spare her son, but he flatly refused, declaring that the boy had to be temporarily detained. Ye Xuan unexpectedly descended from above, startling Official Chen, as a subordinate quickly reported that this was a case caused by a spirit core, driving children insane. Ye Xuan's blue eyes gleamed as he murmured, "Another spirit core." It clearly caught the scent of prey. Official Chen pieced together the events, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, and declared grimly, "We can't delay any longer. Our top priority is to capture Mr. Bai." Inside the rebellious youth, a hideous red spirit core was silently unleashing its power. The possessed rebellious youth still struggled frantically, his mouth continuously screaming threats. Suddenly, its eyes rolled back, blood vessels bulging grotesquely around its eerily glowing eye sockets as it began to cough violently. Thwack! The rebellious youth's body grotesquely deformed, its limbs stretching out like a spider's before it delivered a devastating kick to the stunned Official Chen. It opened its mouth and let out a terrifying roar, revealing a glowing red energy sphere erupting from deep within its throat. Official Chen froze at the horrifying sight, while Ye Xuan maintained a cold, indifferent expression, as if nothing was surprising. The rebellious youth's mother let out a desperate cry, helplessly watching her son transform right before her eyes. The possessed rebellious youth coughed violently, spitting out a crimson energy sphere from its mouth, which was the spirit core occupying its body. Affected by the evil energy, the rebellious youth's mother collapsed to the ground, her eye sockets empty and a stream of black smoke escaping from her mouth, as if she had perished. The grotesque eye in the rebellious youth's mouth glowed brightly, completely taking control while its mother lay motionless on the ground. With its deformed body, the rebellious youth shot forward like a monster, heading straight for its target with terrifying speed. Ye Xuan coolly gave instructions. "Close your eyes. Don't look into the eye in its mouth." At the same time, he called out its precise location. "Front right, slightly high, 5 steps away." Receiving the command, Official Chen immediately stomped the ground, launching himself forward like an arrow. Swish! A sharp sword gleamed in the darkness, slicing the rebellious youth's deformed body into many pieces in the blink of an eye. Official Chen landed gracefully, dagger in hand, and concluded, "As long as we're careful of that eye, its body is just paper thin." Official Chen broke into a sweat, unable to understand why the possessed children had mutated so horrifyingly amidst the desperate screams of the populace. The entire city was engulfed in flames. The possessed children now had grotesque eyes for mouths, frantically slaughtering civilians. Official Chen spun around, completely shocked to see Ye Xuan still unusually calm amidst the chaotic scene. A shimmering blue-black shadow spirit suddenly appeared, charging straight into the possessed children, swatting them away like flies. Somewhere else, the source of the disaster, a colossal, fleshy tumor with two grotesque eyes, was swelling and spreading hideously. Official Chen recognized the reinforcements, joyfully calling out, "Lord Li?" The shadow spirit replied, confirming it had arrived just in time. Standing on a rooftop, Li Changshou explained the situation. The children in the city have suddenly mutated, and he warned, "Don't look into the eyes in their mouths, or your life force will be drained." Li Changshou, with a stone-cold face, declared that the guards were useless, and the only way to deal with these child monsters was to wipe them all out. Li Changshou's shadow spirit assigned a task. "Killing the children is merely treating the symptoms. We must get to the root of the problem. Official Chen, help me hunt down Mr. Bai. Lady Qin is also on her way." Yixuan casually told Official Chen. "That spirit core has probably fled the city by now. It's untraceable. But if you still want to find the root cause," one of the possessed children disintegrated into dust, the grotesque eye in its mouth shattering into specks of light. Amidst the ravaged street, Ye Xuan and Official Chen stood watching the eerie trail of light left by the child monster that had just perished. Ye Xuan suddenly pointed, declaring with certainty, "Most likely in that direction, outside the city." Official Chen's jaw dropped, unable to believe his ears. From the shadows, Li Changshao's shadow spirit warned, "Wait, Lord Chen. We don't know who this man is yet. Don't trust him. What if he's an accomplice of Mr. Bai?" Seeing the internal discord, Ye Xuan turned away in annoyance. "Suit yourselves, deal with your own troubles, I'm out of here." Official Chen hastily called him back. Official Chen tried to persuade him, promising all sorts of things. "I trust Brother Ye Xuan. If this case is resolved, the reward points at the Ghost Suppression Division will be extremely high. Even if you don't want to join, I'm willing to personally pay at least 10 longevity pills." Yi Xuan firmly refused, thinking to himself, "No need. You've only been awake for a few days and already encountered so many deadly situations. I haven't even found my soul spirit artifact yet. Getting involved in this mess would only add more risks." Official Chen broke into a sweat, his face filled with regret. "What a pity. His strength is so impressive. I thought I had found a formidable ally." Having firmly refused, Ye Xuan secretly planned his escape, asserting that joining the Ghost Suppression Division was impossible. He had to take care of the two children first. Suddenly, a brilliant red streak of light flashed from the ashes of the child demon that had just been destroyed. The streak of light shot away, flying straight towards Ye Xuan. The streak of light landed neatly in Ye Xuan's palm, and he froze as he recognized what was inside. "Wait, this is?" Just then, a charismatic purple-haired female cultivator, Qin Shengnan, descended, coldly asking Official Chen why he was cooperating with a stranger. Just as Official Chen was still flustered, Ye Xuan suddenly did a 180-degree turn. "I'll join." He then added that he needed a little time to take care of the two children. Li Changsha's shadow spirit immediately spoke up, his voice full of determination. "No need. If you're going, go now. I already arranged lodging for them yesterday. Just leave it to my clone." Ye Xuan narrowed his eyes, directly questioning the shadow spirit. "Are you sure you can guarantee their safety?" Li Changshu snapped. "Who do you take me for? The situation is urgent. There's no time for personal feelings. Since Official Chen trusts you, I won't waste any more time arguing." From above, Li Changshu's voice echoed powerfully, concluding with a firm statement. "Just go. Don't worry. I'll take care of their safety." The scene shifts to an alley, where a group of bald thugs goons are ganging up on an old man guardian and a rebellious youth. The bald thug leader roared, "You brat, you've got some nerve. Today, Boss Long will show you what death is." The bald thug leader grabbed the rebellious youth by the neck, tightening his grip with a sinister smile. "Only now you don't need it? Too late. Old man guardian, don't worry. Neither of you will escape today." Suddenly, a mysterious purple-eyed youth appeared, gently placing a hand on the shoulder of one of the bald thug's goons, making him jump. The purple-eyed youth coldly glanced around, asking curtly, "What's going on?" The bald thug's goon, whose shoulder was touched, turned around, his pupils contracting in extreme terror as he recognized the newcomer. "Huh? Is that you?" The bald thug leader still didn't understand what was happening, turning to snap at his subordinate. "What are you screaming about?" Boom! The rebellious youth, whose neck was being squeezed, suddenly transformed wildly, his arm grotesquely elongating, shoving a glowing red energy sphere directly into the mouth of another bald thug's goon, freezing him stiff. Witnessing the unbelievable scene, the bald thug leader broke into a cold sweat, stammering in fear. It's a spirit entity." The possessed rebellious youth officially went berserk, its mouth gaping open to reveal a glowing red sphere, while the bald thug's goons scattered, screaming for help. Boom! The energy sphere unleashed a destructive beam of light, instantly blasting one of the bald thug's goons into dust. Countless similar energy streams from all over the city simultaneously shot up into the sky like deadly fireworks. All the light streams converged on a disgusting, many-eyed flesh mound, frantically absorbing power. On a hill, Ghost anxiously asked the robed man if the monster would revive, but the latter confidently replied, "No, only about 2,000 children are infected, it's manageable." Ghost growled, questioning the purpose of this and how it related to summoning the immortal lord. The robed man merely sneered mysteriously. "Take your time, everything has its reason, just be patient, and watch." Ghost grumbled, hating the evasive way of speaking, but before he could finish, a massive green sword chi slashed open the ground right in front of him. In a flash, the robed man was seized by a demonic hand, unable to react for even a second. Ghost looked disdainful, scoffing at the newly appeared small fry, while the capped cultivator recognized the enemy. "Mr. Bai, it really is you. And your accomplices too." Yeshuan coldly glanced at the two masterminds, confirming, "Oh, it's these two." The capped cultivator broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale as he realized the situation was far beyond imagination. The disgusting, many-eyed flesh mound was still hovering, spreading a terrifying pressure. Qin Shengnan yelled a warning to her teammates. "Don't look directly at it. Absolutely do not let your eyes meet any of its eyes." The capped cultivator turned and asked in a trembling voice, "Miss Qin, do you recognize that demon?" Qin Shengnan growled, correcting a terrifying truth. "That is not a demon." She revealed the monster's true identity, drawing the attention of both Yeshuan and the capped cultivator. "That is an earth immortal." Ghost let out a cold snort, his crimson eyes flashing with disdain and killing intent. Eerie sounds echoed throughout the city. A possessed youth had transformed into a grotesque monster with elongated limbs and a head that was a single crimson eye, hovering over the corpse-strewn courtyard. In a dark corner, the bald thug's goons huddled together, one of them trembling as he wondered why the entire city was suddenly full of monsters. The bald thug leader gnashed his teeth, furious that all his subordinates were gone. Now he was stuck with two deadweights and determined to find a way to escape at all costs. Meanwhile, a Feng's group member was trying to reassure a dying old beggar, promising that his boss would come to save them. Suddenly, the bald thug leader grabbed an axe, growling for someone to come closer. Before the Feng's group member could understand what was happening, he was roughly grabbed by the collar and dragged away. The bald thug leader held the axe to the hostage's neck, forcing the old beggar. "Old man, go outside and lure those two monsters away, or this kid is dead for sure." The old beggar squeezed his eyes shut, his wrinkled face contorted in extreme pain and helplessness. The Feng's group member yelled for the old beggar not to listen, but the bald thug leader sneered, threatening that if the monsters rushed in, he would kill both of them to escape. Seeing the axe at the Feng's group member's neck, the old beggar relented and whispered, "Don't harm him. He'll go." The old man accepted his fate, exhaling, "Hiding here isn't a long-term plan. He'll go out and lure the demons away, but you must promise to take the boy out of this city." The bald thug leader agreed instantly, but in his mind he had already planned a dirty trick. "Fine. If the situation allows, I'll take him with me. Of course, once we're out, he'll be the next bait." Creak. The door creaked open, preparing for the sacrifice. The old beggar rushed straight into the courtyard, immediately attracting the attention of three red-eyed possessed creatures hovering around. He let out a desperate cry as the demons charged like a storm. The possessed creatures with their gaping red mouths immediately pounced on the old beggar, savagely tearing at their prey. Seeing that the bait had worked, the bald thug leader grabbed the Feng's group member, growling, "Our chance has come." The Feng's group member looked back in horror, only hearing the old beggar's final scream amidst the monsters. "Kid, run. You must escape." Witnessing the old beggar being torn apart, the Feng's group member was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. Held by the bald thug leader as bait, the Feng's group member strained his neck and shouted loudly, deliberately provoking the monsters. "You ugly deformed creatures, your dragon is right here." The two possessed creatures immediately spun around, their spherical red mouths with grotesque eyes in the center aiming directly at the new target. Even as he was being torn apart, the old beggar let out a strange laugh, muttering, "This kid." The possessed creatures abandoned the old man, transforming into two black streaks and charging straight towards the Feng's group member held hostage, ignoring the old man's cry. "Wait!" Seeing the monster about to snap at him, the Feng's group member screamed in panic, telling the old beggar to run quickly. Boom! A column of dark, cosmic energy erupted from the old beggar's position, instantly blasting the two possessed creatures into dust. A shadowy hand hovered right in front of the Feng's group member, and a voice filled with annoyance rang out. "Finally found you. What a hassle." The shadow spirit revealed its true form with glowing eyes and a smile, speaking mockingly. "Truly a troublesome burden." In the midst of the battlefield, Qin Shengnan's group realized that what the demonic creatures were trying to revive was a legendary Earth immortal entity, an ancient illusory being with countless red eyes. Qin Shengnan explained that this monster had been sealed away 1,000 years ago by a city lord who tore its body apart and buried the pieces everywhere. And now, two demonic creatures had gathered enough fragments. The capped cultivator's face changed, and he growled with determination. "We must stop them." Meanwhile, Ghost grabbed Mr. Bai by the hair, scornfully calling him a useless demonic creature with a body as fragile as immortals. Mr. Bai gasped, telling Ghost to hold them off for him. The capped cultivator drew his sword and charged, shouting to Ye Xuan that the demonic creatures were immortal. They could only be restrained, not killed, and this was a golden opportunity to deal with the other one. The capped cultivator swung his sword to attack, but Ghost merely dodged lightly, evading the blow as easily as a phantom. Ye Xuan merely watched silently, while the capped cultivator froze, heavily shocked by his opponent's speed. Ghost looked extremely annoyed, muttering, "You want me to block them? Are you kidding?" As his body began to crack, revealing stone scales underneath, he cast a cold glance, declaring bluntly, "Not my problem. Get lost." Immediately, Ghost's body shattered into pieces, abandoning the injured Mr. Bai lying sprawled on the ground, leaving behind a few small blue souls floating in the air. The capped cultivator was stunned, his face grim with disbelief. He just ran away like that? A distress talisman, just activated, burned to ashes in Qin Shengnan's hand. Qin Shengnan coldly declared there was no need to pursue. Reinforcements had been called, and the main target was the Earth immortal entity below, a threat far beyond their capabilities. Ye Xuan narrowed his eyes, admitting that his ordinary vision couldn't look directly at that Earth immortal entity, but within his spiritual consciousness, the image of a grotesque sphere covered in countless blue eyes appeared clearly. Ye Xuan realized the monster was clutching a red, evil energy ruler, and it was the medium causing the children in the city to mutate. It must be it. Qin Shengnan decisively took the lead, urging Ye Xuan to fly with her to stabilize the situation in the city first. Ye Xuan analyzed the tyrannical energy source, but considering the Earth immortal entity was too dangerous, he decided not to risk it, and temporarily retreated. Left behind, the capped cultivator grumbled bitterly that the monster didn't seem to be fully awake yet, then cursed under his breath for being the only one who had to run. He looked down at the hideous, glowing red sphere below, helplessly uttering a single word. Useless. The capped cultivator's jaw dropped, his face pale as he witnessed a sight beyond his comprehension. In a hidden corner, the corpse of a werewolf creature lay slumped in a pool of blood, clearly the aftermath of a purge. A mysterious hooded entity revealed a grotesque hand, ravenously tearing and devouring something red that looked like internal organs. Suddenly, the hooded figure's golden eyes flashed, and a burst of golden light erupted as he sensed something. A yellow distress talisman appeared, indicating a location 80 miles away. Not too far, might as well check it out, the hooded figure decided, his gaze sharp. In the square, the shadow spirit roared at the fleeing crowd. "You should have stayed in the inn. What are you doing running around?" Feng's group member immediately recognized his savior. It's the person from yesterday, while the shadow spirit was sweeping away the old, weak demons behind them. "Your sister is at the yamen, go." "I'll handle these recent demons," the shadow spirit commanded, its body shimmering like a galaxy. With a whoosh, the shadow spirit transformed into a streak of blue light and flew away, leaving the elderly ghoul furiously yelling, "You brat, you little brat." The elderly ghoul grabbed Feng's group member by the collar, snapping, "You damn brat, you almost got yourself killed, you know that?" The young man wouldn't back down, arguing, "You ran out risking your life too, didn't you? You idiot," as the elderly ghoul tried to push him away. Suddenly, a bald thug leader with glowing red eyes lunged from behind, roaring, "You almost got me killed too." Slash. Fresh blood splattered in the air. It turned out the elderly ghoul had lunged forward, taking the bald man's fatal stab, shielding the young man. Feng's group member froze, the elderly ghoul's blood splattering his face in utter horror. The bald man furiously pulled his weapon from the old man's back. "It's you again? You're such an eyesore, always getting in my way." The bald thug leader gnashed his teeth, panting, "Tsk." Two annoying pests. Seeing the elderly ghoul collapsed in a pool of blood, he decided fleeing was the best option. "Screw it, I need to get out of here fast." The young man embraced the old man's blood-soaked body, his voice trembling as he called out in vain, "Old. Elderly ghoul?" The elderly ghoul lay slumped on the ground, his breath ragged, gasping after taking the fatal stab. Feng's group member completely broke down, his voice trembling with incomprehension. "Why? Why did you do that?" He frantically used his hand to cover the gushing wound, yelling in despair, "Don't die. Hang in there. It'll take you to Brother Feng. He can definitely save you." The elderly ghoul weakly whispered that he was fine, but the young man brushed him off. "Don't talk anymore, your blood," he yelled, trying to help the old man up, but it was useless. In his final delirium, the elderly ghoul looked at the young man and mumbled that this kid reminded him of his grandson. He reminisced, saying his grandson also had the exact same rude mouth, never saying anything decent. The elderly ghoul's words faltered and then ceased, his head slumped, blood oozing from his mouth. The young man froze, frantically shaking him and calling out, "Wait, don't sleep, don't sleep." Embracing the old man's now cold body, he wailed in despair, trying to call back the one who had sacrificed himself for him. Painful memories flooded back. The desperate cries for help, the image of the elderly ghoul's sacrifice, and Shen Xiaoling's self-reproach for feeling like a burden. She didn't want to be a useless burden. And in the deep darkness of her consciousness, the shadow spirit with its eerie smile began to awaken. His hands stained with his benefactor's blood, Feng's group member collapsed in despair, tears mixing with the rage that was about to erupt. He gnashed his teeth, growling each word from his throat. "I am not a burden." He let out an earth-shattering roar, fresh blood spewing from his mouth, his rage officially unleashed. A terrifying surge of dark energy erupted from him, sweeping across the city like a destructive tsunami. On the street, the petty thugs were completely wiped out, leaving only the bald thug leader standing frozen amidst the devastated battlefield. The bald thug leader realized the monsters had been cleared out, confidently declaring he would go clean up the rest. Just as he was about to seize the opportunity to slip away, the bald thug leader heard a cold voice echo from behind him. "Where are you going?" The bald thug leader spun around, his face pale as he saw the shadow spirit had appeared right behind him at some point. The elderly ghoul, with glowing red eyes, leaned close to the bald thug leader's neck, which was stiff with fear, his voice hissing. "I asked you, where do you think you're running off to?" The blood on his hands evaporated into black smoke, and the elderly ghoul laughed maniacally, while Feng's group member was still kneeling, exhausted after the outburst. "Master, I've dragged him back." The elderly ghoul grabbed the bald thug leader's head like a toy, reporting to Feng's group member. Feng's group member gasped, looking up with disbelief, his voice trembling. You're still that elderly ghoul?" The elderly ghoul bent down, his demonic smile still fixed on his withered face. "Of course it's me, master." The elderly ghoul's grotesque hand reached out, intending to touch Feng's group member. Feng's group member remained silent, staring with complex emotions at the one who had just cleared the battlefield for them. He suddenly realized that the destructive power just now wasn't his, but belonged to the shadow spirit that had cleanly swept away the weaklings. The shadow spirit manifested from the void, questioning his soul. "Have you stepped onto the path of the Tai Ching Taoist family?" Before he could collect himself, a gigantic, glowing red, multi-eyed earth immortal entity appeared, launching a sweeping attack towards the panicking cultivators. Qin Shengnan shouted a warning. "Damn it, I accidentally looked into its eyes. Everyone close your eyes, it can teleport." She continued to order the weaklings. "Stay calm, don't act rashly, just retreat." Amidst the chaos, a little girl was seized by the earth immortal entity, its blood-red tentacles engulfing her. Qin Shengnan seemed to have been hit, looking extremely tired and disoriented. A capped man nearby watched the scene, his eyes wide with horror, veins bulging. The capped man was stunned as he recognized the victim shouting the girl's name, "Meow meow." While the little girl managed to call out, "Father," the capped man turned to Ye Xuan, pleading desperately. "Ye Xuan, Use your sword to take me there. That's my daughter. While Ye Xuan maintained a stone-cold expression, little Meow Meow cried out for help in vain as the monster dragged her into its disgusting mass of flesh. Meow Meow screamed one last time before completely vanishing into the darkness of the Earth Immortal entity. Without a second's hesitation, Meow Meow's father drew his sword and charged straight at the Earth Immortal entity to save his daughter, while Ye Xuan also began to act from behind. Amidst the chaos, an exhausted Qin Shengnan cried out in vain. Official Chen, don't go. Little Meow Meow was seized by a monstrous hand, her desperate cry of father echoing as she was dragged away. Her face distorted from the tight grip, she whispered a final plea for help before being completely swallowed. Meow Meow's father charged forward frantically despite the danger, roaring in indignation. He unleashed the repulsion technique in desperation, trying to push back the monster to reclaim his daughter. But his efforts were futile. He froze in horror as he saw his daughter about to perish. Meow Meow, don't move. Just then, the real deal stepped in. Ye Xuan maintained a stone-cold expression as a surge of crimson killing intent flashed past. Ye Xuan unleashed the Taiching Formless Jade Void, Jade Venerable Incarnation, a supreme position-swapping technique, throwing his clone directly into harm's way. The Jade Venerable clone took Ye Xuan's place, immediately being squeezed and distorted by the monster's terrifying pressure. Boom! The clone exploded from within, a dazzling green spiritual energy blast directly impacting the monster's internal organs. Official Chen coldly stared at the phantom of his daughter, while Ye Xuan stood behind him, remarking, "It's just a bit of splashed blood, but that's not your real daughter." The monster played a psychological trick, creating an illusion of Meow Meow crying pitifully amidst a pool of blood. "Father!" Meow Meow was in so much pain just now. Official Chen gritted his teeth, stunned to see the Earth Immortal entity recovering at an incredible speed. "You dare to imitate my daughter again and again? You've got some nerve!" Official Chen roared, his eyes blazing, the spectral blade in his hand erupting with a sky-piercing purple aura. He unleashed his full power, the spectral blade transforming into a demonic weapon, a gigantic hand made of white bone and dark energy. The monstrous weapon hovered in the air, while the illusion of Meow Meow continued to wail for her father, a truly agonizing psychological attack. "You are not allowed to." Official Chen gritted his teeth, channeling all his fury into the upcoming attack. He roared, ordering the spectral blade to charge straight at the Earth Immortal entity, which was opening its eye-filled maw. "Use my daughter's form again. Tear it to shreds for me." With an earth-shattering collision, the spectral blade plunged straight into the monster. But Official Chen was also knocked back by a surge of crimson energy. The entire area exploded in a shower of blood and debris, the clash of their powers creating widespread destruction. Official Chen's eyes widened in horror as a deadly crimson light grazed his face, nearly taking his head off. Wham! Just as Official Chen was collecting himself, a hand clamped tightly onto his wrist, stopping any further action. Li Changshou yelled a warning to Official Chen that this thing was Earth Immortal level, and even if incomplete, it wasn't something they could solo. They needed B-rank experts or higher to stand a chance. In midair, the disgusting crimson mass of flesh began to reform, a formidable monster officially revealing itself after the explosion. Suddenly, countless jade-green swords appeared out of nowhere, blocking their retreat. Ye Xuan shouted, "Don't open your eyes!" The Earth Immortal monster went all out, countless eyes on its body simultaneously emitting dazzling light, a direct attack on the consciousness of anyone who dared to look. Ye Xuan wasted no words, summoning the Supreme Myriad Bone Blade, a blue crystal bone blade radiating chilling cold. The bone blade immediately shattered into countless fragments, forming a dense crystal shield, blocking the crimson energy tentacles sweeping towards them. Li Changshou couldn't believe it, asking how Taoist Master Zhang could still see with his eyes closed. Ye Xuan explained that this was a sensory-type monster, and that crimson light was extremely powerful. Getting hit by it meant perishing. Official Chen realized the monster had no intention of letting them leave. He was about to plan a retreat when he suddenly froze, shouting, "Wait!" Official Chen cried out as he spotted a black dot hurtling down from the sky. "Something is flying towards us. Reinforcements." A cloaked figure tore through the air, hurtling straight towards the battlefield at terrifying speed. The real deal has arrived. A demonic-looking individual with bat wings landed, introducing himself as Wang Yu, an Earth-rank member of the Eerie Suppression Division, and recognized that Official Chen's group had called for aid using a magic artifact. Official Chen was overjoyed, thinking they were saved, but Wang Yu delivered a cold statement. 1,000 merit points, and I'll deal with it for you. Official Chen froze, his eyes wide with disbelief, stammering a question. Wang Yu nonchalantly explained the rules. Don't you understand the rules? My life. Why should I risk it for free? Official Chen's face twisted as he explained he only had a little over 100 points, not enough to pay. Too bad then. Wang Yu turned his back and coldly walked away. Deal with it yourselves. Official Chen was in utter panic, yelling for him to come back. Ignoring their pleas, Wang Yu flew off, leaving the entire team to face the disgusting Earth Immortal monster looming before them. The monster switched to psychological warfare, an illusion of an old woman painfully emerging from the mass of flesh, weakly calling out, "You." But Wang Yu merely paused, glancing back with disdain. Mother? My mother died over 10 years ago. Are you trying this trick on me? Before the illusion of his mother could fully play its part, it was pierced by a golden light, letting out a tragic scream. Wang Yu's disdain was evident as he snarled. The only family I had was my mother. Do you think I, Wang Yu, would be easily fooled by these cheap psychological tricks? Are you playing with children? Seeing Wang Yu about to charge in, Official Chen's face went pale as he yelled a warning. Lord Wang Yu, dodge! Don't touch that thing! But it was too late. Wang Yu's demonic arm pierced straight into the core of the Earth Immortal monster, sending black blood splattering, and he himself froze at the unexpected turn of events. A surge of dark energy from the monster immediately invaded him in return, causing Wang Yu's body to convulse and painfully distort. Wang Yu's entire body sprouted disgusting tumors and tentacles. He realized this was an infectious type, unsuitable for close combat, then turned and yelled a price. All right, Chen Tianxiao, I'll clean up this leech for you. 500 merit points, payable in 2 months. Official Chen turned to his black-haired companion, explaining the other man's background. That's Wang Yu, an Earth-rank cultivator of the Eerie Suppression Division. Rumor has it that when he was young, he merged with a demonic entity, which is why he looks like that. He continued. He suffers severe side effects and requires continuous special treatment, which is why he's so addicted to taking missions. But his strength is genuine, at least low B rank. He might actually be able to save us. Wang Yu decided to go all out, roaring, because I can't get close. His entire body erupted with a brilliant orange energy, accumulating into a destructive orb. Then take this. Wang Yu fired a colossal energy blast, illuminating the entire area, sweeping straight towards the Earth Immortal monster. Seeing Wang Yu unleash his destructive move, Official Chen frantically yelled at his black-haired companion. This is our chance. Run! The colossal energy blast tore through the night, sweeping straight into the Earth Immortal monster in a terrifying explosion. In another corner of the city, Li Changxiao flinched from the tremor, leaning on a railing, panting, looking visibly exhausted. He muttered worriedly, realizing that Official Chen's battle was far from over. At this rate, they won't be able to resolve it quickly. Li Changxiao looked down at the city engulfed in chaos, bitterly acknowledging his own limitations. Lujo City is too vast. I can only control 12 city god avatars, and I've only eliminated nearly 1,000 demons. The situation was worsening. The number of casualties had exceeded 10,000, nearly 20% of the population, and he was completely alone in this fight. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down as he realized the harsh truth. If this continues, by the time I finish off these demons, half of Lujo City's population will be gone. Memories flooded back, an instructor roaring before 1,300 recruits. Only 53 of you passed the trial to qualify as city god cultivators. The instructor continued his impassioned speech, refuting the power of other factions. The foundation of this kingdom is not the Eerie Suppression Division, not the Imperial Court, and certainly not the royal family. It is you, the city god cultivators, the instructor shouted. And in the crowd, a young Li Changxiao listened with determined eyes. The instructor's brainwashing speech from the past echoed. You are the shield of the kingdom, the pillar of the people. Your existence is to protect, to sacrifice for the greater good. Young Li Changxiao, eyes blazing, repeated the slogan, sacrifice for the greater good, like a fanatic. Li Changxiao's youthful face was full of fervor, completely believing in the ideal of dedicating his life to a noble cause. Back in reality, the adult Li Changxiao bitterly admitted a harsh truth. I don't know when I became afraid of death. With that, Li Changxiao tore open his chest, revealing a black hole of energy shimmering like a swirling cosmos within his body. Whoosh! A series of shimmering, ghostly city god avatars burst forth from his body, spreading throughout the city to continue the fight. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yeshuan was soaring away with 2 others at terrifying speed to shake off their pursuers. A hooded companion cried out in panic, Brother Zhang, we're flying further and further away from Lujo City, Ye Xuan coldly retorted, explaining the strategy. We must first escape that Earth immortal. Going back now would only cause more trouble. He then turned to ask, Miss Qin, do you know anything else about it? Qin Shengnan flew close behind, her expression serious. Nothing more. The records only mention the origin of the Bestower grandmother. It's best to keep our distance and let others handle it. The hooded companion reassured himself that it was fortunate the Earth immortal monster was only in its initial awakening stage, and perhaps Lord Wang could handle it. Before he could finish, the Earth immortal monster suddenly appeared right beside them, making the hooded man scream. Dodge! Lord Wang? Wang Yu's poisoned hand clenched, and he growled, Damn it, this thing is no ordinary foe. You must have hidden something from me. I don't care. If I survive this, we'll settle scores later. Wang Yu, in his winged demonic form, tried to fly away to shake it off. But the Earth immortal entity's fleshy, red mass, covered in eyes, clung relentlessly. Fiercely pursued, the Earth immortal entity roared. Fine. You won't let me go, will you? Don't. Push your luck, you persistent ghost. With that, the Earth immortal monster gathered a brilliant, blazing red energy sphere, preparing to unleash a destructive blow. Cornered, Wang Yu erupted with dark energy, roaring in defiance. You think I'm scared of you? Wang Yu's entire body was engulfed in a fierce purple lightning storm, and he screamed, If that's what you want, then I won't hold back. I can't even control this move yet. You forced my hand. A terrifying purple energy explosion swallowed everything, shattering the ground into countless pieces over an enormous area. Amidst the energy storm, the hooded man cried out in panic. Lord Wang, what are you doing? We're still here. But Wang Yu coldly ordered the group. Retreat immediately. This move will flatten everything within a 10-mile radius. Wang Yu roared in his grotesque form. Chen Tiaxiao, blame your bad luck. Without further ado, the Earth immortal entity retaliated with a blazing red energy beam, fired directly from the center of its hideous fleshy mass. Die. Wang Yu exerted all his strength, refusing to believe his opponent could escape his ultimate attack unscathed. The destructive purple energy sphere and the deadly red light stream collided, a life-or-death confrontation. Swish! Contrary to all expectations, the monster's red energy beam sliced through the purple lightning sphere as easily as tofu. Wang Yu's attack shattered, and he only managed to scream, What? Before being engulfed by the red energy stream in a terrifying explosion. Only a faint trace of blood remained in the air. Wang Yu was completely obliterated, unbelievably. Lord Wang, the hooded man cried out in panic to his black-haired companion, witnessing the horrific scene. The deadly energy beam didn't stop. It grazed the black-haired companion, sending blood splattering. A final red light flashed and then vanished into the black-haired companion's eye. An unexpected turn of events. The hooded man anxiously asked about Ye Xuan, seeing him injured, one eye already bleeding, but he merely brushed it off, admitting his carelessness. Both immediately sped up their escape, with the colossal Earth immortal monster, a fleshy, red mass covered in eyes, hovering behind them. Noticing Ye Xuan's bleeding eye, the hooded man cried out in horror, Brother Zhang, did you look into its eyes? From the monster's hideous fleshy mass, a human figure began to emerge, signaling a new psychological attack. This trick again, the hooded man muttered, recalling Wang Yu's words that the monster would imitate the most important person in the target's heart, then shouted, urging Ye Xuan to land and strategize. Seeing Ye Xuan unresponsive and dazed, the hooded man desperately yelled his name, knowing his companion had been completely ensnared by the illusion. Ye Xuan's azure eyes locked onto the new enemy, completely ignoring everything else. A purple-haired woman with a fiery figure slowly materialized, hovering enchantingly right above the monster. This mysterious woman was introduced as a creation from the Bestower's hidden exhibition, an extraordinary existence. The new illusion fully revealed itself. A dark-skinned, purple-haired woman with golden patterns on her face, standing tall with an overwhelming aura. Within the illusion, the mysterious purple-haired woman awoke with a bewildered expression. Where is this? Memories began to flow. Ye Xuan, with sharp, cold eyes, appeared, pushing away the hooded companion who was trying to hold him back. Without hesitation, Ye Xuan channeled his energy, pure clear qi gathering in his palm, ready to purify everything. A series of colossal jade-green sword qi beams shot out, sweeping through the illusionary space, aimed directly at the purple-haired woman. Facing the familiar attack, the purple-haired woman was stunned, screaming his true past name. Zhang Yuan. The memory shifted. She transformed into a child, joyfully rushing towards Ye Xuan, cheering. Zhang Yuan, Master has finally found you. The scene shifted again. Another female Taoist, Qin Shengnan, appeared with a horrified expression at the illusion's speed and shouted, "Too fast! Don't let her get close." Qin Shengnan unleashed the supreme clear immortal art, Soul Tomb Art, a mind control technique, muttering that this art might not work on major bosses, but it was more than enough for a cultivator. The goal of the Soul Tomb Art was extremely vicious, to instantly erase all current thoughts of the target. The spell took effect. The purple-haired woman's eyes turned bloodshot, her consciousness being crushed into oblivion. The tables turned. Qin Shengnan's spell backfired, causing her to vomit blood from her mouth and eyes. She was stunned, unable to believe her own move had beaten her to a pulp. What? A backlash? It turned out that the will of the demonic illusion was too weak, not strong enough to be a target for the spell, causing the attack to lose control and rebound onto its caster. Qin Shengnan's eyes widened in horror, realizing she had miscalculated a deadly move. Another, even more terrifying memory surfaced. A scene of two people joining forces against a fierce, thorny attack. The attack and that memory collided, creating a destructive energy explosion. The psychic attack from that memory was even more potent than Qin Shengnan's move. It directly tore apart the demonic illusion. The illusion shattered into fragments of energy, vanishing in an instant. Just as Qin Shengnan was about to collapse from the backlash, Ye Xuan appeared like a god and carried her up. Still in shock and bleeding, Qin Shengnan could only look up at her savior, stammering a word of thanks. A purple-haired illusion glided over, her voice full of sorrow as she called Ye Xuan's past name, Zhang Yuan. Master has been searching for you for so many years. Master misses you so much. But, having just reunited, the purple-haired illusion immediately flew into a rage upon seeing Ye Xuan carrying another woman. Her purple eyes welling with tears but filled with killing intent. "Who is that girl? How dare you hold her?" Qin Shengnan, still severely wounded, asked in horror about that terrifyingly powerful being, but Ye Xuan calmly replied, "She's an old acquaintance from a very long time ago." Ye Xuan explained to Qin Shengnan that she had been too reckless. That illusion's attack was just a casual one. If she had used her true power, even he would be helpless and would have to prepare a self-destruction plan to deal with it. The purple-haired illusion didn't bother listening to the explanation. Roaring, "I won't allow you to hold her," then lunged straight at Ye Xuan with terrifying speed. She swung her arm, intending to crush both of them in one blow, leaving Qin Shengnan, who was in Ye Xuan's arms, with her jaw dropped in astonishment. Seeing Ye Xuan still shielding her, the purple-haired illusion was stunned, her voice trembling with resentment. You're still protecting her? You clearly said before that only Master could be with you." Suddenly, Ye Xuan turned around and embraced the stunned, purple-haired illusion, causing her to only exclaim, "Master," in bewilderment. Her aggressive demeanor vanished, and the purple-haired illusion immediately blushed in embarrassment in Ye Xuan's arms, as he gently thanked her for painstakingly searching for him all this time. Completely subdued, the purple-haired illusion shyly nestled her head against Ye Xuan's chest, whispering, "Zhang Yuan, do you know, ever since we parted ways, Master has always." In that peaceful moment, the purple-haired illusion suddenly panicked as she saw Ye Xuan vanish, desperately screaming Zhang Yuan's name. Instantly, an invisible force grabbed her face, twisting it out of shape in extreme astonishment. She let out a tragic scream, shot away like a bullet while her golden eyes blazed with fury. The moment she touched the ground, the purple-haired illusion was corroded by a dark power. Her hair turned into horrifying tentacles, and her eyes flashed with red blood vessels. Back in reality, Ye Xuan and Qin Shengnan witnessed everything. Qin Shengnan was deeply shocked. She resisted the bestower, grandmother's power? Ye Xuan immediately realized that the Earth, immortal entity, was the one pulling the strings all along. The purple-haired illusion slowly stood up, her golden eyes rolling wildly, and growled, questioning the one behind the scheme. The Earth immortal entity didn't bother to reply. It revealed its true form as a blazing red orb covered in eyes, gathering a destructive energy attack. A gigantic red beam of light shot out, aimed directly at the small, purple-haired illusion, determined to erase her from existence. Qin Shengnan realized the boss plan in horror. The bestower, grandmother, couldn't control her, so now it's trying to eliminate her. Suddenly, a golden fist descended from the void, roaring in fury. "Who dares to interrupt my reunion with my disciple?" Facing the Earth, Immortal, Entity, Destructive Energy Attack. The purple-haired illusion was unfazed, preparing to confront it head-on. The boss's deadly red beam began to be distorted and twisted unnaturally by some invisible power. Witnessing a sight beyond comprehension, Qin Shengnan was frozen stiff, her eyes wide with astonishment. The purple-haired illusion's entire body erupted with dazzling golden light. She scornfully glanced at the boss and growled, "I soar." Unwilling to concede, the Earth, Immortal, Entity concentrated all its energy, condensing the blazing red orb, preparing for a finishing blow. But the purple-haired illusion was even faster, unleashing a punch enveloped in golden light, charging straight into her opponent's attack. Boom! With just one blow, the Earth, Immortal, Entity's entire energy mass was shattered to pieces, turning to dust. The terrifying impact shattered the entire illusionary space. Ye Xuan looked up at the cracked sky, while two blue souls hastily flew away. Ye Xuan was completely shocked, unable to believe his eyes. What? One blow sent the best-hour grandmother flying? This power must be at least top-tier B grade, or even low-tier A grade. The purple-haired illusion flew towards Ye Xuan, excitedly calling his past name. "Well done, Zhang Yuan." She gave a sinister smile, reaching out to grab him, confidently declaring that nothing could stand in their way anymore. But unexpectedly, her hand began dissolving into light, leaving her stunned and unable to understand what was happening. She was utterly panicked, screaming in despair as her body slowly disintegrated. "Wait, no, I finally found you." Her translucent soul lunged forward, but only passed right through Ye Xuan, completely powerless to touch him. Before completely vanishing into the void, she only managed to scream two words full of regret. "I don't want to." Back in reality, Ye Xuan explained to Qin Shengnan that the purple-haired illusion existed because of the best-hour grandmother, so when the boss was severely wounded, she vanished along with it. At the same time, the Earth, Immortal Entity's body on the ground exploded into a pile of goo, officially eradicated. A capped man standing nearby was also stunned, muttering the name, best-hour grandmother, in extreme bewilderment. Ye Xuan's memories suddenly flooded back, an image of a ragged Zhang Yuan, say master leading young Zhang Yuan through the forest, the boy innocently asking, "Master, where are we going?" The elderly ghoul made a tempting offer to Shiao Tian. "You want to return to the village to bury the villagers, don't you? I will help." The elderly ghoul revealed his true form as a hideous old ghoul with blood-red eyes and a sinister smile, clearly not a benevolent being. Shiao Tian recalled the feeling of biting off a finger and reciting an incantation. A hunger for power surged, making him crave sacrificing his remaining fingers. He muttered about a one-finger, one-wish pact to save the elderly ghoul, then told himself that no matter how bad the current situation was, it was still better than death. Called a supreme purity demonic cultivator, Shiao Tian decided he couldn't stay and be a burden to his older sister and brothers, even though he had promised to protect them. He resolutely turned his back and left with the elderly ghoul, vowing to return when he was strong enough for them all to live peacefully together. The entire scene just now turned out to be merely a flashback, vividly reenacted. Back in the present, Yi was replaying the entire event for Ye Xuan and a stunned Shen Xiaoling. Ye Xuan affirmed that the kid couldn't have gone far. Ye Xuan recounted Shiao Tian's message, that he no longer wanted to be a burden to them and asked them not to search for him. While in the distance, someone was carrying a corpse past. Shen Xiaoling burst into tears, unable to believe Shiao Tian had broken his promise, choking up as she wondered what on earth the kid was thinking. Ye Xuan reassured everyone, declaring there was no need to worry because he had installed Yi as a GPS on that kid. He would intervene immediately if anything happened. The capped man thanked Li Changshu and Qin Shengnan for their assistance, admitting that Liu Zhou had suffered heavy losses, but was fortunately saved. Li Changshu looked haggard, his face still tainted with demonic energy. He said he was fine but was concerned about the item the capped man had brought back. That item was the corpse of the Earth, Immortal, Entity, boss, sealed with talismans, currently in a dormant state after being beaten to a pulp. The capped man explained the urgent situation. These demon-suppressing talismans were only a temporary measure. They had to quickly deliver it to the Eerie Suppression Division before anything happened. He continued to report on 2 other spoils of war: a wriggling mass of flesh, the remnants of Wang Yu, and the Bestor grandmother, Sered ruler, the culprit that turned the children into monsters. Whoosh! The ruler suddenly flew out of the box, but Ye Xuan was quicker, gently catching it and declaring he would borrow it for a while. The capped man, though a bit hesitant, still agreed, instructing Ye Xuan to be careful. He then turned to order his subordinates to prepare the carriage and take Su Qiu away immediately. The devastated landscape of Liuzhou appeared. Ruined houses, corpses strewn everywhere, a flock of crows circling in the sky, signaling death. During the evacuation, Su Qiu commented on the tragic state of Liuzhou. The capped man calmly replied that such occurrences were commonplace in the remote provinces of the Zhuang kingdom. The capped man bid farewell to official Chen, arranging for brother Zhang Yexuan to take the first carriage, and the 2 girls to take the carriage behind to leave Liuzhou City. Meanwhile, a purple-robed man sneered, surprised that those small fry had managed to deal with the Bestower grandmother, an opponent he thought would require several B-grade cultivators to stand a chance against. The purple-robed man's eyes flashed with a malevolent red light. He smirked, declaring the plan remained unchanged. Let them go first, then he would snatch the spoils and disappear. Yeshuan's gaze suddenly sharpened. He had sensed the killing intent aimed at him from afar. Qin Shengnan asked, finding it strange, but Ye Xuan coldly replied, nothing, thinking to himself that the enemy was like an annoying fly, and he would temporarily ignore them to focus on the main task. The carriage procession officially set off, leaving the dead city under a sky full of crows. Ignored, the purple-robed man was resentful, unable to understand why a mere C-rank cultivator kid made him feel a deadly sense of danger. Scene change. Shen Xiaoling was talking to an aunt, saying she was going to wash clothes so her father and brother could go up the mountain tomorrow. The aunt praised her as a good child. Suddenly, Shen Xiaoling's hands trembled violently, her flesh seeming to decompose as she mumbled, "This body is about to break down again." Shen Xiaoling collapsed to the ground. Her tone completely changed, lamenting that a mortal body was truly useless, and it should have changed to another body sooner. A village girl was washing clothes by the river, unaware that a corpse had just crawled up from the bushes behind her. The possessing entity inside sneered, delighted that this time it had found a pretty girl, no longer needing to possess filthy snakes and rats. It declared, "I'll use this one for now and change later," then shot towards the poor girl who was screaming in panic. Shen Xiaoling's distorted body lunged forward, ignoring the girl's screams for it to stay away. Shen Xiaoling's face was now mangled, her flesh peeling off to reveal a grotesque face with deep, swirling purple eyes. It sneered, "Not bad. Try a little harder." The monstrous hand tightly gripped the girl's neck, roaring morbidly, while the victim could only mutter for help. Whoosh! A brilliant golden streak of light tore through the air, slashing directly at the demon, sending it flying and spitting blood. The extremely powerful impact sent it tumbling several times down the hillside like a broken puppet. Lying sprawled on the ground, the demon lifted its mangled face, growling, "Who just interfered in my business?" A brilliant golden seal hovered in midair, the very object that had intervened, exuding terrifying pressure. Thud! The golden seal slammed directly into the ground, fresh blood splattering everywhere. An unfamiliar hand appeared, retrieving the golden seals hovering in midair. From the hill, Jinjue looked down, speaking with disdain. "Even in this remote corner, trash like you appears." Jinjue looked full of righteous aura, holding a fan, his eyes revealing absolute disgust. The rescued girl, her face streaked with tears, stammered her thanks to the immortal who had intervened. Jinjue coldly replied, "No need," declaring he was just passing by, while the girl knelt on the ground, not knowing how to repay him. Suddenly, Jinjue's eyes flashed with an eerie purple light, signaling something was amiss. Seeing him staggering strangely, the girl worriedly asked, "Immortal, are you all right?" Jinju's face distorted into a grotesque smile, and he growled, "Heh heh heh, it's nothing." Scene change. Yixuan sat in the carriage, listening to his companion exclaim, "Brother Zhang, this time it's all thanks to you. Even Wang Yu fell to that earth immortal. Yet someone from your past dealt with it so easily." The capped man was still resentful about being thrown, curious about the identity of that domineering woman, and wondering why Ye Xuan did a complete 180 when he saw her. Ye Xuan apologized. Xu Qiu, however, felt that Ye Xuan had saved him too many times, and there was no need to be so polite. But he still didn't understand why he could no longer sense clear qi from him, and who that woman actually was. Ye Xuan revealed a shocking piece of information. Her name is Jiang Si, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator whose power is on par with the peak, and she was my first master. The capped man was utterly shocked, unable to understand why Ye Xuan treated his master like a sworn enemy, and decided he would have to thoroughly investigate this guy's background. Ye Xuan brushed it off as a trivial matter from the past, then immediately changed the subject, pointing ahead. More importantly, "Brother Chen, look who's coming." The capped man, startled, looked ahead and saw a figure standing on another horse, boldly blocking the path of the entire procession. A young cultivator with green hair, wearing silver armor, his sharp eyes holding something in his hand, exuded an imposing aura but looked unfriendly. From within the carriage procession, a voice rang out, introducing the newcomer. "Allow me to introduce everyone. This is Jin Jue, from the main lineage of the Jin family from the capital." The capped man further explained that Jin Jue was also a cultivator of the Shadow Division, Dark Department, dispatched by the Bureau to assist. Jin Jue cupped his hands, confirming he had received orders to gather at Fan City Prefecture. Jin Jue continued, saying that since it was on his way, he came to meet everyone first, but the sneer and dark aura emanating from behind him showed that this guy was no simple character. A countryside girl in white lay slumped on the ground, a gaping black hole emitting purple smoke on her body, clearly dead. Jin Jue licked his lips with an evil expression, mumbling that the noise from the country girl had made him lose interest, so he smashed her head into the ground, but the body was still fresh enough. He began rummaging through the memories of this body, confirming it was a cultivator of the Jin family, and also belonged to the Eerie Suppression Division, currently on a mission to escort and seal an Earth Immortal. He smirked sinisterly. Indeed, when opportunity strikes, nothing can stop it. Looking towards Ye Xuan's group, the entity in Jin Ju's body, calculated that if this group could suppress an Earth Immortal, there must be some formidable characters among them, and perhaps he should change bodies again. The capped man was dreaming of earning merit by capturing the Earth Immortal to exchange for elixirs for his wife and children, completely unaware that the Jin Jue imposter had read his memories and disdained him as a mere mortal possessing a cursed magic treasure. Shen Xiaoling was worried about Shiao Tian's whereabouts, while the Jin Jue imposter had spotted her, sneering as he thought to himself, "A pretty mortal girl. This will be fun later." Qin Shengnan looked bored, only wishing to quickly pass her emotional tribulation and return to her sect. But she had caught the eye of the body possessor, who coveted her. "I've never tasted a Jade Purity Taoist sect girl before. This is worth looking forward to." Shu Chu glanced at Shen Xiaoling, thinking of a way to strike up a conversation after their awkward first meeting, only to be labeled with a single word in the mind of the entity possessing Jin Jue. Idiot. After scanning the group, the entity in Jin Ju's body still didn't see any significant threat among them. He began to wonder how this bunch of nobodies could control an Earth Immortal. The capped man happily informed Ye Xuan that they were now comrades belonging to the Eerie Suppression Division, while Ye Xuan calmly thought that traveling by carriage, though slow, was the perfect time for cultivation. Ye Xuan calculated that the evil energy in this ruler was truly excellent stuff, perfectly suited for cultivating the primordial golden demonic art. He decided he would cultivate the first layer tonight. From the shadows, the Jin Jue imposter sneered as he sensed the mystery emanating from Ye Xuan, deciding he had to keep an eye on this guy. Night fell, and the chirping of insects signaled a restless night. The group stopped by the campfire. The capped man struck up a conversation with the fake Jin Jue, completely unaware that the person beside him was the real threat. Shu Chu awkwardly offered a piece of roasted meat towards Shen Xiaoling, trying to strike up a conversation to erase the bad impression from their previous meeting. Shen Xiaoling hugged Yi Yi, watching Shu Chu sweating profusely, stammering incoherently, looking utterly pathetic. Shu Chu slapped himself silently, resentful that his mouth had gotten him into trouble, while Shen Xiaoling simply froze, watching the comedic scene. Ignoring Shu Chu's silent act, Shen Xiaoling pointed at Yi Yi and asked directly, "Is this water orb Yi Yi?" Qin Shengnan unexpectedly interjected, revealing that Yi Yi was a strategic-grade surveillance magic treasure of the Eerie Suppression Division that had been lost for decades, advising Shen Xiaoling not to flaunt it carelessly, or she would invite trouble. Shen Xiaoling was surprised and thanked Qin Shengnan, confessing that she thought she was disliked because her senior sister had been silent the entire journey. Qin Shengnan coldly explained, "Don't misunderstand. It's not that I'm cold, but due to cultivation, I have lost the emotions of joy and fear, which is why I'm lazy to talk." Shen Xiaoling froze, utterly shocked to learn that her senior sister couldn't feel joy. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan was circulating his cultivation art, trying to absorb evil energy from a mysterious black ruler. A crimson dark aura surged around him, This process was clearly not easy. Sweat poured out, and one of Yeshuan's eyes had turned crimson, showing he was under immense pressure. Suddenly, his consciousness was pulled into a chaotic black and white vortex, a storm raging within his mind. Yeshuan, stunned, realized he had been dragged into his own soul space, an unprecedented event. He watched in horror as the black and white storm ravaged his inner world, an abnormal phenomenon he had never seen before. Returning to his meditative state, Yeshuan began to analyze the situation, realizing his soul had an extremely serious problem. With 1,000 years of experience, he concluded that his soul space was no longer a pure inner world, but had transformed into a black hole devouring everything. Yeshuan clenched his fists, bitterly admitting that his body had a major problem, certainly related to his failed ascension, and the evil art he was cultivating was still too weak to probe the root cause of this damage. Yeshuan analyzed the Black Ruler, realizing that to upgrade the primordial golden demonic art, he needed pseudo-demonic qi, and had to return this item to someone named Chen Txiao. Temporarily setting aside the black hole in his soul, Yeshuan decided to focus on cultivation first. Worrying too much would only give him a headache. The scene shifted to a large group of ragged refugees trudging along, escorted by a team of mounted cultivators. The ponytail-wearing captain looked grim, clearly displeased with the task of escorting these commoners. The entire group of refugees looked on the verge of collapse, dragging their heavy feet along the rocky path. A boy whimpered to his mother. "Mom, my legs hurt and I'm so hungry." The mother tried to comfort her child, promising that once they reached the land of immortals, they would no longer suffer from hunger or hardship, and would not meet a tragic end like his father. The boy could only mumble his agreement, his face still drooping from exhaustion. Inner Disciple 17 began to complain, believing he was unlucky to be tasked with transporting these seeds, blaming some trash for failing to capture a wanted criminal. Inner Disciple 17 roared at Liu. "What are you saying, Liu? I'm talking about you. The elders highly value that criminal." Inner Disciple 17 snapped at Liu, calling him a good-for-nothing to his face for failing to capture the criminal. Otherwise, their faction would be in power now. Not that woman Jiang Shi. A senior brother named Qian Bing growled, quelling the unrest. He was bitter that Jiang Shi not only didn't die but even broke through after hearing the immortal lord's voice, causing low-level disciples like them to be treated like trash. Inner Disciple 17 asked Qian Bing for a plan, lamenting that Jiang Shi was acting so arrogantly, even punishing them severely for hiding a few Dao fruits. Qian Bing continued to curse, saying that when senior brother was still in charge, they ate and drank their fill, but now under that woman, a few Dao fruits a month weren't even enough to satisfy them. He angrily concluded that Jiang Shi was just the elder's dog, and whispered that they had to find an opportunity to eliminate her. Immediately, a cold voice echoed from the shadows, questioning them, and a piercing gaze glared directly at the conspiring group. Elder Shui materialized behind Qian Bing like a ghost, repeating the question with a voice full of killing intent that left him speechless. Qian Bing's face drained of color, sweat pouring down him as he realized he had just spoken carelessly in front of a powerful figure. Whoosh! A giant green energy slash suddenly descended, tearing up the ground right in front of them. Inner Disciple 17 screamed that they were under attack, while Liu frantically told Qian Bing to be careful as he barely managed to roll to the ground to dodge the fatal blow. Suddenly, a shadowy figure was torn apart by the green slash, sent flying like a broken puppet. Liu and Inner Disciple 17 gaped in horror as they saw Qian Bing sprawled on the ground. What? Senior brother Qian was. The attacker revealed himself, a muscular, silver-haired man with a demonic arm, roaring furiously. "You!" From above, Yeshuan and Jiang Shi descended like two deities, Yeshuan's giant sword blade still carrying the aftershocks of the recent attack. The demonic-armed man propped himself up, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha, I hadn't even come looking for you, yet you've delivered yourselves to me," he snarled, springing to his feet with a belligerent expression, showing no signs of injury. The low-level disciples didn't recognize the enemy, yet they cheered. "Senior brother Zhang, go for it." Yeshuan said nothing, his eyes flashing with a chilling glint as he prepared for a finishing blow. The demonic-armed man tensed, his muscles bulging, challenging. "Have you forgotten my special physique? Come at me if you dare. I'll crush." Swish. Yeshuan's azure sword chi fiercely clashed with his opponent's demonic arm, as a ball of dark chi also shot towards him from behind. The demonic-armed man flipped backward, his face utterly shocked as he realized his invincible physique was gone. Impossible. "My body." A scarred official appeared, declaring with authority, "Once you've been struck by my demonic blade, don't even think about using demonic arts." Ye Xuan's eyes widened in surprise at a sudden, piteous scream that erupted from the crowd. Amidst the chaos, another evil cultivator quickly grabbed a child hostage, yelling a threat. "Anyone who comes closer, I'll crush its head." A senior brother wearing a headband intended to rush forward and save the person but froze due to a sudden development. Boom! A giant golden seal descended from the sky, crushing the evil cultivator who took the hostage into a pool of blood. Ye Xuan and the scarred official only managed to witness the horrific scene, while the mother's heart-wrenching cry echoed, "No, my child." The mother collapsed, frantically wailing her son's name in utter despair. Amidst the panicked refugees, the mother was still sobbing tragically over the pool of blood, completely unaware that her son was still safe. The official received a report from his subordinate. 127 commoners, deceived by the Taiqing evil sect, have been appeased and sent home. The scarred official snarled, killing intent, radiating, upon learning that the Tianlan evil cultivators dared to lure people from Qingyan City, an imperial territory. "These bastards are out of luck. They ran right into us." Jinjue fanned himself, feigning righteousness as he sighed. The Taiqing evil cultivators are truly despicable. Using children as hostages. I only intended to stop him from escaping. What a pity for a child. From the shadows, Ye Xuan saw through Jinjue's fake facade, a cruel person feigning kindness, and thought to himself, "This kind of person is untrustworthy. If he shows any signs of betrayal, I must act first." The scarred official looked at Jinjue with a suspicious gaze, thinking, "What's wrong with Brother Jin? He's usually so cautious and steady. Why is he acting so strangely today? Could it be qi deviation?" Jinjue curled his lip, thinking with contempt. It was just an accidental killing of a mortal child, and these two are making such a big deal out of it. Be careful all you want, but even if they discover I'm not who I seem to be, what can they do? Shen Xiaoling tried to comfort the mother, who was collapsed and sobbing tragically beside the pool of blood. The scarred official knelt beside the mother, trying to soothe her. "My condolences. The child's body is no longer intact. This tragedy is our fault. I will compensate you with a sum of money." The mother suddenly looked up, her eyes wide with frantic hope, screaming, "No! My child can still be saved. The living Buddha. The living Buddha can save him. Immortal sirs, please save me." In the middle of the night, a convoy of carriages moved through the forest, and a voice rang out, questioning the name that had just been mentioned. "So, what is this living Buddha you speak of?" The scarred official explained with a serious expression, "Madam, your son's body is already mangled. Furthermore, Qingyan City is protected by the imperial family. Where would a living Buddha come from?" The refugee mother screamed in a fanatical fervor, insisting that the living Buddha was real and could bring the dead to the Pure Land, a place of endless glory and wealth. Yi Xuan coldly questioned her logic, while Jin Jue whispered complaints from behind about this noisy woman occupying an entire carriage. The mother tearfully explained that the living Buddha only chose 100 people of high merit each month, and her husband hadn't made it past the initial selection because his body decomposed too quickly after the accident. The scarred official, after hearing the entire story, turned to ask the group for their opinions, acting like a true commander. Ye Xuan and Jinjue both showed an indifferent attitude, shifting the responsibility back to the scarred official. The scarred official concluded, "Let's go. Qingyan City isn't far. We'll be there in 2 days. I also want to see if this living Buddha is real or fake." Elsewhere, a figure was thrown from a cliff, blood splattering everywhere, falling like a ragged sack. From the pool of blood and shadows, the body began to regenerate as a dark entity, sighing in relief. "I almost died." Qian Bing stood up, the fatal wound on his neck completely gone. He was smug that he had hidden his trump card, the undying body, from Liu and Wei Xian. Although bitter about losing all the seeds he had painstakingly collected, Qian Bing still smiled sinisterly as he realized he had just encountered the man the elders were hunting a juicy target to exploit. 2 days later, on the road, Ye Xuan meditated, his purple aura erupting fiercely. Suddenly, Ye Xuan's eyes snapped open, his blue pupils flashing with a sharp glint. A powerful surge of energy emanated from Ye Xuan, sending both the scarred official and Jin Jue, who were sitting together in a flying carriage, flying backward. Ye Xuan thought to himself that the speed of his breakthrough to the Foundation establishment mid-stage was faster than expected, while Jin Ju stood behind him, his face blank, not understanding what had just happened. Jin Jue thought in horror. Foundation establishment? What kind of realm is this? I've never heard of it. Where did this guy crawl out from? The guide cheered. "My lords, Qingyan City is straight ahead." The gates of Qingyan City appeared, and below was a chaotic scene of hundreds of laborers being shouted at and forced to transport ore if they didn't want to starve. A gaunt man panted in despair as he pulled a heavy cart. Yishuan wondered why there were so many miners. Official Chen explained that there was a rare mineral vein around the city, so all newly arrived adult men were conscripted for 5 years of forced labor. Yishuan's eyes lit up when he heard about the mineral vein. He realized it could be spirit ore, the perfect material to forge a sword for his primordial divine array sword art. As soon as they reached the city gate, Official Chen held up his Eerie Suppression Division's token, his face cold as he declared he was on a mission, immediately silencing the city guard. Inside the city, it was utterly deserted, and a desolate wind blew, signaling an ill omen. Official Chen wondered why such a large city was so desolate. A female cultist immediately explained, "Immortals, come quickly to the Pure Land Temple. The living Buddha is holding a grand ceremony to deliver all sentient beings." Official Chen smirked, his eyes sharp. "Good. Let me see if this living Buddha is the real deal or a fake." The sign for Pure Land Temple appeared, and below was the chanting of the compassionate living Buddha from the deluded crowd. Tens of thousands of cultists had filled the entire square, all muttering prayers as if completely brainwashed. The crowd of cultists knelt prostrate, facing the main temple, the atmosphere both solemn and filled with tension. On an observation platform, a female attendant anxiously asked her mistress, "Miss, the living Buddha is about to appear. Shouldn't we kneel?" But the female official remained seated, her face cold. The female official growled, her eyes full of disdain. "Living Buddha, my foot. That's an evil cult. Do not kneel." The temple doors swung open, and a meditating figure appeared amidst a dazzling halo. The crowd below shouted in fanaticism, "Welcome, living Buddha." The fanatical cultists cried out, clasping their hands and begging the living Buddha for salvation in vain. Heavy footsteps echoed, as two muscular dark figures carried something extremely grand. The real deal appeared. The muscular living Buddha sat on a golden lotus platform, radiating a seemingly real halo. Carried by two protectors amidst a sea of kneeling people, the living Buddha paraded like a true deity. The living Buddha began his sermon, declaring he would sacrifice 100 years of cultivation to deliver 100 souls. The fanatics shouted their thanks, but amidst the kneeling crowd, one figure still stood upright, defiant. The female attendant fearfully begged her mistress to kneel, but the female official remained as firm as steel, growling, "Do not kneel." Official Chen smirked, muttering as he exposed the trick. "Shameless demon. 100 years of cultivation every month? That's 3,000 years in just over 2 years. Are you out of your mind?" Another bald monk shouted, "Silence!" to begin the grand ceremony, but a shout of "Stop!" echoed, interrupting him. Boom! Several multi-limbed dark figures suddenly rushed out like devils, tearing through the air, and a dismembered corpse fell amidst the terrified screams of the crowd. A capped man fell backward, terrified, as he watched Yishuan descend from the air, stammering, "Are you the living Buddha?" Official Chen introduced himself as Chen Txu of the Eerie Suppression Division, in a challenging tone. Having heard of the compassionate living Buddha's salvation, "I've brought a tragically dead child, hoping you will lend a helping hand." Amidst the fanatical crowd, Xuqiu and Shen Xiaoling struggled to push through, realizing that senior brother Feng had already flown straight inside. The bald monk glared, roaring, "How dare you interrupt the grand ceremony? Kneel before master at once. Throw these disrespectful people out of the Pure Land Temple." The living Buddha raised a hand to stop him, feigning compassion. "These benefactors only wish to save someone. Do not make it difficult for them." The bald monk immediately bowed deeply, obediently assenting. The living Buddha declared, "Although the child's body is destroyed, it has not been more than 3 days. And it was brought by members of the Eerie Suppression Division, so it has a karmic connection with Buddha. I shall make an exception and prioritize its entry into the Pure Land." The grieving mother cried bitterly, kowtowing in gratitude for the living Buddha's compassion. Yishuan and Official Chen exchanged glances, not saying a word, but both tacitly understood that this was just a ridiculous charade. The living Buddha began to perform a spell, and dazzling golden scriptures poured out from his mouth, enveloping the space. The scripture energy converged into a dazzling golden orb, spinning rapidly above the living Buddha's head, radiating an extremely formidable pressure. The living Buddha unleashed his move. The dazzling golden scripture orb exploded, revealing an illusion of a world of ultimate bliss within. The scene of the Pure Land was depicted grandly, a fairyland of immortals, birds singing, fragrant flowers, everyone at peace, an elaborately staged play. The deluded cultists cried bitterly, kowtowing repeatedly. The grieving father recognized his son's figure in the illusion, becoming even more fanatical. Compassionate living Buddha. Official Chen frowned, his eyes full of doubt at the unbelievable scene. Is this the Pure Land? Could it be real? Meanwhile, Ye Xuan quietly observed, his eyes sharp, clearly seeing this charade as nothing but a joke. A dazzling golden dragon-shaped energy stream shot out from the illusionary orb, looking like a chain leading to paradise. The female attendant gaped, stammering as she pointed out the chain of light leading to the Pure Land to her mistress, but the female official coldly dismissed it with a single no. The female official narrowed her eyes, her voice full of disdain. I don't know what the hell you're seeing, but in my eyes, the perspective shifted to Ye Xuan, his blue eyes glowing brightly, seeing through all disguises. Boom! The entire colorful illusion shattered. In Ye Xuan's eyes, the living Buddha revealed his true form as a hideous monster with a gaping mouth, using pitch-black tentacles to suck the life force from the cultists. Ye Xuan smirked, muttering, "Another piece of trash." Knew he wasn't a true Buddhist cultivator. Better to avoid trouble, he'll just pretend to be blind and deaf. Meanwhile, the living Buddha's demonic mouth was gnawing greedily, the sound of bones breaking echoing with crunching sounds. Inside the illusion, the refugee boy's soul dazedly crawled up amidst the dazzling golden space, crying out in hunger, "Mom, I'm so hungry." An illusion goddess with a sweet smile suddenly appeared, offering a plate full of fresh, delicious fruits to tempt the child. The child immediately dove into eating, praising it profusely, unaware he was walking into a trap. In the real world, the grieving mother sobbed with happiness, her voice trembling, "My son, thank heavens." Suddenly, a group of shadowy assassins with spider-like limbs appeared, declaring, "The job is done. Let's go." The living Buddha showed his annoyance, sneering at the uninvited guests. "Take your time, Eerie Suppression Division officials." Amidst the sea of fanatics, Xu Qiu and Shen Xiaoling were struggling to push through. The girl looked extremely distressed, tears about to fall. Suddenly, the living Buddha's eyes lit up. His bloodshot pupils contracted as he discovered something extremely shocking in the crowd. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Shen Xiaoling frantically asked about the child's fate when Ye Xuan descended from the air, giving a concise order. "What are you doing here? Follow me quickly." But then, Ye Xuan suddenly paused, his sharp blue eyes sweeping across the scene, realizing something was wrong. The living Buddha had spotted Shen Xiaoling, muttering that this girl had great merit and a karmic connection with Buddha, clearly targeting new prey. He was about to play his trick and bestow upon her endless bliss when Ye Xuan interrupted with a concise, challenging remark. "No need." Ye Xuan stood in front of Shen Xiaoling and Xu Qiu, flatly refusing. The Grandmaster's compassion is truly admirable, but she wishes to remain in this world of suffering. That Pure Land, you can enjoy it yourselves. Bang! A minion of the living Buddha flew into a rage, slamming his hand down, unable to accept this insult. The bald monk lunged forward, roaring, "Master bestows great fortune upon her. Who are you to interfere?" Then he tried to drag Shen Xiaoling away. Crack! Ye Xuan's hand clamped tightly onto the bald monk's wrist like a vice, immediately stopping his actions. The bald monk's eyes were wide with terror. Sweat poured down. He couldn't believe what had just happened. "Let go!" He frantically swung his fist at Ye Xuan, but it was easily blocked, leaving him completely helpless. Shen Xiaoling's face drained of color, and she cried out in panic. "Ye Xuan!" Swish! Before he could understand what was happening, a streak of green sword energy swept past, and the bald monk's arm shattered, blood splattering everywhere. The female official standing nearby also widened her eyes, clearly not expecting such a clean execution. Ye Xuan soared into the air, his sword still stained with blood, coldly declaring that violence was unnecessary while the cultists below wailed, calling for the living Buddha to save them. The living Buddha began his brainwashing, criticizing Ye Xuan's actions as crude, then turned to entice Shen Xiaoling with the bait of eternal bliss and karmic rewards from a past life. Xu Qiu, still dazed, joined the crowd in urging Shen Xiaoling. "The living Buddha is speaking to you. Quickly accept it. This is all of our dreams." Shen Xiaoling flatly refused. "I don't need any bliss. If Brother Feng isn't there, I'm not going anywhere." Harshly rejected, the living Buddha's eyes flashed crimson, murderous intent surging despite his outwardly silent demeanor. The living Buddha feigned magnanimity, coolly stating, "Very well, if she doesn't wish to, then so be it. Jing Kong, let them go." The bald monk, though resentful, still trembled and obeyed. Ye Xuan narrowed his eyes, his blue pupils flashing, knowing full well this show of generosity was just a trick, and a real battle was about to begin. On their way out, the capped companion asked Brother Zhang what he thought of the living Buddhas, so-called Pure Land. Yeshuan curtly replied, "It's all a scam." The companion nodded in agreement, thinking that eternal bliss already sounded like a lie. He wondered why the Qingyan city lord would allow such an evil cultivator to run rampant. The green-haired leader of the escort group looked cold, declaring that this was none of their business and their main mission was to escort an Earth immortal. She secretly thought this group was truly meddlesome. If they didn't need to use them to infiltrate the bureau, she would have ignored them. The capped companion also believed they shouldn't ruin a major task over trivial matters, suggesting they find a new carriage. But Ye Xuan unexpectedly cut him off. "We cannot leave the city today." Ye Xuan explained that the living Buddha had set his sights on Shen Shaoling. Leaving now would be walking straight into a trap. The opponent's strength was unknown, and staying in the city at least offered the protection of the imperial court. The capped companion froze, realizing Ye Xuan was telling the truth, and immediately guessed the problem lay with Shen Xiaoling's special physique. Just then, a voice rang out, asking them to stop. The female official suddenly ran over to block their path. Her accompanying female attendant was also surprised. She recognized them as cultivators from the Eerie Suppression Division, and earnestly pleaded for their help to save the people of Qingyan City. The female official continued to persuade them, believing Ye Xuan had clearly seen the fake monk's true nature when he refused to hand over the person. However, the green-haired leader flatly refused. "Not interested. Go find someone else." The capped companion expressed his displeasure, questioning the leader why she refused. Wasn't it their duty to protect the common people? He believed the female official might possess crucial information about the living Buddha. The leader brushed him off, considering the female official merely a naive girl, self-righteous and ignorant of the opponent's true strength. She concluded, "Stay in the city. If there's no activity, we'll depart at dawn." Night fell, and the mournful cries of crows enveloped Qingyan City, signaling a restless night. Inside the gloomy temple, the bald monk Jing Kong was prostrating himself before the living Buddha, who sat calmly on a lotus pedestal like a true deity. Suddenly, from the living Buddha's mouth, a hideous, slimy mass of flesh began to crawl out, revealing the demonic nature hidden beneath his divine facade. That hideous mass of flesh plunged straight into Jing Kong's mouth, a disgusting blessing beginning as he was forced to swallow the vile thing. Jing Kong's arm, nearly crippled by Ye Xuan, began to disintegrate, his flesh rotting as if corroded by an invisible acid. The bald monk screamed miserably as his old arm was completely destroyed, but a new arm was immediately regenerated from dark energy and that mass of flesh. The living Buddha spoke, his voice condescending. "I have restored your body. Dealing with that cultivator is more than enough. That girl possesses immeasurable merit. She cannot be allowed to rot in the hands of those selfish people." He bestowed upon the disciple a shimmering blue umbrella, commanding, "This is the Chaos Heaven Umbrella, the Patriarch's magic artifact. Take it. Once those cultivators leave the city, immediately capture that girl and bring her back here." Restored and granted a powerful magic artifact, Jing Kong laughed maniacally, his new arm clenching tightly as he growled his obedience to his master. Under the full moon, the entire city was enveloped in silence, but within those walls, a deadly conspiracy was being set in motion. In the middle of the night, Ye Xuan meditated in his room, spiritual energy erupting around him, signaling a surge in power. His eyes blazed, divine light shooting out in all directions, his aura completely transformed. Ye Xuan opened his eyes, announcing that he had cultivated the demonic eye of insight, a divine technique that ordinary Foundation establishment mid-stage cultivators couldn't even dream of mastering. He pondered, calculating that due to his focus on cultivation, his physical combat strength was somewhat weak, and he couldn't find high-quality spirit stones to forge magic artifacts. Perhaps he would have to resort to blood refinement to fight to the death. Suddenly, Ye Xuan's gaze sharpened. He had detected the shadow assassins stealthily approaching on the rooftops, discussing whether they should wait until morning. The bald monk Jing Kong sneered, clutching the blue umbrella tightly, growling, "Wait for what? You dared to sever my arm. Tonight, I'll make you pay back every single debt." Finishing his words, Jing Kong tossed the Chaos Heaven umbrella into the sky, roaring, "Open!" The magic umbrella unfurled, spinning rapidly and expanding at an alarming speed, emitting a blue light that enveloped the entire area. In an instant, the Chaos Heaven umbrella transformed into a gigantic cage of light, completely sealing off the area, allowing no one in or out. Jing Kong laughed maniacally, boasting that now they could flatten this place without anyone knowing. But before he could finish, Ye Xuan, like a ghost, lunged straight at his face. One of the shadow assassins was sent flying, face planting directly onto the tiled roof to the astonishment of his comrades. The shadow assassin lay flattened, horrified to realize his entire body was paralyzed, unable to lift a single finger. Jing Kong burst out laughing, his muscles bulging, boasting that inside the Chaos Heaven umbrella, the enemy's strength would be drained to the maximum. Suddenly, a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes and a demonic grin appeared behind another shadow assassin, swinging its arm to attack. Crack! The shadow assassin took a devastating punch straight to the face, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. A minion frantically reported to Jing Kong that their strength was being heavily suppressed, and that punch felt like nothing more than a tickle. Jing Kong confidently dismissed it, believing that if his side was affected, the enemy would be even more miserable. While the Chaos Heaven umbrella in the sky began to shrink, suddenly, Ye Xuan hovered right next to the umbrella, leaving Jing Kong stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening to his magic artifact. With his glowing blue eyes, Ye Xuan coldly questioned, "Where did you get this item?" Jing Kong's face turned pale with fear, his voice trembling in disbelief that Ye Xuan could control the Chaos Heaven umbrella, an act that required knowing its secret incantation. Ye Xuan glanced at the Chaos Heaven umbrella, scoffing at its crude control method, while Jing Kong yelled for his minions to rush in and reclaim the magic artifact. "The lapis lazuli umbrella should be used like this," Ye Xuan muttered, unfurling the umbrella. A wave of blue light swept through, causing a shadow assassin to shriek miserably before vanishing, leaving his comrades frozen. Jing Kong's eyes widened, sweat pouring down him like rain, unable to believe the scene before his eyes. Completely overwhelmed, the bald monk stammered in horror. "Who exactly are you?" Another shadow assassin, just about to give an attack order, was pierced through by a sword of light from thin air, dying before he could even gasp. From a distance, Li Changshou and Qin Shengnan were observing. Li Changshou exclaimed in surprise that he had just been rendered immobile by some kind of technique. Ye Xuan coldly held the umbrella, which had transformed into a skeletal hand, recognizing its true nature. "Is this a fragment of a city god's soul?" Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Jing Kong, a voice full of authority questioning. "Jing Kong, why are you engaging in battle here without permission?" The newcomer was none other than Cheng Qing, the city god cultivator, Qingyan city guardian, his sharp gaze fixed on Jing Kong. A heavily injured official crawled on the ground, recognizing Cheng Qing and quickly pleading for help. "Lord Cheng, I am Chen Tiexiao, of the Eerie Suppression Division. That man attacked us without reason. Please help us." Cheng Qing snarled at Chen Tiexiao, ordering him to shut up and consider himself lucky to still be breathing, declaring he would deal with him later. Seeing reinforcements, Jing Kong rejoiced as if he had found gold, yelling for Cheng Qing to help him deal with Ye Xuan's group, even bringing up the Living Buddha's command and his connection to the city lord to intimidate him. In response to the plea, Cheng Qing remained silent, his purple eyes flashing with a cold glint, completely ignoring the bald monk. In midair, Ye Xuan hovered, surrounded by countless blue sword chi, coldly asking Cheng Qing directly, "Are you that bald monk's accomplice?" Without bothering to reply, Cheng Qing ordered the two shadow spirits he had just summoned. "What are you waiting for? Attack!" And they immediately lunged towards Jing Kong. Cheng Qing was stunned, his mouth agape as he watched his two shadow spirits ignore his command and not attack Ye Xuan at all. Ye Xuan merely smirked, "Oh?" completely unconcerned, while Li Changshou and Qin Shengnan watched from afar, holding their breath. The two shadow spirits seized Jing Kong, causing the bald monk to scream in panic, stammering Cheng Qing's name and threatening him with the city lord's wrath. Cheng Qing coldly declared himself the protector of the city, with full authority to maintain order, and that the city lord had no right to interfere, then condemned Jing Kong's attack on the city's people as a capital offense. No sooner had he finished speaking than Cheng Qing suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent, a blinding flash of light hurtling straight towards his face. Whoosh! A stream of yellow-green energy descended from the sky, blowing away a corner of the street right in front of Cheng Qing. A voice full of authority rang out, calling Cheng Qing by name and reiterating an old warning. The city lord of Qingyan City, Feng Kun, appeared with an overwhelming aura, growling, "Don't you dare touch anyone from the blissful temple." From the rooftop, Ye Xuan and Qin Shengnan were also surprised. The drama had just gained another major character. Cheng Qing was stunned, hastily trying to explain that fellow's actions to the city lord, but it was too late. City Lord Feng Kun's blazing golden eyes flashed as he issued an ultimatum. "I'll say it one last time, release him." Cheng Qing was speechless. His purple eyes narrowed, clearly swallowing his anger. Reluctantly, Cheng Qing waved his hand, dispelling the shadow spirit and releasing the bald monk Jing Kong, who was dying on the ground. As soon as he was free, Jing Kong immediately showed his true colors, gritting his teeth and threatening Cheng Qing. You brat. You will regret this. Cheng Qing could only stand silently on the rooftop, bitterly watching the retreating figure of the one he had just released. City guards frantically reported to City Lord Feng Kun, informing him that they had apprehended the young miss and a servant who were spreading rumors that the living Buddha was an evil demon. Feng Kun's face was filled with killing intent as he turned and growled at his daughter, Yuner, then cursed the servant girl Xiao Huan directly for daring to let the young miss out despite the ban. Yuner immediately stepped forward and admitted her guilt, shouting that she had forced Xiao Huan to come with her and asserting that the living Buddha was truly a bang. Before she could finish her sentence, City Lord Feng Kun delivered a thunderous punch that caused the servant girl Xiao Huan to explode like a firework of blood right in front of his daughter. Yuner was frozen in shock, screaming in despair as she witnessed the horrific scene, while Feng Kun coldly ordered, "If you don't want the household servants to die, stop running around. Take her back." After finishing dealing with his family matters, Feng Kun turned to warn the passers-by. "As for you, if you're just passing through Qingyan City, don't cause trouble. Get out as soon as possible." With that, the city lord transformed into a streak of golden light and shot into the sky, leaving silence to envelop the entire street. On the rooftop, Qin Shengnan appeared apprehensive, suggesting that the city lord was clearly protecting the blissful temple and didn't want to get involved with the royal family's affairs, advising Ye Xuan to flee quickly. The capped escort unexpectedly approached Ye Xuan, explaining that their group was not allied with the blissful temple and asking for information about this evil cult to avoid future conflicts. Ye Xuan narrowed his eyes, appearing profound and unfathomable, and replied concisely, "I don't know the details. I only know that living Buddha came from the west." The capped escort reported to the green-haired leader that the city lord had given the green light for the evil cult to spread their Pure Land teachings, but she growled, "I don't believe it." The green-haired leader snapped irritably, warning the escort to stop eavesdropping, because if they kept lingering and clashed with the royal family, they would all surely die. While the group was still discussing retreating, Ye Xuan suddenly flew up, stating concisely, "You all go ahead, I will follow." Ye Xuan's blue eyes flashed with killing intent, declaring bluntly that he had a few questions to ask that living Buddha. Meanwhile, the female official, still frozen in shock from her servant's death, was dragged away by the captain, who urged her to return. Tears welling in her eyes, the female official completely collapsed, utterly devoid of strength. Suddenly, the female official fainted, causing the captain to shout in panic that her old illness had recurred, and ordering his subordinates to take her back to the city lord's manor. The female official's soul began to float out of her body, while the captain muttered that only the city lord could cure this illness. A giant black shadow enveloped the soldiers, and Ye Xuan's cold voice echoed from above, "Stop! Don't! Touch her!" Whoosh! A golden object flashed, tearing through the air and flying straight towards the soldiers. To their astonishment, thud! City Lord Feng Kun landed on the ground like a bomb, and the city guards realized in panic that their superior had arrived. A city guard hadn't even finished stammering a report before the city lord kicked open the door, sending him flying along with his comrades. Inside the main hall, City Lord Feng Kun faced the living Buddha, who was meditating, the air thick with tension. The living Buddha maintained a benevolent expression, his hands clasped together, radiating a dazzling golden aura like a true deity. "You seem rather agitated today, City Lord?" the living Buddha began, his tone seeming to be provoking the other party. Feng Kun roared, demanding why he was foolish enough to provoke the people of the Eerie Suppression Division. The living Buddha gently rationalized that he merely wished to enlighten that female cultivator, a rare talent who should not be wasted in the mortal realm. Enraged, Feng Kun grabbed the living Buddha by his collar, growling, "I allow you to devour hundreds of lives each month, turning a blind eye. But there's one thing. You absolutely must not touch the Eerie Suppression Division." Feng Kun shouted directly into his face, admitting that if their commander knew, even he wouldn't escape punishment. The living Buddha still equivocated that devouring was a blessing, but the city lord was fed up with such twisted logic and snapped, "Enough. Where are this month's pills?" At the living Buddha's command, the bald monk Jing Shu respectfully presented a box of newly refined soul-returning pills to City Lord Feng Kun. Feng Kun's face was as cold as ice as he took the wooden box containing the contraband. The living Buddha assumed a profound air, advertising the unique item, soul-returning pills, a medicine that can resurrect the dead by devouring the essence of hundreds of lives. Feng Kun's eyes flashed with a sinister glint as he thought of that girl, a top-grade ingredient that could refine dozens of soul-returning pills. Then he called out the living Buddha's true name, Wu Zhen. With a bang, Feng Kun slammed the pillbox shut, his voice filled with killing intent. I'll say it one last time. The only reason you are allowed to exist in Qingyan City is because of these soul-returning pills. The city lord's gaze was like daggers, piercing the living Buddha. I've tolerated you long enough, but if you cause any more trouble... Feng Kun tilted his head, his killing intent thickened. I will turn your title of Living Buddha into a dead Buddha. Upon hearing the warning, the living Buddha's eyes snapped open, killing intent surged forth, no longer concealed. With that, Feng Kun transformed into a streak of light and shot away, leaving the bald monk Jingshu standing stunned, watching him go. The bald monk Jingshu came back to his senses, his face drained of all color, and rushed inside to report, his voice trembling. Master, something bad has happened. The bald monk Jingshu's face contorted as he growled in panic. That cultivator, he actually controls the Chaos Heaven umbrella. Even the incantations Master taught were useless. Inside the shrine, the living Buddha heard the news. His expression changed drastically, and a disgusting mass of crimson flesh began to spew from his mouth. The grotesque flesh poured out incessantly, transforming into bloody tentacles, revealing the demonic nature hidden beneath his benevolent facade. The living Buddha muttered about his plan, that he had been in this god-forsaken place for 5 years, turning it into a living hell just to increase his power. He coveted the girl with profound Buddhist affinity, believing that enlightening her would help him break through to a new realm, disregarding the short-sighted city lord who stood in his way. Very well, the living Buddha decided. This old monk will personally guide that girl of immeasurable merit, but after this, I probably won't be able to stay here anymore. He ordered his fanatical disciples, his voice feigning benevolence. You have followed me for many years. Today, go and save the suffering souls in Qingyan City. The fanatical disciples unanimously replied, Yes, Master, while their bodies were invaded by gruesome blood threads, transforming into monsters. At the same time, elsewhere, City Lord Feng Kun had returned, one hand gripping a city guard's neck, lifting him into the air. Feng Kun roared furiously, killing intent surging. You useless trash. You couldn't even protect a young miss. What good are you all? Despite the remaining soldiers trembling and begging him to calm down, the city guard, trembling like a leaf, reported that Ye Xuan had carried Shen Xiaoling away right in front of Cheng Qing, and insignificant nobodies like them could only watch because they weren't strong enough. City Lord Feng Kun, still gripping the soldier's neck, roared. What did he say? The soldier hastily relayed Ye Xuan's message, who had left a challenging message. I have a way to cure the girl. If you want to save her, meet me a mile west of the city. Outside the city? City, Lord Feng Kun gritted his teeth, his eyes spitting fire as he realized this was a blatant challenge. You bastard! Feng Kun, enraged, threw a devastating punch that sent the city guard flying, blood gushing from his mouth and nose like a fountain. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan had arrived at the rendezvous point, casually sat on a rock in the forest, waiting for the fight, disregarding Shen Xiaoling, who lay unconscious nearby. Ye Xuan's memory suddenly flashed to a battle within the sect, where a disciple was being cornered by a senior brother, using flying swords and fire techniques, mocked by the crowd for only knowing trivial fire tricks. The attacked disciple had to soar into the air to dodge a treacherous sword attack from below. The senior brother smirked, unleashing a dozen explosive fire talismans, yelling, Dodge in the air, take this. The terrifying explosion engulfed the disciple, who, despite managing to deploy a blue shield, was still thrown back and sustained damage. The talisman user landed arrogantly after knocking Ye Xuan down, sneering, Haha, how about that, Ye Xuan? Are my talismans better than your trashy fire techniques? The arrogant senior brother declared that if Ye Xuan had handed over his spirit stones, he wouldn't have been beaten, stating that even at the same cultivation level, Ye Xuan was just an errand boy, while the disciples flocked to flatter him, claiming he was the best. The crowd continued to whisper, regarding Ye Xuan as the senior brother's former servant, telling each other to freely order him around because he was just a low-class nobody, while hailing the senior brother as a sure bet for the inner sect. Ye Xuan, known as Zhang Yuan, an outer sect disciple of the Luoyun sect, sat slumped on the ground, his face bruised and battered, but his eyes still burned with hatred. 2 other disciples stood afar, commenting that Ye Xuan deserved the beating for daring to defy senior brothers with high cultivation and powerful magic treasures. Ye Xuan gritted his teeth, mentally calculating. 5 years since transmigrating, 4 years as a servant, and after only 3 months of cultivation to the second layer of qi refining, his spirit stones were stolen. He swore that he hadn't come to this world to live an ordinary life. Ye Xuan's blue eyes flashed. He told himself that being robbed was only due to his own weakness. From now on, He had to cultivate desperately, for even a moment of carelessness would lead to elimination. In the forest, a man introduced himself as Li Chengfeng, Inner Sect disciple, ranked 174, at the 6th layer of Qi refining, recruiting for a demon hunting team targeting a demon wolf, promising 1 to 3 spirit stones depending on contribution. Li Chengfeng explained the battle plan. Everyone would use the wind-fire formation to amplify their fire techniques, while he and his 2 subordinates would deliver the finishing blow. This was the only way for the weaklings to earn spirit stones. Standing in the crowd, Yeshuan realized this was an extremely dangerous venture, but also his only chance to survive and find a new path for himself. The hunt began, and the outer sect disciples rushed into a chaotic melee with the giant demon wolf. Li Chengfeng strained his neck, yelling at the weaklings, "You fools! Aim your fire techniques at the wounds I created. Attacking randomly only wastes spiritual energy." No sooner had he boasted than Li Chengfeng took a devastating swipe from the demon wolf's claws, fresh blood splattering everywhere. The esteemed Inner Sect senior brother flew like a kite with a broken string, spitting blood, looking utterly pathetic. The demon wolf opened its wide maw, and a weak spark of fire from some disciple that hit it was only enough to tickle it. Seeing their leader was done for, 2 disciples immediately changed their attitude, frantically yelling, "Senior brother Li missed. It's over, run," then turned tail and fled for their lives, leaving Yeshuan behind. Amidst the chaos, Yeshuan's blue eyes flashed with a deadly glint. He realized this was not a dead end, but a golden opportunity. Meanwhile, another disciple, unable to run fast enough, tripped and fell flat on his face, about to become a snack for the demon wolf. Without a moment's hesitation, Yeshuan erupted with spiritual energy, shooting straight towards the monster like a fiery arrow. It's time for the protagonist to shine. Without further ado, Yeshuan channeled spiritual energy into his palm, a blazing fireball ready to be unleashed. He shot forward like a phantom, just in time to grab the disciple who was about to become a snack for the demon wolf. The demon wolf roared madly, its jagged teeth dripping with saliva, its crimson eyes locked onto its new target. A devastating swipe. Yeshuan and the disciple were sent flying like trash. The monster's power was utterly overwhelming. Another disciple, sweating profusely from afar, muttered, realizing this situation was utterly rotten. "This isn't good. This demon wolf is both fast and tough. Saving him is just suicide." Just as he was about to flee, the disciple froze in place when the demon wolf suddenly spun around, seeing him as its next target. Lying sprawled on the ground, Li Chengfeng could only spit blood, powerlessly watching his comrades being hunted like prey by the monster. Scene cut. Yeshuan was running desperately through the dense forest, using the terrain to shake off the monster. Stopping to catch his breath, Yeshuan muttered, finally shook it off. "That wolf was relentlessly chasing me all day. Luckily, it's a dense forest, otherwise 10 lives wouldn't be enough." Yeshuan ran desperately, the demon wolf roaring wildly behind him. He screamed in his head, "I'm completely out of spiritual energy. I need to find a safe place to rest." Yeshuan's face turned pale, sweat pouring off him as he realized this situation was utterly rotten. "I blinded one of its eyes, and it still won't let up? I'm out of mana. Am I really going to die here?" Just as despair set in, a pitch-black cave appeared before him. The only way out. With a whoosh, Yeshuan plunged straight into the cave, narrowly escaping the jagged maw of the madly roaring demon wolf. He fell freely down a bottomless pit inside the cave, leaving the massive monster stuck fast in the narrow cave entrance. Landing safely, Yeshuan panted heavily, fortunate that the cave was deep enough to shake off the tenacious monster. But when he looked up, he froze in shock. At the end of the cave was a barrier of emerald light, with a figure floating within. Yeshuan held his breath, his blue eyes reflecting the strange light, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. Inside the barrier, Jiangxi, a white-haired woman with golden patterns on her face, was floating in mid-air with her eyes closed. This was the first meeting between master and disciple.